swear it. The way you're acting lets me know you're never changing. Stop screaming at me, it is over. And out of my life, I guarantee there isn't any closure there. My eyes glued to the ground, I stare. How's it good to be the one who isn't wanted here? Race around you, the air grows cold. She comes close to me and whispers in my ear. She whispers to me, all fun and games until I got hurt. It was all fun and games until I met was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought, you thought everything was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. 'Cause I thought, you thought everything was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought, you thought everything was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. I thought, you thought everything was fine, I stopped. Rewatch, I'ma make it right. All of these lights are fading, yeah, all of my thoughts are jaded, yeah, nothing reciprocated lately, I don't know how to say this. Just just walked in, already pacing. For the moment, are we really gonna face this? Was the feeling that I thought we were chasing? We can fix it, our time wasn't wasted. Just stop, I already tried to get out. Just telling me it's been a couple weeks now. On the outside, I'm looking like I'm broke down. On the inside, I can't even feel how this could happen to us. No, it feels like there must just be some kind of luck for this to be true love. It's been so long since I heard you say. It's been so long. Yeah. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. Calling. I feel like I'm falling from the highest highs. Your name I'm calling. I feel like I'm falling from the highest highs. Your name I'm calling. So long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Yeah. It's been so long. Sitting next to me, but you seem so far away. There's nothing left of me. I don't think that I can live this way. This way. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Yeah. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Yeah. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Challenge your eyes, but we ain't changing. Whatever you want to say, say it. Whatever the game, I'm done playing. I told you I loved you and that ain't changing. Challenge your eyes, but we ain't changing. So long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say. Since I heard you say. Yeah. It's been so long since I felt anything. Since I heard you say heard you say my name. It's been so long since I heard you say.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I am so happy to welcome you for the very first time to Series E Halo Infinite. Announcements taken care of, qualifiers done, draft day out of the way. Now it's just time to play some Halo Infinite, and I'm so excited to be here with you all today. My name is Yeso. I will be your host today. We're talking tons of Halo action here. We've got a big double elim bracket here tonight. Cash and points all on the board, and all these teams competing. I'm so excited to watch. So welcome here as we kick off the inaugural season here of Series E Halo Infinite. Now, for those of you that might be new to Series Z, you might be new to Esports, I want to kind of break down how things work here, because of course we are taking that first step into Halo Infinite Series E here. So here's how things work. Okay, Series E is a professional esports open circuit across multiple titles. We've got Apex Legends, we've got Guilty Gear Strive, and of course Halo Infinite. Now, teams come out, they play and compete in our open qualifiers. The best of the best from those open qualifiers qualify for Series E. Now that means that they sign a contract, they get drafted by one of our partner brands, they make a monthly salary, and they get the opportunity to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Halo Infinite, it's every Monday night in a big double elimination open bracket, and then every Wednesday is a special invite-only event where you'll see some of the best pro teams coming out to compete with the Series E squad. So if you and your team want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E pro. And if you need any more information, you can also check out esportsarena.com. And do want to remind you, of course, sign up for Monday nights. Everybody is welcome. You can come out and compete with some of the best every single Monday right here, so make sure to get in on that. But of course, as we focus in here on tonight's competition, of course, the talk will be around Esports Arena Blue and Esports Arena Red. And I really want to focus on Blue here tonight because, of course, a ton of the dialogue has been wrapped around Esports Arena Red in the lead up to the start of the season. Of course, they were the first team to qualify. They went and competed at HCS Anaheim, and they blew a lot of people away there. But we got to talk about Blue because I think this is a team that has been underrated quite consistently and hasn't been getting maybe the recognition that they deserve just because they weren't competing at Anaheim and didn't have that kind of big stage to have that debut appearance at. But tonight will be a little bit of that. There are some great teams in the bracket tonight that they will likely get the opportunity to compete against. Maybe Xset or Fnatic, couple of big names in the bracket here tonight that Blue will have to compete with. And they have a lot of talent on this roster, a lot of raw fragging ability that I think is really going to shine through in these brackets, and I'm really looking forward to getting to see them compete here and really get to see them take an opportunity of this stage. I was very impressed with them when they were competing under the SGA banner in the second qualifier for the season. Of course, their performance in grand finals against Talentless was very, very good, and it's a reason why they are here under that Esports Arena Blue banner and competing in Series E. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from them. We'll be breaking down their plays and plays from all across the bracket all throughout tonight, but we're ready to get it underway. I got a couple of casters ready and raring to go, so let's kick off the first official night of Series E Halo Infinite.
You have so many opportunities to get angles to gather some of the sun. You go on the snake bite, begging for help. You have to think someone is going to be near him. Here comes the collapse with Frosty pushing into the big door right now. He's going to look. He's going to snipe the ball guy, lands the body shot, the double kill comes through, and that wow when it comes to their opportunity here in Halo Infinite. But right now, Signals have no concerns who their opponent is. And every bit of the opportunity to call they only have 3 seconds to
Oh, it's good to be back. Hello and welcome back to Esports Arena, your regularly scheduled programming. We're back with our weekly Esports Arena every single week. We got 2 of them a week, actually, Tony. So pretty exciting. Twice a week, we've got tournaments, exhibition matches, and a way to play and compete for $1,000. I can't wait. I can't wait to get into it. Excited to be a part of it. Of course, I'm Shyway. I'm joined with Tony once again. Tony, how you doing? Another Monday, another Esports Arena tournament.
Yeah, man, I'm so happy to be here. I mean, we haven't had our consistent weekly events coming from Esports Arena since Halo 5. And honestly,
Yeah.
a lot of the audience doesn't even remember that. They weren't even watching Halo 5. Maybe they're watching some Halo 3 or taking a bit of a break. But now we are back. This is something that we used to do plenty of times before, and we are back at it again and even better than ever.
I like it, right? In case you missed it, like you said, there was a whole era of Halo 5. Now it's a new beginning, new game, new competition. We got 32 teams today. We've got incredibly talented players as well, mixing and matching different rosters. Also, that's what I love about these tournaments is you don't always get your traditional HCS rosters. You get, mixed up teams you might never see, or you do get the HCS teams. You get top level competition in a lot of different, I guess, flavors. So should be very exciting, Tony. Also, we had a couple different kind of events leading up to this point, right? We had two teams that were qualified and sponsored by Esports Arena, a new precedent for Halo as well. ESA Blue was one of them. Tony, before we talk about that, I will real quick just let you guys know the format, of course, in case you're not aware. 32 teams, 4v4, double elim. Every match is a best of 3 except for grand finals, which is best of 5. And of course, a $1,000 prize pool, 600 for first, 300 for second, and 100 for third place. Like I said, getting into this though, Tony, we have an ESA Blue team now, right? They had to compete for their sponsorship.
Yeah, compete is right. I mean, they have to go through the ringer to actually make it out and become your Esports Arena Blue team. They have to actually pull off a reverse sweep. Mind you, after being 1 second away from getting swept, they had to pull off the reverse sweep, reset the bracket, and then they 3-0 the opposing team to become our champions. It was one of the sickest runs that
Bam.
we've seen in Halo Infinite history so far. It's been absolutely incredible. And mind you guys, this is Series E, like you kind of mentioned before. Each one of these teams are qualified as far as these two teams, and they're actually sponsored by Esports Arena and representing individual brands as well. So during these open tournaments, if you guys want to get a taste of it and maybe try to come into season 2 and qualify yourself, the best form of practice is to sign up for these open events every single Monday.
Right, right. So like you said, we had two qualifying tournaments. Those qualifying tournaments, two teams won, they advanced, they became sponsored. They are now ESA Red, ESA Blue. ESA Blue is in this tournament today. And like you said, every Monday is an open tournament. $1,000 on the line. Anyone can compete. And then Wednesday is a special day, an exhibition day where our sponsored teams get to face off against top competition in a bit of a show match. And a great opportunity for those sponsored teams to get more money and more practice. So if you want to be a sponsored team, I mean, this is where you want to play. This is the gauntlet right here. Your weekly Mondays, you get some money, you get the reps. And then when season 2 comes around, you get a chance to also get sponsored, get paid on a monthly basis to play Halo. So not too shabby, Tony. We've got exciting competition and money-making opportunities. I mean, what a way to kick off your year.
Yeah, and also being able to represent brands that we all recognize. I mean, there's plenty of
Right.
other brands within the gaming community, but brands like Intel, brands like Vizio, brands like Excedrin, even Nerf. I got a Nerf blaster right next to me as we
Yep.
speak. There was actually a draft day where, so not only are these guys obviously on the team of 4v4s, but they're also representing individual brands. And what that I think was Furiously, the moment he got drafted from Razer, he actually had his room lit up blue. Once he got
No
drafted by
way.
Razer, he flips the lights and turns it all green, and you just saw the excitement in his face. It was really cool to watch. It was absolutely crazy. But again, representing brands that
Yeah.
we know and love.
So sick for so many reasons. Like you said, you're giving, recognition to these gamers, but also, you've got these brands part of the action as well. And all of that underscores the tournament for today. Speaking of which, Tony, we talked about high level competition. That's our matchup on screen, right? Xset plus Rob. We're going to get into that roster in a sec. And then Perfect Evolution. I'm not sure who these boys are. Tony, let's talk a bit about Xset though, right? This is a pro team. They've got Rob the Turtle in the mix this time though.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, exit in general at Anaheim really
Right.
surprised some people at home. I mean, adding Suppress to that roster, a lot of people were questioning the move because Suppress isn't a household name. Me and you were already excited about that move because
We
we've
know he's
seen
good.
Suppress doing this thing back in the
Yep.
later half of Halo 5, but he comes in and really asserts himself as that leading slayer, that secondary slayer right next to Suspector, and they've been kind of killing it. I mean, they had a good place in Anaheim, got some big wins. Then after, they've been continuously getting their best placings in these online tournaments, and they keep on practicing. Kratos put out in that video, he said, "Hey, there's plenty of pros that do individual things better than him, but he says as far as a whole, he feels like he's the best overall player that we have in Halo Infinite." And we're adding Rob the Turtle, kind of like an assassin for hire right now. Rob
Sure.
the Turtle was previously competing on Complexity. He's decided to take a little bit of a backseat as far as full-time competing. And now for anybody that needs like a fill-in or a pickup, they can choose on him. So kind of, like I said, kind of like an assassin for hire. If you need a top gunner, you reach out to Rob.
He's a nasty pickup for sure, but who does he replace is my big question, right? Because I know Kratos is competing. Surprised is competing today. Is it Suspector or Arctic? I had to try to confirm it
Oh,
because those are big shoes to fill, right? Especially somebody like Suspector, who's a main slayer on XSET. If you got Rob in place of Suspector, as great as Rob is, he's got quite a role to fill. Suspector is, the main. Oh, so it's not Suspector. It's Arctic. Not to say that that's any better. Arctic's still an amazing player, and he's got a responsibility, but I can't wait to see how they gel together as well. And it looks like they got some time to build up that confidence, build up the chemistry, Tony, because I'm looking into Perfect Evolution. And this is the other side of Esports Arena that I like about these tournaments. And there's a plus and a negative, I'll say, mainly because I don't recognize any of these players on Perfect Evolution. They could be brand new, or they could be wild cards. That's kind of the beautiful reality here. Wait, let me find them. It's Laplomo, Zaryu, Mega Man, and Dual Dead Zombie. Do you recognize these players, Tony?
I'll
And
be
if you
honest with
don't,
you.
okay, go for it.
I'll be honest, I don't recognize those players. However, I do recognize the talent that they went up against in round number 2, which was Jones Barbecue and Foot Massage. And
Okay.
that's captained by Nightmare. And actually joining him is Crandopus and Minx. So two top level female competitive players. I mean, tell you, Crandopus used to whip me in Octagon left and right. It was absolutely crazy.
Say that
So
like
for
it's an
them to
achievement.
actually beat them
Okay.
in game 3 and to come out on top and beat a star-studded roster like that, that tells me that Perfect Evolution is a damn good squad, and maybe they can give Exit a run for the money, or at least a nice little warm up.
Okay. Okay, that's fair, right? So they beat a pretty solid team to get to this point. That already tells us that they can hang to some extent. But this is XSET, Tony. This is a pro level team. This is, you have pro players. You've got Rob the Turtle mixed in, who I would say is at that level as well. I don't expect there to be any weaknesses in the defense. So we'll see. But like you said, that's kind of the cool thing about ESA is you've got unknown players. I've never heard of these guys. I don't know who Perfect Evolution is, but maybe we will know by the end of the series. Maybe by the end of the series, somebody's going to pop off, somebody's going to steal the spotlight, and maybe that person gets picked up later, or maybe we got to follow them on Twitter. I don't know, Tony. Well, it depends on how well they play. So I'm ready for surprises. Of course, the best of 3 series could be very quick, depending on how well XSET are playing.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, like you said, this is one way that you can make a name for yourself. So although Perfect Evolution may not be a household name just yet, what better way to make a name for yourself than our semi-competitive, our semi-professional league that we've created here throughout Series E? Compete
Right.
in the Open Series, make some noise, and by the time that next qualifier comes out for next season, you'll be primed and ready and practiced and ready to go in yourself. And then also, you're fighting for a little bit of money. I mean, hey, $1,000 on the line every single Monday. I mean, that's a nice little chunk of change to shove in that pocket right there. As we're about to see Perfect Evolution try to go toe to toe with Exit plus Rob.
We'll see if they can hang. We'll see how long they can last, Tony. I'm taking a look at the series layout. It's Strongholds on Recharge, Slayer and Aquarius, and we got Oddball on Live Fire to round at the best of 3. Strongholds Recharge is going to be a very fast-paced, very frantic way to start this game. What do you hope to see out of Perfect Evolution to counter XSET here? XSET, I guarantee they got a game plan coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Exeter really tough squad to go against. I mean, they know how to change the pace of a game. They can slow things down when they need to get that slay, and then once they get those numbers, they have no problem speeding things up. So, if I'm Perfect Evolution, the first thing I'm not gonna do is over challenge individual gunfights. Exet is made up of
No?
been there, done that players. Like Suppressed has one of the smoothest shots I've ever
Yeah.
seen. Even dating back to Halo 5. Suspector can literally drop 60 kills at any given moment. So the last thing I'm gonna do is try to challenge individuals as far as their gun skill. I'm gonna try to force these 2v1 scenarios, and what that's gonna mean is positive vibes and good small talk in the comms. I need to know where you're going, what you're thinking, what you ate for breakfast, and what your opponent did as well. If you're not small talking, I promise you, Perfect Evolution, you're not gonna have a chance beating Xset plus Rob.
That's fair. And I love how you always got to just let people know. Plus Rob. The man he's in the team. We haven't figured out if he's going to be a mainstay. He's the hired assassin, like you said. We'll see, Tony. I like the idea of, okay, good luck going mano a mano with Suspector. The man's got too many reps. You might as well, play to your fundamentals, play as a team, make sure you got the buddy system, make sure you got a cross on the map, and that's going to increase your chances. Maybe it will. At the same time, though, imagine Ego challenging Suspector and winning that fight. What does that do for your confidence? What does that do for their mental? I don't know. I'm just saying, I do think that some level of confidence is going to be important for these boys on Perfect Evolution, because if you turtle up too much, then Rob the Turtle is going to take advantage. Anyway, you get the point. What I'm saying is they need to be confident. If they're playing together, if they're playing solo, the confidence needs to translate. Sometimes you're going to be caught in that 1v1.
And luckily for Perfect Evolution, there's no proximity chat, because let me tell you, if Kratos gets a nice kill on you, or any kill at all, so he'll let you know about it. Make sure, hopefully you don't got any of the phone numbers. I can imagine pulling up the cell phone and call him mid-game to let them know what just happened. Another strategy I want to make sure that they do is, whatever you do not give up the power weapons. When you have the sword, when you have the shock rifle, literally almost play the game like you don't have a power weapon. Play the game to stay alive. Play the game to waste that ammo on shock rifle. God help me, if you're by the seaside of the map, throw it off, because the last thing you want to do is give anybody on exit that power weapon. So literally take care of it with dear life. Play slow, because the moment you give professional level players any kind of advantage, you give them that inch, you're gonna take a mile. And that's exactly what Exit would end up doing. So that's another thing I want to say on top of, playing together, staying alive, is really taking care of those power weapons, such as the sword and the shock rifle.
And those are just two of a massive sandbox, though, as well, Tony. Recharge, very healthy map, full of power-ups, power weapons. Can't wait to see how they come into play. We will see them shortly, but we're still getting ready with the match. So as soon as the match is ready to go, we're going to jump in. In the meantime, though, we are going to jump into a quick break. Once we're ready, we're going to come right back and kick this off with no delay. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Not wearing a black tie.
What's wrong with me?
Oh, hey, sorry, on Halo.
Esports Arena. We're pumped. We gotta get out here. What's up, everyone? It's draft day. Halo Infinite, the inaugural season. Any one of these brands you see that are floating around me is what's gonna be representing each one of these individual players. Again, it's super unique. You can have a Vizio player, an Intel player, a Razer player, a Splash player, etc., all on the same team. Dude, I think it's Razer. It is. Congrats, Rami Razer. Splash Vizio. Boom! It's Intel, man. All right, here we go. Intel. Razer already gone. It's gotta be Nerf. What you wanted. What you wanted. Congrats. Nerf Neuronical. Boom. I was pretty good. Esports Arena Red. Collect is going to be representing, and it's looking like it's Vizio, dude. Vizio Collect. That's got a nice ring to it.
Thank you so much for coming to hang out with us, and congratulations on draft day.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here. Appreciate it.
I think for me, it's a combination of not only having that veteran leadership, you combine it with some of the young guns like Neuronical and Cull. These guys are super talented. It's up to Esports Arena Blue to show that they belong here.
I think I gave it away. It's all right. It's Intel. It's another Val. It's Intel Eli Elite. Boom, dude. It is game over for Headaches. Congratulations, dude. It's Excedrin.
Wait, oh my god.
Dude,
no
let's go.
Let's go.
Razer.
I'm actually hyped.
It's all good though, man, because you're going to be staying hydrated to play on that Intel PC of yours anyway. Congratulations, man. Splash JK.
Good. I'm excited to have you all here. Of course, I love the special shout out to Hilariously there with the quick switch up on the lights, gets drafted to Razer, hits the green. I'm all about it.
No team on an amateur scale can even come close to us. I just knew at the end, like, our team would be on top, right? Because we all wanted it that bad.
Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. Obviously, I gave shout-outs to our sponsors before we switched over here. But, again, I started out playing Halo, and the reason why Series E and the reason why Esports Arena was founded was because I wanted to go pro and just didn't really have that clear path, didn't really have that opportunity. And now here I am today signing 2 Halo Infinite teams. That's surreal. That's crazy.
Till I got hurt. It was all fun and games until I met her.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Esports Arena, and we figured it's about time we get this tournament started. On screen, of course, Xset plus Rob and Perfect Evolution, Game 1 on Recharge. Strongholds, Tony, we're already in the action.
That we are. I'm guessing we're actually on. I don't know if this is Rob the Turtle. His name is Ikshana. Not the same name that I expected to see there, but either way, 3 down go Xset plus Rob, and suspected the last line of defense defending B gets the assist courtesy of Kratos, but Suspector first one to go down. And now, do you happen to know if that's Rob the Turtle Smurf? Or
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I definitely don't know. We'll treat it as a big question mark for now, Tony, but we'll see. We'll see if he makes plays, because so far, I mean, 4-1 out of this guy to start the game. Still getting another kill. That's a double. So, I mean, if it is Rob the Turtle, what a way to start the game, moving quick off the rip.
That he is, and Kratos is going to be shut down immediately. Down, go Perfect Evolution, and now we have dual dead zombie. Interesting name. Throwing some nades, trying to defend the Charlie side, forcing the players to back down. The reset is going to come in, and the sword actually not coming into play just yet. I wonder if it's he doesn't want to slow the game down and go for it, or maybe it's a GA between both of these things.
True, that's a good question. Or maybe he just doesn't want to leave his teammates hanging out here center map. You can see he's already got himself a back smack to start. Nice shots for the help for the second kill. Will spin on a dime to try to take one up top. Control, of course, just being tagged up left and right. But does he? I think he pinged him out right there last second before he died. Either way, couldn't quite stay up. Kratos will pick up a big kill with a nade, though, and that secures C. Now they got an AC hold.
He said he's top 10 in every category. That includes nade throwing, as you're seeing the beautiful nade early towards C, and the second one comes in to get the double kill. Clearly top 10 in grenades, as well as they're already working on the Charlie spawners, shooting the Strongholds platform with the Disruptor. As soon as you shoot that platform, it actually bounces off of the platform itself and then finds the nearest target with the Disruptor. It takes about 10 bullets in order to actually kill them that way, but it's a really interesting way to put down some cheeky damage on your opponent.
Definitely is. As long as you're in that hold, nobody's safe, right? As long as you're in the hold, you're going to get hit by that electricity, and, I mean, perfect way to add damage and to keep you on respawn. Speaking of that, Tony, trip cap in effect here, by the way. It was once close at the beginning of this game. It took a bit to get started, but the moment it did, the snowball's rolling here, 77 and counting. Spawners now up in elevator. The entirety of Xset seems to be aware of it as they'll grapple straight in. And you can see there's no shortage of power weapons here on the side of Xset. Finally, they'll drop a couple. And Kratos definitely cleaning up house here. Still got the shock to work with. Just going to hold it down from center map. They'll try to get to B. No way that works, too. He'll just... Any form of electricity, I guess, is the key to that situation. Just shoot it in the center of the stronghold. Even if you're burning the shock rifle, you can pick up some extra damage. And, I mean, it all counts. Suppressed already has a double in the feed. They're back in B. They'll take that and force Perfect Evolution back to C to try to pick up the pieces here. I don't mind if I do, Tony. We'll keep it going. A and B still held down, pushing 150 at this point. Still have yet to see some signs of life here at a Perfect Evolution. Of course, the moment they spawn, they're in trouble. Got angles on them coming up off the attic. Just going to hold on to his life here. Of course, on board with Kratos, still making the shock work. If anything, just delaying them as they make it to B, like the pre-nades as well. If anybody dares to challenge Kratos, they've got no chance of survival here. Of course, perched up above, he can pick up a couple more here as well. And at this point, I mean, it just looks like a matter of time before Perfect Evolution loses his full, Tony, if you're still with me. I'll take that as a no. Full trip cap in effect. Regardless, this game is about to end in just a matter of seconds unless somebody can stop the bleeding here. Just relentless pressure left and right, though, as I say it. Ikshana gonna get another kill. Kratos once again gonna drop another on spawn. 207 and counting. At this point, Perfect Evolution looking like they're throwing in the towel here. They got to find a way to break through, whether it's a concerted effort to A or C. Splitting their resources and getting caught up by themselves in the hallway. Definitely not the game plan here. 3 of them will drop. That's full 4 dead once again. This is going to be a trip cap. It's about to be a game in just a matter of seconds here, Tony.
I'm hoping you guys can hear me now at home. Here's Suspector coming in over toward the B-box side, throwing some excellent nades onto the attic side as Kratos does go down off a screen, but the cleanups are going to come in quickly onto Mega Man. As 2 down for Exit, still Suspector putting in pressure on the Bravo player, contesting for a bit, but Suspector goes down, and so do 3 out of 4 members of the Boys in Red.
Perfect Evolution managed to stop them temporarily here, but I mean, is it too little, too late? 248, 2 points left here for Exit just to close it out. So Ryu gonna pop off on the feed there. Nice little cross-map kill. Slows them down just a little bit, but Suppressed here to put the nail in the coffin. Capture C, and that's a close to our game 1 with not too much of an answer on the other side. 250 to 25 in that, Tony.
That was a tough game number 1 here for Perfect Evolution, but I mean, there was multiple times where they were able to put Exit 3 down. I don't think I saw a full 4 down, but I saw at least 3 times where Exit did go 3 down. So momentary lapses of brilliance, if you say, and hopefully they can take that energy into a game 2 Slayer and maybe force us into a game number 3. But I mean, hey, it's Exit we're talking about.
It's definitely Exit we're talking about. It's hard to say how much they could actually fight back, because I find what happens with high-level teams is if they know they're better, they start to neglect certain strategies or positioning, and they'll just go in for the kill. They'll just kind of charge like they can't lose, and that was kind of the impression that I got at the end of the game there. You got Kratos, you got Suppressed kind of just flying in, picking up doubles left and right. They do run with pairs as well, and I think that's a big thing that hopefully Perfect Evolution can adapt to. Is we talked about teamwork coming into this, Tony, and I just felt like they're getting caught by themselves more often than not.
And that's exactly what we said we didn't want to see from Perfect Evolution before game number 1 even started. You cannot challenge these guys to individual gunfights, and then when Exit plus Rob are running in 2s and forcing those 2v1s, you're definitely going to be in trouble. You need to adapt that same strategy and put it actually on them. Hey, don't challenge Kratos to a 1v1 gunfight. Don't challenge Suppressor. Make sure that you're forcing them into situations and isolating different angles, that you're getting those advantages, and then you can up the tempo together. It's either together you run the tables or together you fall.
So far, they're falling, Tony. They're falling pretty hard. I'm hoping we see something. I'd like to see a show in game 2 here, some signs of life. I assume it's a Slayer, so they'll have hopefully some opportunity to bounce back, take a couple slays for themselves. Can they work with openings is what I'm going to be looking to see, because, hopefully they get one opening. Maybe they get 2-3 dead. Can they turn that into a snowball? Can they turn that into some form of map control? Because so far, we haven't seen anything to talk about, to speak about here, Tony, but one more chance. And that's just kind of the thing with ESA is, at the very least, you're getting high-level competition, you're getting reps. What will you do with those reps? Can you take that and improve? Here's your opportunity.
Yeah, my man of this game is really going to be Suppressed. Suppressed, actually, when I looked at the scoreboard, I think I saw Kratos with like 12-7. I saw Suspector with like 14-8, which was really impressive. I actually saw Suppressed with 12-13. He had 12 kills and even had 1 more assist than he actually had kills in that first game. So he's putting down massive amounts of damage, not only supporting his team, but also getting his kills as well. So this is going to be my player to watch here in game number 2. And of course, he's bringing the heat. That's right, he has the heat wave.
Yeah, no doubt expecting massive amounts of damage in this game too, Tony. We got 2 dead already, remaining 2 up in the base, still trapped. Those are Rio now down as well. Last one hiding in the back, and not too many options for survival. Actually does take a trade there, so Mega Man will drop 1 player, and they'll lose a couple resources, but you can see how quickly Exet control the top of the map and already have angles on new spawners here. Just going to fly in with the heat wave as well. Suppressed, not a care. He doesn't seem worried. They continue to overwhelm them here. 11-4 now.
Suspector advancing forward, taking down Mega Man immediately and without any timing loss whatsoever. I was going to say makes his way over towards Car's side, but missing a few clambers, decided to take a little bit of a scenic route. Not even a fancy jump like you would hit Shyway. Just a normal clamber, wasn't able to get up there.
Yeah, like you said, the scenic route, right? He's taking his time. They've got a lot of time to work with, right? Every time we jump to one of these POVs, it just seems like they got so much freedom on the map to make plays, in part due to how effective this team is working together, holding angles. Right now, Mega Man does take a kill. It's a bit of a double dilemma here for Kratos, and he does drop. Camo about to pop here. A little bit of pressure on the side of Perfect Evolution. Hopefully they turn it into something. like we talked about pregame here. Little opportunity as Zaryu and Plomo take 2 kills.
Suppressed actually still having the heat wave in the hands, looking to make some plays, and it looks like our boys in blue have been able to add a few to the scoreboard. It was 16-4, and they were able to put 4 uncontested kills until Suppressed once again utilizing the yeet wave, yeeting one off the map, going in for the second one, but he's going to be hunted down here by Mega Man, and now we might see Perfect Evolution take advantage and get that top mid control.
18-10 to start this game, Tony. Definitely a little lopsided, but not as bad as game 1. I like to believe there's still a shot at a comeback here. We'll see if they can do something to fight. Of course, Suspector in the meantime looking for a bit of a flank. By the time he gets there, the players are already out of the picture. You got multiple over on pink here. Plomo and Zaryu going to drop 2 again. Suspector here to join the fight, but at this point he's too late. 3 going to go down here for Xset. Looks like shot. Do we just call him Rob? Do we know if it's Rob for sure, Tony?
I mean, that's the team name. I'm going with Rob. So someone in the chat asked me who Xana is. I'm like, I don't know. He's Rob.
Because I don't want to have to say that name out loud if I can avoid it. Either way here, it's getting a little closer, though, 16-20.
Zaryu doing a great job. And like you said, it was a 16-4 lead in favor of Xset. They literally 4x'd the enemy's team score to start off the game. But man, Perfect Evolution playing their perfect Halo coming back. As I say that, they did go 3 down. Bit of a caster's curse coming into play as Zaryu goes in for the challenge, putting Suppressed down to 1 shot, but Suppressed laying down the law.
Suppressed so quick with that thrust forward melee that his opponent couldn't even react in time to counter the melee, which can tend to happen sometimes when these players move as quickly as they do. We'll see what Suspector can do in this situation. Of course, just trying to find an opportunity. Can't quite get a kill. 6 kill deficit here. Still a shot for Perfect Evolution if they could stay up. But of course, with Kratos and the wave, things can get a little dicey. Somehow he picks up a bank shot kill.
Kratos advancing forward with the heat wave, getting that top card control uncontested at the moment. Top mid control all in favor of Xset as all of the blue players are stuck in the blue base. Here comes the collapse, and Kratos about to let them know, about to welcome them to the big leagues here. First one in the sights ends up earning the assist. Suspector ends up getting the kill. Meanwhile, Rob off the screen gets a big kill. So 2 down go Perfect Evolution, and they're already working on the spawning players onto the blue fridge. All 3 players stuck in there. That's Xset are blocking every spawn point on the map and just waiting for them to collapse. With even after getting slayed out of the blue base, they're still spawning on the blue side over towards the blue fridge.
And that's the beauty of killing them in quick succession, though, right? If you drop multiple players at a time, your team has freedom on the map, and it's also way easier to predict where your opponents are going to spawn. And it makes it that much easier to set a snowball rolling. We'll see if they can keep it up. Of course, 38 at this point. Perfect Evolution continuing to drop. They do have a side of the map, though, at this point. They're back in their base, but they need to start to move forward. As I say it, you can see that perfect setup starting to form here for Xset as they all take top position. Nice little drop combo, a hold this from Suspector, and put down another for 41 at this point. And Perfect Evolution, despite hanging on for the first half of the game, it looks like Xset are starting to pull away quite a bit.
The drop weapon meta is so strong here in Halo Infinite. There's 2 ways you can do it. You can hold onto your switch weapon button, which causes the drop, but a little bit of a delay if you do it that way. If you set up a keybind or an actual paddle for a drop weapon, as soon as you tap it, it drops it immediately. And you see a lot of players making it popular with the Mangler, but it works just as well with the Commando, like you saw, the Heat Wave. Literally any weapon, instead of switching and having that animation and delay in shooting, you drop it immediately and your new weapon is up. If you haven't mastered that tech just yet, I suggest you add it, because so far it's here to stay, and it is game breaking.
Not gonna lie, Tony, I got myself a 6 back button Battle Beaver just so I could add a back button for the drop combo. I got one for ping as well, but man, there's so many little things that you can do, and if you have them like easily accessible, you can be so much more destructive on the map. As we can see, of course, that's only a small part of what went into that very lopsided game 2, a 50-29. No doubt we expected Xset to pull that one out. I guess it was just a matter of, can Perfect Evolution give us a bit of a show on the way there? But turns out, spectacular for that game 2, Tony.
And I will say, Battle Beaver is nice, but I mean, there's one controller out there that really is above them all. And like you said, you have to have that 6 different options. Some controllers give you that 4 paddles, and which is nice, but when you have 4 paddles on the back, and then you have 2 buttons right next to the triggers, you have 6 options.
Don't get me started.
Infinite. We in 2022, 4 is not enough. You got to up it to 6. This is actually made by Razer, one of our sponsors here for Series E. So guys, make sure you go on to that Esports Arena website. We'll have that linked in the chat. Make sure you go through and buy one of these, because let me tell you, if you don't have 6 options going into 2022, you will be left behind.
You got to be an octopus, apparently, in 2022. 6 is going to be child's play in 2 years, and then it's going to be about the 8 button bottom. You know, that the whole thing's going to be under the controller. 8, 10 buttons. You got to hit some with your toes. You know, you got to get flexible, apparently. The more buttons, the better here, apparently. But big, nice little tie-in to Razer. Definitely an excellent controller. I don't have that one myself, Tony. Do you have not to go way too off base here, do you have, you got like 2 control freaks on top of your sticks as well? You're going. I don't know
control
how much
freak, they don't pay no money to us. So, but yeah,
okay, we don't show those.
I do like the extra. I do like the extra height on the sticks, but but just like with most controllers nowadays, with the Razer, they have the stock longer sticks. So I'd recommend going with that as well. That higher sticks, get that extra precision, so you can miss shots just like I do.
So you can miss shots. It's a trade-off. You're trading off added precision for slower response time, though. The taller the stick, the slower it's going to feel to react to your movement. Like the short sticks are very snappy. This is a whole other discussion, Tony. It's an interesting one, though. I wonder, where the pros tend to lean. I find a lot of them go with the default. But anyway, maybe we'll have a sideshow, Tony. We'll talk about controllers. In the meantime, let's stay back on track here with the tournament, because I mean, we've got more high-level competition, and this is a big match. This is a match that I could see in grand finals here. This is Esports Arena Blue, unsigned talent. This is 2 pro-level teams right here, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen unsigned talent before that was originally started by Avenue and actually having Suppressed, who we actually just saw on Exit as part of their roster. Eventually, Suppressed ends up being poached by Exit. Avenue ends up going his separate ways. I'm not sure if there was a drop involved or if he voluntarily left, but eventually that roster that was unsigned talent ended up getting signed by a big organization going over into Anaheim. So obviously with Suppressed over towards Exit, Avenue decides to get his other twin brother, a part of the triplets, Avenue, Suppressed, and Diagram, and form this beautiful squad, combining them with Sorrel and Piggy and forming a new unsigned talent. I wouldn't be surprised if they put in the work, because this is a very talented roster.
Talented roster and players with some reps under their belt at this point as well, right? Piggy was a player who came up towards late Halo 5. I believe he made it to Anaheim recently as well. Am I correct on that, Tony? I think some of these players might have made it to Anaheim in that top 16 LAN event.
Yes, Piggy was on a team with Cycle,
different
Ziad,
team.
And maybe Tony's son, I believe it was.
Okay. Right, so you've got very high caliber players with reps from top HCS lands like Anaheim. You've got Esports Arena Blue as well. This is what, JKV, Gloriously, Gold Star. Who's the last one on here, Tony? This is Eli Elite. Right, yeah. And this is a team that we would see grand finals, Esports Arena, Halo 5, back to back. These boys would compete at the top level. So I can't wait to see where this goes. I'm expecting a close series with this one, to be honest. This is a very high caliber matchup.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, both of these teams are really talented. I think this is going to be a great test for Esports Arena Blue, and they're going to be tested multiple times. They may have qualified within that second qualifier to become Esports Arena Blue and get sponsored by one of these beautiful orgs you see above you: Intel, Nerf, Splash, Razer, Vizio, and Excedrin. But there's a lot of hungry other teams, a lot of hungry players that want to eat away at that spot. They want to take away their spot. Right. And one of them is unsigned talent. They want to get signed too. Maybe we need an Esports Arena Yellow or something. I don't know. I'll talk to some people. Don't worry, guys. I'll talk to some people.
It's still early, right? I think ideally we start with the 2 teams, ESA Red, Blue, and then hopefully that's the start of something special, Tony, right? Either somebody comes in, they take the throne, or we expand in, like you said, ESA Yellow or Burgundy, or what? I mean, how many colors do you want to go through? ESA Burgundy sounds magenta, right? Sounds fancier if they want if they want to take that angle. Either way, I can't wait to see how this goes. Of course, unsigned talent, like you said, there's a lot of reasons why they would want to win in a situation like this, not only for the money, but for the spotlight and maybe for a sign. Somebody will finally, give them that sponsor they're looking for.
Yeah, and I want to bring up that roster once again. So, like I said, Diagram Avenue, 2 of the triplets, the Halo playing triplets. By the way, they are all amazing players. I actually got the chance to coach a team featuring Avenue, Diagram, and Suppressed, and they were teaming alongside Swish. And the amount of fighting and arguing that was in our VOD reviews was absolutely insane. And I wish that they never teamed ever again, because all they would do is argue. But you know what? A lot of the twins do that. I mean, Roy and Lunchbox used to argue all the time, and now they're both top 25 players. So I mean, they were twins, and I mean, maybe there's something to be said here. You combine them with Piggy, who, let me tell you, Piggy doesn't lack any confidence whatsoever. I remember some of his tweets that he comes out with are very wordy, but he also backs it up. I remember back in Halo 5, I'd watch players like Penguin or other pros, and they would match up against him, and he'd be outgunning them. Let me tell you, Piggy's the real deal, and I think Sorrel really rounds out this roster really well. I think he might be considered the veteran that's on this team. So really like the way unsigned talent is formed. Don't like the fact that he started off 3 down, though.
Yeah, it's not usually a good look, but thankfully they got some time to clean things up and give us some competition here. Of course, as we say it, JK going to walk away with that early camo, and that might add insult to injury here. You can see they've got both A and C, and they're chasing down a couple weak players too. So Piggy back on spawn, spawners up in pipes, and JK with a great opportunity to keep the damage up.
Camouflage in the hands of JK, having somebody in his sights, goes in for the challenge, but he was taking fire from multiple different angles. Unsigned talent bouncing back and now stealing away Bravo, but it takes 2 to tango. Esports Arena Blue still holding on to the AC hold.
Nice little angle of the action here. I feel like you can see it. Just absolutely everything on the map. Not sure how they got the camera in there, but they did. Either way, as I say it, A and C currently held down 37 counting. Unsigned talent looking for some sort of an opening here. Maybe it's going to come with A, and maybe Avenue can be the one to set things in motion. Man's got a shock to work with. Got an angle to play with here as well. It's a perfect little setup to have. You can see they got a player over on Attic. They got 2 players there. So a U around the entire map. And it's up to Esports Arena Blue to find a way to break through, unless Avenue has something to say about it.
Many ways you can set up on this map. This is one way to do it, with the AV holding, forcing the spawns over towards C. But I mean, you also got to watch out, because when you spawn C, you can grab yourself a sword, and that's exactly what Eli Elite does. 3 down, go unsigned talent. They're actually going for A and B simultaneously. So a momentary trip cap going in favor of Esports Arena Blue, and they're already putting pressures on the players spawning on long haul and rotating to Charlie, but 2 quickly going down.
2 huge kills there from unsigned talent to try to reverse things. As it happens, though, immediately 3 go down thanks to Esports Arena Blue. I'm not sure if that camo got burned, though it is still on the ground, so perfect. Esports Arena Blue in position to get it. You got the help of Gold Star, who I believe picked up the camo as well. So not only have they flipped the map here, they got BC and a couple kills and the camo to work with. A lot of pressure against unsigned talent.
And JK continuing to apply that pressure, grabbing himself a sword as well. The assist is going to come in. 3 out of 4 members going down once again for unsigned talent, as Esports Arena Blue putting another trip cap on the board. Once again, the spawners going towards long haul, having to be funneled onto C. You see, this is exactly what Esports Arena Blue has done in 2 rounds of slays. This must be one of their strategies, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Just locking down the map. I mean, earlier we saw unsigned talent with an optimal hold, right? They had A and B. They had coverage across the map, but they only held it for, what, a matter of seconds. Esports Arena Blue have been so quick, so efficient to break setups and then just take advantage of the map. You got 2 dead already on the feed here. Last 2 up in pipes and not really able to challenge just yet. In the meantime, they're just going to hold on to position, hold on to points, and make the enemy team come to them. You got Furiously Eli Elite on the C side of the map covering that as well. Diagram does get a kill, but Gold Star quickly going to answer. Diagram does pick up 2, but can they stay up? As you got JK just flying through with a spree to pick up what's left.
And JK ends up getting himself a double kill, taking down Sorrel. and he always played on a really high sensitivity. So I mean, maybe the shots sometimes get a little wonky, but he can switch targets so quickly and get in and out of situations as fast as possible as he whips out the sword. When in doubt, whip it out, taking down Zarel, going in for the challenge on the Piggy. That's gonna be a double kill for JK, and I ain't kidding.
JK moving quick right now. You said it. I mean, it's not just the sensitivity. The man's making very fast decisions. He's not hesitating. At this point, sword in hand, he can continue to slice and dice his way through the stronghold as well. He got one more sitting in B. Does actually go down, though, so big defensive kill there to try to take back control of B. Of course, as I say it, Gold Star, a Guardian Angel. He'll pick up a double. Got a teammate in position, Eli Elite, to pick up a Marksman and another downed red player, and just an easy stop, ideally, onto B. So it looks like Unsigned Talent very quickly off a spawn. We'll get back to it.
JK currently 14-4 right now. We have Eli Elite on screen of Esports Arena Blue, 8-4. So good stats across the board, but JK really that leading slayer. Eli Elite is going to go down courtesy of Sorrel, who repulses Gold Star BR back before getting the cleanup and not able to take him down, being oh so annoying on that kill. As we take a look at the dominant plays coming in out of Unsigned Talent of an AB hold, Esports Arena Blue trying to steal away Alpha.
I mean, you said it earlier, Tony. JK on a tear, right? This man 15-5 on the board, just slaying everything in sight. They got to find a way to shut them down if they want a chance at pulling back the map here. 187 and counting. Furiously pinging out the long haul. Massive kill out of JK once again. So man's still hitting shots. Slides his way into pipes. Does he take this challenge? Of course he will. And can't quite get the kill. So big shutdown at a diagram, but no lag time between angles here as you got Eli Elite dropping right in to pick it up.
Alpha and Bravo quickly going to the hands of the boys in blue. Another momentary 4 down for Unsigned Talent. They're having a hard time. I mean, forget getting slays. At this point, they're having a hard time simply staying alive on the map as the pressure continuing to be applied here by Unsigned Talent, putting them 2 down. Eli Lee getting right behind enemy lines. Peggy going down. Another play over towards the grapple player. Flurcy going to get himself a kill on that one. You saw the pings coming in, so not only they're communicating vocally, they're also dropping pings down. And when Esports Arena Blue are small talking and coming in like this, they are simply unstoppable.
It's just such a good example of team chemistry versus a new roster full of good players who don't quite have the chemistry yet, right? We know on paper these boys are good. And I thought this would be close, but you know, we know they also recently formed, whereas ESA Blue have fought through the gauntlet to become this team to get this placement, and because of it, they'll take that first game with a dominant win, 250-51.
Let me tell you, that game number 1 was not only a part of taking the advantage in the series, it was to send the message. Esports Arena Blue are here to play. Unsigned Talent going to have to dig deep in this game number 2 if they want to keep their winners bracket hopes alive, because the last thing you want to do is follow that elimination bracket and run out of chances when you run up against a really strong squad. So Unsigned Talent want to bounce back right here, maybe tie up the series, force that game number 3, Esports Arena Blue having the opportunity to put the nail in the coffin.
It might happen quick at this rate. Of course, that was a fast game. A lot of dominance we saw to ESA Blue. I alluded to it at the end of the game. It's the teamwork. It's the chemistry. It's, you know, it's very clear that ESA Blue have got reps together. They've spent time grinding together. They did in Halo 5, but it's just kind of improved as we made it to Infinite, to the point that they've now, you know, they've got reason to continue to stay together. Whereas Unsigned Talent, on the other hand, very individually skilled. Hard to say whether or not they still have that chemistry, or if they can put it together in a best-of-3 series in a tournament like this, Tony. But Slayer coming up next, so maybe in a Slayer we can see some of that chemistry. We can see some openings. Should be, I believe, Aquarius once again as well. And I mean, just based off the last series, right? We had a lopsided series previously. There was still some life on that Aquarius Slayer. There were some openings, and you know, maybe with Unsigned Talent, they can make more out of those openings. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if you are going to Aquarius Slayer, I really got to give the edge to Esports Arena Blue. I feel like this team is really constructed for Aquarius. And when I look at Furiously and JK, these are 2 players that are willing to put in the dirty work. They play on fairly fast sensitivity and very decisive players, switching targets, willing to do that dirty work. They don't need to slay to be effective on the map. then you have players like Eli Elite and Gold Star BR who excel in free-for-all. Like, they love coming in and cleaning up kills, like breaking down the map, finding that target that's going to be weak, stealing and picking, getting these multi-kills. So if in a perfect world, I'm thinking JK and Flursley put down shots on multiple targets, stay alive, be nuisances on the map, and be such a hard kill. And then Eli Elite and Gold Star just come in and sneak in and steal away the kills. That's, in my opinion, I think that's where Esports Arena Blue are going to really be a tough squad to deal with, as they've already started off 2-0, and JK getting his hands on the camouflage.
Fair to say that in a straightforward, symmetrical map like this with 2 thrusters, it's, you know, it kind of bodes well for Esports Arena Blue. They should feel very comfy here. But at the same time, as we say it, 3-2 on the board here. Unsigned Talent with a bit of a favorable start and maybe a chance to set a snowball in favor of, assuming they can stay up. Avenue does drop. We get a trade on the feed, but top map control in the favor of Unsigned Talent here. You can see Esports Arena Blue stuck in the back of the map.
Ooh, JK over towards top flag right there, and there was no reason he should have hopped out the front and challenged, and ends up doing so, ends up going down quickly as Unsigned Talent taking a 7-4 lead. I would love to see JK put down shots and literally turn around with his high sensitivity and go the opposite way and gravitate towards his teammates. Meanwhile, Gold Star BR has been able to apply pressure onto the P side, already sitting up high, raining down shots. Eli Elite is with them so they can work a little 1-2 combo, bait and switch. Eli Elite puts in the damage. Gold Star BR comes in, beautifully played. This is the teamwork that I want to see from Esports Arena Blue.
Yeah, here comes the team shot for sure. You got a pair, 2 pairs on each side. Of course, nice little middle position here at a Gold Star, just trying to find his area of attack here. Eli Elite now alone top pink. Gloriously, Eli do drop, though. Gold Star maybe with a chance to get in the fray, though. Unfortunately, he's been found, tagged up. JK will go out with a trade. 3-kill deficit here. Can he win this fight? He'll manage to take a trade and keep things close. But, of course, the fight for the camo is what matters most here. And pink side control in favor of ESA Blue. Can they win this fight for camo, though?
JK going right towards the middle of the map once again. Just sitting kind of in no man's land, and it almost works out for him, but he is going to be hunted down. So does Flursley and Gold Star BR. So once again, a 6-kill lead has erupted in favor of Unsigned Talent. I want to see some good fundamentals. Play those perimeters, get that top mid control, and then you can play towards that middle angle as Eli Lee ripping apart enemy shields, but they've just have gone forward down an avenue, letting them know about it.
Unsigned Talent with map control, confidence, and a little attitude to go with it, apparently, as well. The moment they got a lead, after going down, 250 to 51 in Game 1, they're not going to go down in Game 2 without a fight. Piggy with an overkill, apparently, too, as he mops up the whole team. We'll catch it in the feed. But what a way to pop off and answer back and prove to us that this team came to play. So definitely still signs of life here. Let's see if they can actually close out as strong as they started.
Yeah, Slayer's always been the Achilles heel here for a team like Esports Arena Blue. They really thrive on their objective efficiency. And to be honest, I thought a map like Aquarius would be really good for them. But man, same mistakes that we've been seeing over and over again are kind of coming to haunt them. As once again they go 3 down. JK trying to maneuver around the map. He's going to be the 4th one to go down. Unsigned Talent have taken control of this game, and if Esports Arena Blue don't be careful, maybe the series.
A lot of them just getting caught in very compromised positions, right? Trying to make solo plays, trying to flank through from below, get something fancy with the thrust. Doesn't quite seem to be working out for him. 31 to 16. Nice little 2-man push, back base, make it 3 as they'll fly in, take the best of that trade, bring it to 33 to 19 as well. Camo about to pop here also. Heat wave in hand. He'll get the assist. Avenue there to help. A couple trades in from ESA Blue to try to fight back, but ultimately a massive hill they got to climb here. And if they're going to climb it, they're going to need this camo. So JK needs to be the man to stay up here. Got a teammate with him to ensure that they grab it. So maybe an opening here for ESA Blue.
Ooh, that is a beautiful double kill coming out of JK. Meanwhile, Eli Elite is putting pressure over towards the fridge side. Looks like he's going to get the kill onto the red hot Piggy EX now, was 14 and 7, the 8th death on the board, as Flursley is going to try to make some plays with the camouflage, grabs himself some thrusters, should have an advantage in an individual gunfight, or at least be able to get out of a bad situation. He does walk across multiple players. He's going to be spotted. The damage goes in. He somehow takes down Avenue, but quickly going to be cleaned up as Ivan.
If Fluriously going to somehow thrust backwards and stay alive in that situation, he had no business surviving. Of course, he did go down, but just living that long is a nuisance for the enemy team. And look at this, 44, both teams on each side of the map. ESA Blue first, ones to get up top. Sorel does pick up a big kill, and off that opening, they're going to try to pounce here. You can see he's caught in the center of it. JK going to get dropped by Diagram. On board here with Gold Star. Gold Star in trouble thanks to the Dynamo nades. And, 40 at this point. Final 10 kills to close it. And Eli, ESA Blue just being mopped up at this point.
Avenue backing down over towards bottom P. They're now 9 kills away from coming out with this game number 2. Easy cleanup kill coming up towards bottom mid. That's going to be 2 down for Esports Arena Blue. Unsigned Talent take advantage of that, getting that P and car control at the same time. Only one player defending the car. Piggy running ring around the Rosie all the way through bottom mid. Somehow is still alive off the screen. Sorel gets a kill on Eli Elite. JK gets the cleanup. Gold Star goes after Sorel, and after all these trades, really going in advantage of Unsigned Talent, who are now only 4 kills away from coming out on top.
Almost turning and getting that fight too, though. Eli will take it. Nice little top map control here. Piggy, though, unfortunately, he does. That's Sorel, who drops on board with Piggy. It's going to slow things down. Why not? 4 kills left to go, though. ESA Blue going to try to make it tough for them. Avenue going to also slow things down here. They just want to guarantee the win at this point. Avenue going for the 2 melee beatdown, or double beatdown to get the kill. 48 at this point. 2 more to close the game, looking inevitable, but nice little bounce back here from Unsigned Talent. They've proven to us that they can play. We'll see if they can hang when it comes to objective.
I will say Piggy did start off 14-7. Now he's 14-12, so a couple of deaths on the board. We did see him put some good assist on there as he puts 8 dimes to trade off those kills towards his teammates. As everybody really stepping up on Unsigned Talent. We are tied up going into a game number 3. And Esports Arena Blue, come on, you guys got home field advantage. Don't tell me you're going to be knocked down to elimination bracket round number 3. That's unacceptable. Y'all need to step up right here, right now. You're one of the better objective, efficient squads that we have in our league. Now it's your time to prove it.
Of course, the last game going to really tell us the better team in this situation, but maybe they just wanted to give us a show, Tony, right? Let's get a series. Finally, we got a game 3 here. Could be a very close one as well, but we'll see. Great to see some teamwork, communication, and spawn control out of Unsigned Talent, though, right? They had map control. They also played very effectively in situations where they lost their numbers as well. They would play their lives very carefully, especially at the end of the game, just kind of force out trades, ensure that if they die, they at least go down with one other player to maintain their lead and close the game. Like you said, Piggy, he started, 14-7, took a couple deaths towards the end, but managing to maintain assists, managing to ensure his team got trades so that they held on to their lead. If they can maintain this type of game plan in game 3, maybe they got a shot here, but just based off of what we've seen with ESA Blue, especially last week, like you said, Tony, you told me the stories, the clutch factor out of this ESA Blue team when their backs are against the wall is apparently wild, right? They come back from a 249 to what was the deficit? Something insane. Last week, they made a 3-0 sweep comeback.
They were down 0-2 in the series, and there was 249 as far as on the opposition who came out of the winners bracket. They were literally 1 second away from being swept in the grand finals. They ended up coming back from about 80 points, but then for them to pull off the reverse sweep and then to 3-0 the opposition to become your ESA Blue team was really, really impressive. Maybe at some point we'll play the highlights so you guys can see some of it, because they were really, really nice. Only if you win Esports, but we can't be playing highlights if you get knocked into the elimination bracket round number 3. So you know what? It's time to step up, and it's time to step up right here, right now. And they are being tested. And you're never tested when things are going good, things are going great. You're tested when your backs are against the wall, and now you have to fight from a deficit. Now you've dug yourself into this hole. You've lost momentum. Now we got to see how you're going to respond.
And where will they respond? It's going to be Oddball Live Fire coming up next, Tony. This could be a long matchup. We've seen this one go to round 3 many times. So I wonder how things will play out this time. Of course, moving very quick off the start there. JK with a nice slide picks up the kill on the Piggy. Couple trades to start it as well, though, but it looks like early ball time over to ESA Blue.
Just quickly comes in as early ball time toward Esports Arena Blue, but that's not really much just yet. Eli Elite taking a bit of damage from his teammate right there as Sorrel off the screen taking down Fleur. So you're seeing on the picture that Diagram, Avenue, and Pig, you're already putting pressure towards the midway point of the map to quickly go down for the boys in blue. And Eli Elite still having the sniper in hands, but can't seem to find our target just yet. Looks really uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah, head on a swivel for sure, right? He's in bottom mid, not really the ideal spot to be with this snipe in tight corridors as well. Still finding ways to hit shots, though. I think he took Piggy from behind that player, maybe accidentally. Either way, a kill's a kill. And because of it, they got time to push up and collapse now, too. Gonna pick up the ball, take it to tower, and I like this. Just make sure they get their setup planned out as they get their kills. 2 up as well to try to fight back, but a beautiful little setup here for ESA Blue and a line of sight with the snipe to start hitting shots.
And looks like Eli Elite is going to
Wait a
trade.
sec,
I don't know if he
fumble.
was going for the ball or if he meant to drop the sniper. Either way, a bit of a fumble, like you said, as 3 down go the boys in blue. And here come Unsigned Talent, have the opportunity to slay out, and that ball never made it off the map. So this is going to be some good ball time here for the boys in red.
Some very unfortunate timing for ESA Blue, though, right? They had the ultimate setup there, and just the decision to try to trade out weapons led to them losing their setup immediately. Of course, it didn't last long, though. ESA Blue very quick to turn the favor here. The ball does get played. Right from tower, they can start to move quick, get right back into the action. I love the use of that slide to at a JK. You can tell this man knows the map well as he hits a second pre-nade. A couple shots he'll leave behind just to hold on to C here. And hopefully teammates in position to pick it up as well. Going to be a bit of a fight here for this ball.
Ball back towards Esports Arena. Blue JK does end up seeing, doesn't end up seeing the player, but Avenue gonna put him down. So I thought that was gonna be easy slate coming in. As I say that, 3 down go Esports Arena. Blue and Eli Elite, the final player alive. If we can get a pick, that'd be a really good start for them coming off the spawn and hopefully breaking the setup of Unsigned Talent, who are sitting over toward the tower side. Avenue cutting off Eli Elite. JK taking down Sorrel. Tower has been cleared, but that ball is quickly being rotated all the way to scoreboard.
Yeah, rotated by a single player, though, right? Piggy in a rough spot there. He does go down. Few spawners up on B, so in position to challenge and try to fight for this ball. As I say it, though, JK not slowing down. Furiously, Eli, they take 2 kills. JK will hand the ball off as well, so nice little setup in A here. They got coverage on center map. They got Eli down bottom. He might have the heat wave. Spawners up on B as well, and JK just waiting the timeout, a couple fast slides if he needs them. Got to keep them back, though. Man's in trouble.
Gold Star BR sneaking over toward the A-house window, having 2 players in front of him over on scoreboard. That's not going to be good. Tries to isolate one battle, not able to get the kill. Unsigned Talent really getting aggressive. Avenue running into another one on A, but working the pole like he knows what he's doing. I can only imagine what his night job is. Oh, wait, it's all right. It's Halo. I'm sorry. 2 down for Esports Arena Blue. Avenue clearing out the A side of the base, 39-31 lead in favor of Unsigned Talent.
All I can say is I hope he gets tips for that kind of movement, Tony. Definitely earned a couple. Maybe the teammates will hit him up. We'll see. Either way, maybe a double here too. Not quite. He does get killed. And Furiously going to drop Sorrel. Nice timing on it too. He can get the camo for it. And can they get a little setup back together? You can see he's got a teammate already in A. Going to tag out a player. You can see he's looking for camo too. But Furiously knows better. Going to take his time with his prey.
Ivan coming in beautifully with the camouflage play. Excellent patience going in. And you notice the ping's going first, waits for the enemy team to make a mistake. Then he strikes, but finally he's going to be hunted down once again. Eli Elite, final player alive, taking down Avenue. Another big kill, but Eli Elite ends up hitting the black screen. And once again, Unsigned Talent having the ball in hands and currently the lead.
Despite this what felt like several setups we've seen out of ESA Blue, they haven't quite been able to get much time with it, right? 56 and counting here for Unsigned Talent as they do lead the board. Big part of that due to Avenue, by the way. The man is 16-8 already. We're first round in, what 4 minutes into the game. And the dude already has 16 kills to his name, about to close out the round, potentially, too, if they hold on to it. Nice little rotation here. Sorrel's still alive to help out. Going to try to get the ball to B. Worst case, he can play it off, and he might have to in a couple seconds here.
Yeah, this team does end up going 3 down. The nades are already starting to fall. I like how I do like the idea of milking time before playing the ball, but if he would have played it earlier, maybe he could put down some damage. Maybe he actually even could have got him out of that situation alive. Meanwhile, Esports Arena Blue end up getting the slay, and with the stagger spawns coming up, now they're going into their A-side setup. JK just navigating the mid. So if anybody wants to cross into the A-side setup, they have to deal with JK peeking out some shots and being absolutely annoying on the map.
Ooh, JK dying here would be rough, though. You can see the man's in trouble. If he does die, then that's just more ball time in a better setup here for unsigned talent. So JK playing it very carefully, waiting for his teammates to come push up. As I say it, Sorrel just dropped one. JK in with the trade furiously here in time to help pick up the pieces, but the man can't stay up. That's Diagram and Piggy going to drop 2 and leave Eli Elite by his lonesome to try to flank his way through this. All at the same time, Camo is spawning as well. So quite the dilemma, and I love that he snaps back, does get a kill. And can they turn this into some form of a setup here? You can see that unsigned talent continue to rotate the ball despite the deficit.
Eli Lee was by himself, but like you said, he did get a crucial kill. Fluency actually getting a takedown onto Sorrel as well. And the spawners are already coming toward the dummy side, so Eli Lee rotated the ball towards his spawning teammates. It should be a tower side setup, but he's already taking some heavy damage as multiple players seemingly coming out of nowhere. JK sliding up, beautiful curb slide, gets the kill, goes in for the second one, puts down some decent damage. 3 down, go unsigned talent. Esports Arena Blue are starting to take control.
You can tell who spent the time jumping around in custom games and who hasn't, just off of JK's gameplay right there. It's the way that he's positioning himself on the edge of some of these curb slide ledges. If you're standing near the edge, you can ensure that, oh wait, you know what? This is more important. Nice little bank shot kill here, almost lands a snipe as well. As I say, at 96 points on the board for unsigned talent, and Furiously needs to start hitting shots to ensure it doesn't lead to a round loss.
We have the Lucid combo in the hands of Flurry, Heat Wave, and Sniper. Doesn't want to let any of them go towards his teammates. He wants to make some plays off the screen. Diagram gets the first kill onto Gold Star BR. His twin brother Avenue gets the kill onto Eli Lee. Now Flurry going to be left by himself. And both the Heat Wave and Sniper are going to hit the ground and end up in the hands of unsigned talent, who are taking round number 1. They're now 1 round away from advancing forward and knocking Esports Arena Blue into the elimination bracket.
I mean, taking a peek at that scoreboard there, Tony, I believe I saw a Slay advantage on the side of Esports Arena Blue, despite, losing at what? They barely made 50 points in that first round. So really what you'd like to see is efficiency out of these boys on ESA Blue. It's clear that they can slay, but so far they're not finding setups. They're not finding time off of it. So can they turn this into something favorable? Of course, they all drop. As I say, they're going to lose the snipe. They're going to lose the ball and a setup as well. And I believe that's a Heat Wave in the hands of Avenue, too. So could not be worse to start this round 2.
Unsigned talent happy to have their C-side setup already. One thing I know that Alex would be happy about, even more happy than they are about their C-side setup, is the fact that the observer glitch is finally fixed here.
Oh, really?
For Halo Infinite, we now know that unsigned talent are up 1 round as Piggy ends up going down. 3 out of 4 members go down. Esports Arena Blue taking control here, round number 2, but down in an 0-27 hold in favor of unsigned talent.
Is that like confirmed in patch notes that there's no more? Oh, let's go.
Well, they didn't confirm in patch notes, but I've casted a few tournaments. It's fixed.
Either way, I'll take a dub where I can get it. At this point, that's a win for sure. I mean, now that we know, though, guaranteed, right? Unsigned talent, they lead, and they get 1 more round. They take this series as well. So ESA in a lot of trouble here if they can't get their act together. Of course, Sorrel going to drop 1. And as I say, a ball is going to rotate. Gold Star does have it, in position to play it if he needs to, and he will. And stays up somehow as well, though maybe not for much longer. The trade will come in, and ball reset.
Nades start to fly here for Eli Lee, who takes down Piggy Sane, taking a bit of team damage as he's going to go down easily from Sorrel. Avenue having the ball in hands. Can't decide if he wants the ball or active cam, or maybe he wants them both, as Piggy spawns over towards C. Avenue doing a great job of rotating the ball towards his teammates. You're going to notice that all the time with these players at a high level. As soon as they see their spawners spawning over towards one direction, they usually move that ball towards them. As Eli Lee gets the slay, ball ends up off the map. Shyway having a bit of a heart attack if Eli Lee would have fell into the ocean going for a bit of a swim.
It was like 2 things back to back. He did a double take. He thought he killed the ball guy, and then he fell off the map and reclambered. Either way, he's alive. Still in the picture here. Going to try to take a fight, man. Being tagged up left and right. I think he got stuck there somehow, too. Speaking of sticks, JK going to leave one behind as well. 54 on the board at this point here. Unsigned talent passing the halfway mark. ESA with a chance to maybe change things. As I say it to die, though. And unsigned talent so quick to take control and put these boys at a deficit. JK in a tough spot here as well. He does take a trade. Is it enough at this point, though? Unsigned, they got another setup off this.
This is not good for Esports Arena Blue. Luckily, the Slay does come in, but Piggy's still over towards the A side, repulsing back some nades, but the damage is still coming in. Piggy doing a great job of getting that ball to a little bit more of a baitable position. As 3 down go Esports Arena Blue. JK gets the Slay, and now going to get his hands on the sniper rifle. Misses the no-scope. Man, that would have been pretty. But once again, Unsigned Talent having the ball in hands. And they're about 30 seconds away from not only taking this round, but taking the game, and damn it, the series.
ESA Blue, they got to win this push. And they are. Okay, perfect. The answer to my prayers, I guess. 3 dead.
Done.
And an immediate set. I mean, it couldn't have been more perfect, right? They broke the setup. They created one of their own immediately. And can they hold on to it, though? Camo about to spawn here. Furiously with another kill. That's huge. 3 members left. Now 2 on the side of Unsigned to pressure them. And a great opportunity here to even the odds. Of course, at the same time, they got to watch that camo. So you can see this double dilemma at an Eli Elite as he tries to work on both.
And while we're seeing Flurry and JK spawning towards the tower side, once again, Eli Elite, again, bringing the ball over towards your spawning teammates. You never want to be a perimeter with the ball. You want to be in between 2 teammates, be the meat in the sandwich as opposed to the bread. Diagram, though, taking down Furiously. Gold Star BR goes right after Diagram, and Sherelle somehow comes out with the double kill, and Avenue stealing the ball away for Unsigned Talent. 25 seconds left of ball time, and they're coming out with the win. Esports Arena Blue need to make something happen, and Piggy is already watching the choke points.
Man, at this point, ESA looking like they have one good push left in this game to make things work. So that's a big pickup to start. Heatwave in. Nice little movement to try to stay up, but it's not enough. Sorel Avenue, they drop 3. 94 and counting here. On board with Furiously, who's just looking. Wait, is it Fleur? We're on board with Avenue, who's just cleaning them up and shooting bodies because it's game over, Tony. That's curtains for round 2 and for the series as well. Unsigned Talent going to send our sponsored ESA Blue team to the lower bracket at the start of the day here. What is it? Winners round 3. Tony, bit of an unexpected way to start ESA.
Yeah, that's one thing about our Esports Arena squads, whether it's red and I wasn't able to make it today or blue, as they have no competitive advantage whatsoever when they come into these open events. So anybody can come in and put them down, even unsigned teams such as Unsigned Talent. So again, we love our Esports Arena squads, but there's no advantages here as they're going to have to fight throughout the elimination bracket if they want to make their way into the grand finals.
Now, to give a little bit of credit to ESA Blue, this happened last week. This exact thing happened. What was it? Winners? I think it was winners round 3, or maybe even round 2. Before they were called ESA Blue, they got knocked out to lower bracket. They fought through lower bracket the entire tournament, made it to grand finals, reset the bracket, and swept their way and won the tournament. So they're in lower bracket. They're not out. Maybe there's a chance at a comeback story. It's happened before, but what a way to start, right? Unsigned Talent, it was a blowout game 1, Tony. It was 250 to 51 game 1 for ESA Blue. We thought they had it no problem. Unsigned Talent, they bounce back in Slayer and then just dominate in Oddball. And all of a sudden, ESA Blue, they're on the ropes, I guess, Tony.
Yeah, we all know how strong Esports Arena Blue are in strongholds, but sadly for them, we don't play 3 strongholds in a best of 3 series. It only usually comes up once or sometimes not at all. You have to be able to step up in a Slayer or an Oddball, which requires a change in pace. And sadly, they weren't able to switch up the pace and ended up down elimination bracket. Like you said, they've been here before. Their backs against the wall. These guys know how to do it. They're veterans. They've been there, done that type of players. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are a tough out throughout the lower bracket. I want to pass it over to Yeso and see what he's all about. And Jose, how do you feel about that game, Yeso? You feel good?
Tony, I feel like we had a really interesting start here to the season here in Series Z Halo Infinite. I do want to go back just briefly to that Exit series first before we jump into Esports Arena Blue right there following to Unsigned Talent. So let's start with Exit. And really, I felt like that series, and we only got 2 games out of it, right? It was the quick 2-0 from Exit and pretty dominant from them. I felt like that series was such a perfect example of something that is obviously very core to the design of Halo games, and it's something that Shyway loves to talk about, pick apart, and break down very often when he talks about Halo and competitive Halo in particular, and it is the sandbox and how the best teams are able to utilize the sandbox. And we really saw that from Exit in both games, building early leads, taking advantage of the sandbox, whether it's grabbing power-ups like Camo or Overshield, or getting control of weapons like the Heat Wave and others, and allowing that to be what gets the snowball rolling. Exet, controlled the sandbox, got all of these power weapons and power-ups very consistently, and allowed that to be really what allowed them to get Perfect Evolution into really a pretty tight chokehold. And Perfect Evolution really never had any opportunity to get back into either of those games. Exet secured a lead early, used the sandbox to get that snowball rolling, and that once that momentum was going, there was no real stopping Exit. So well done. A real clean, clinical performance there from Exet, and I should say Exet plus Rob to give full credit there, but they looked really good. And it's no surprise, right? Exet, obviously a team that we know very, very well, with a lot of name value behind that squad. And so that's the kind of performance you would expect from them in an open bracket format just like this. So they take care of business, grab that win, and move on. But now we jump to the second series here, and it's our first opportunity to look at Team Esports Arena Blue under that banner since they qualified here for Series Z. And of course, they were going up against Unsigned Talent. And we kick off with Strongholds, and ESA Blue came out swinging big time. They were very dominant from early on in that Strongholds game, really kind of never gave up control and just dominated that game really from start to finish. And that is, if you are Esports Arena Blue or a fan, the kind of performance that you want to see from them to start off this series. I talked about it at the start of the show. All the hype that people have been putting behind Esports Arena Red, all of the discussion behind them considering their performance at Anaheim, and it feels like, Blue has been kind of little brother here because we haven't seen that opportunity for them at the big stage, and now this is an opportunity for them to start to put, get people to put some respect on their name. And if that's what you're hoping for, that's the kind of performance you want from the start. But then the problems set in after that, because while Blue was dominant in that first game, we saw Unsigned Talent punching back pretty significantly. In game number 2, we go to Slayer, and Unsigned Talent wins 50-39. Now, it's not necessarily a crushing defeat, but I would say that 11 kill gap is not the kind of distance you want to see between Blue and a team that they're playing, right? That is a little too wide of a margin. And if you're looking at Blue after especially how dominant they were in game 1, how clean a lot of their rotations were, and how they continue to carry momentum kind of from start to finish in Strongholds, the inability for them to slow down the game in game number 2, give themselves a foothold to get back in that game, really got out of control from them. And then the fact that then carried on into Oddball in game 3, and then they get 2-0'd in Oddball there, is really going to sting. So unfortunate to see such a strong start go by the wayside there in game 2, and it carry over into eventually a 1-2 loss there for Blue. But we do have to note their day is not done. Again, this is a double Elim bracket, so they do have an opportunity to get back into it. But there's definitely some work to do, and hopefully they can learn something from those 2 losses in that series, because they still have to make up quite a bit of ground now. And, of course, their backs now against the wall in the lower bracket. Production has let me know, though, that our next matchup is ready to go, so I'm going to hand it back off to Shyway, and why not, to get us back into the fun.
Thank you, Yeso. In the end of the day, I mean, I'm just a fan of high-level competition and good storylines, right? ESA Blue are on a mission to prove that they are not a team to be messed with, that they are a top-caliber team, Now they just got to prove it from the lower bracket, right? Now it's going to be a grind for them to fight through the gauntlet to get to that point. And it also lets us know, I guess, in this tournament that there's a lot of high caliber players, right? And we've only seen a very small sliver of it. We've got PK in this tournament. We've got Fnatic in this tournament. There's so many big hitters here, Tony. I can't wait to see where this goes.
I'm actually still mesmerized by that giant TV that was behind Yates. So I'm pretty sure that was the 55-inch Vizio TV that Esports Arena is actually giving away. If you click on that link in the chat, it's 55. It's celebrating 55,000 viewers. I'm sorry, it's followers on Twitter, and you could possibly win a 55-inch Vizio TV. That thing was gigantic. Pretty much takes up the whole room.
I'm definitely not opening up the link in a separate tab right now as I speak.
There might be a conflict of interest. I don't think we can actually enter, Alex. I apologize. But you know what we can do is enjoy this amazing matchup that we have. Exit and unsigned talent in your winners bracket semifinals.
And it's a good matchup to see, right? Except we watched previously. They dominated in the matchup that we watched to the point where it wasn't really even a contest. We didn't get to see what they were fully capable of. Unsigned talent kind of almost out of nowhere, I'll say by our surprise, sort of swept their way through ESA Blue. What we expected was a top competitor. So maybe this is the matchup we've all kind of come to see, Tony. We've got Xset who are looking for high-level competition. I mean, here you go. Unsigned talent. They're playing hot today.
Yeah, and probably the first time that we're actually going to be seeing 3 triplets in the same exact lobby, but not on the same team. We have Suppressed on Exit, and then we have Diagram and his twin brother Avenue on the same to Unsigned Talent. Now, mind you, Suppressed started on Unsigned Talent before he was poached away by Exit, so wouldn't it be a really cool win for Unsigned Talent to come out on top in this one? So a little bit of a hidden storyline there. This should be a really fun matchup. And more importantly, the winner of this is going to make it into the winners bracket finals, which guarantees them a top 3 placing win or lose and a bit of our prize pool.
When you said that you've got some triplets on one team, another triplet on the other, the first thing I think is who's going to be the one to start the teabags and the trash talk, right? This is Xset we're talking about. You've got Kratos on that team with Suppressed, and then you've got these 2 brothers on the other side who already were teabagging in the previous series, right? In Aquarius, they get up by 10 kills. Next thing you know, they're shooting bodies. They're making them feel it mentally, I guess, too. So I'm just waiting to see when the body disrespect starts, Tony, because at this point, I would only expect it when you've got brothers. Like you said, these boys, they love to argue when they play together. What happens when they play against each other? There's got to be some rivalry at play.
I love how we have these 2 teams in a lobby together, and we talk about Diagram, Avenue, Suppressed with the teabags in the same lobby that Kratos is also in. And we haven't even talked about him because we all know that he's no stranger to trash talk literally whatsoever. Again, he definitely said that he was top 10 in the league and actually one of the best players that we have
here live that down.
In Halo Infinite. And he's going to have a chance to prove it right here, right now.
I do respect the fact that he set a very high bar for himself, saying that he's, top 10 or like a top player. And now he's just got to live up to it, right? You might as well just own it and speak it into reality. We might be, some of the casters might be kind of, not really making fun, but playing off of it. But maybe one day Kratos will actually be that top player. What a way to do it than to, to prove it here in ESA with a series like this as well, Tony. So I can't wait to see it. Best of 3 once again. It's going to be winner semis. So a different format, different maps, different game types. And I can't wait to see what that brings us. Of course, I need to figure out which round of semis is, though, Tony. It could be CTF Bazaar, or it could be Stronghold Streets. We'll find out in a second.
Yeah, one thing I will say about Kratos, I remember during one of his interviews, he was talking about SSG, and he said that SSG need to prepare for him on land, and prepare for Kratos on land, and I actually think that's true. I really feel like there is value in a player who's not afraid to get loud and not afraid to let you know. Because if you go in with any kind of insecurities whatsoever, if you start off a game not so hot on land whatsoever, and these stations are literally facing each other, Kratos will let you know. And let me tell you, if you don't come in with that strong mental, some players might fold under that pressure. So I will say, though, this is online, so it's kind of hard to play those mental games the same way that you can do on land. But that's one thing I would say. I would not want to go up against Kratos and be underperforming.
Hey, we talked about it at the LAN, right? There's a whole different strategy at play in LAN, especially with how you position your team at the setups, right? Kratos always sits on the far side of the setup, the closest to the other team. Because if he's going to trash talk, you want to make sure that the enemy team is the first to hear it. So there's like a mind game in, where the players sit and how they kind of organize themselves so that they can create that mental pressure. But like you said, it's online, different kind of, environment. Maybe he calls him up on Discord, like you said, send him a text or something. But either way, the only way I think to really make him feel it is body shots, teabagging when you get the chance to. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of it if somebody starts it. I think somebody has to hit the spark, start the fire, and the next thing you know, this is nobody's safe basically.
And to kind of answer your question from before, what round are we on? I mean, we just finished round number 3 earlier, and now we're in the semifinals. So I'm assuming that we're in round number 4, and I believe we're starting off with Stronghold Streets as our game number 1. So very small map, a map that you definitely, really can't slow things down. You always have to be on the move, and it's going to really be a nice warm-up for both of these squads in case they weren't warmed up already.
Yeah. You got to get warm quick. Like you said, the way the map is designed, split spawns happen continuously because it's so easy to get into different spawn locations and block them. So you got to be so aware of those heavily weighted spawns like PD or like C and to be able to like turn on a dime, depending on where your teammates are to know if there's going to be that split spawner there to lock things down. Or at the same time, can you create that kind of ideal setup? Can you have A, especially B. B is a great central location on the map to control. You've got access points to both A and C. Depending on how things are going, you can make those rotations. So, can they lock down those points and then at the same time control the weapons? You've got the rockets that are going to bring you to center map every 2 minutes. You've got the stalker, which is so damn powerful and I feel like is slept on in the lower levels of play, Tony. I don't know about you, but the 2-shot drop combo with the stalker's insane 3-shot kill cross map. The thing is nasty if you hit shots. So can't wait to see that in play. And of course, the shoddy, the drop wall, the thrust. So much to work with here.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I love utilizing the stalker rifle.
It's one of my favorite weapons.
You could put shots from across the map, like you said, the 2-shot drop. Actually, I haven't done the 2-shot drop too much. I've been trying to go for the perfect kills. I'm going to try to implement that into my gameplay. And yeah, I mean, I've studied Cloud9's gameplay on Street Strongholds a lot. You're going to notice that a lot of these top teams start off with an A-B setup. That's kind of your core. Grab B, grab A, look down on your opponents. They're not going to rush automatically to C, though. They're usually going to get that secondary round of slays. That's when they'll have 1 or 2 players going towards C, but still having a player sitting back towards that PDA side. What that does is it gives you the triple cap, but then it forces the spawns over towards the Cafe Purple Street side of the map. And that's where you're furthest from any point, and then they'll collapse together. So usually starts with the AB setup, slay out again, send 1 or 2 players over towards C, and then collapse on the Purple Street side. Really, really hard to do, but when these top teams are doing it, it puts you on a cycle, and by the time you're able to fight out of that cycle, you're in such a deficit that you really can't get out of it. It's a really, really strong strategy.
Right. And a tough spot to spawn, too, in that alley, right? Tight area to be very, susceptible to nades, pre-nades, as opposed to C, which C is low ground, but C is like a fortress, right? You can kind of, haul up and kind of camp out there and get good angles and find a way to slowly kind of retake control, earn kills. Something like the alley, you got to make a decision and make it quick. You got to rotate, get to A, rotate, get to C, or you're getting trapped, kind of cut off very early on. So we'll see how these players take control of it. Like you said, they always find a way to create these types of kind of perfect map control setups. And I think what's even better is how teams react and respond to those setups. How quickly can you break a snowball? How quickly can you turn unfavorable map control into, I guess, favorable control for your team and set that ball rolling for you and your teammates? Of course, the only way to see it is in the game. So here we go. Street Strongholds already underway. Nice little opening kill from Sorrel here and a cap on the B to start.
And one really strong position that we're seeing is actually right here on towards the B side. I like that B railing side, because when you have control of A and B, that B railing, you can sit there and you can watch the cross of anybody trying to make it from Subway over towards Purple Street and put rain down shots watching the cross. And that palm tree that you're looking at right here blocks a lot of the sight lines over from towards that top railing. This is a power position, in my opinion, on this map that really doesn't have that many of them, as Sorel tries to make his way over towards the B railing, ends up getting himself a double kill. Suppress gonna match it with a double kill of his own. And 3 down go Exit, but Unsigned Talent are also 3 down as well.
Nice little trade of blows to start the game for sure, but 42 points off of that for Unsigned Talent. Maybe a little more if Piggy can continue to win fights. Somehow Piggy takes that win onto B. That gives them the secure they're looking for. Because of it, they got B, C. Now, remaining spawners up in A to try to stop the bleeding. But Avenue, what an angle. Cross map to rip the face off, too. What are you noticing here, Dan?
Look at the cap on A. It's like literally a sliver away. It looks full. Yeah. It literally looks full right now. It's a sliver away from being capped, but it looks like the reset comes in.
And in a millisecond before that red player jumped into the cap, he reset it as well, right? So just ruining this man's hopes and dreams here. Suspector now dead. And then Avenue with a quick rotation back to B, knowing the spawners are up on C side. He can just lock things down here and make it very difficult for them to get up driveway.
So that's what I was talking about before. Spawners come in. See, they're already pushing for C, so that's going to be the trip cap. And now the spawners are coming in towards Purple Street. If the collapse comes in, that is not going to be good here for Team Exit. If it's Unsigned Talent that implemented a strategy where I would expect a team like Exit to be able to execute it, but looks like somehow Suppress gets away with rockets. That was not a part of the plan. Now Exit get themselves a triple cap, so they literally flipped it right on Unsigned Talent.
Avenue had a nice angle, but no one to support him, right? Exit got 2 quick kills and earned map control. Nice little double at his Suppress as well to keep him back on spawn. Now Suspector has gotten away with a shotgun as well. Got an opponent in A. Probably not going to last long. Suspector going to deal with him. Reset on the cap here. A and B under control, so top map for Exit. Maybe a chance for a little snowball here. You can see spawners up on C side, but the awareness over on PD as well. Suspector knows that spawn might be open for a split with his teammates pushing up. So he was ready for a fight, but just couldn't take it.
And Stalker Rifle in the hands of Avenue. You talked about how strong this weapon can be. Putting it to work immediately, making the player one shot as Sorel comes in for the cleanup kill. Sorel ends up getting another double kill. I feel like Sorel's always on the kill feed some way, shape, or form. But Suspector, one of the leading slayers on Exit, putting the end to the hopes and dreams of them coming back in this game here at the B side, as Suspector now going to try to clear out the rest of the map.
Damn, there's a point of view I've never seen before. We can see everything up from bird's eye view here. A couple fights going down center map here. Diagram going to drop. Suppressed, actually Suspector. Suppressed going to answer for him. And that little opening might have given him some high ground here. B and C now held down because of it. Got a teammate with him on B, but the rotation through to C out of Unsigned Talent, as we say it, to try to keep them moving quick. Because of it, they should be able to get this hold here. Nice little rotation out of Exit to retake top map, though, so maybe they can work with the advantage they've gained here.
Commando with the hands of Piggy. I keep wanting to call him Piggy Sade. I apologize. He's going through a name change here. Piggy EX. Need to respect that.
Okay, fair enough.
But Commando with the hands of Piggy. Suppress gets a big kill onto Sorel. The rocket coming, putting Piggy down to one shot. And Piggy, instead of backing down and try to play the angles on Arcade, he decides to go out for the ego challenge and ends up being put down. Now we're seeing Suppress getting right behind enemy lines, grabbing himself a thrust, earning a perfect kill. 2 down go Unsigned Talent as Exit are now taking control of Bravo. Meanwhile, Alpha and Charlie are being taken by Unsigned Talent.
Suppressed with a nice middle position here, though, right? This is the opportunity to lock down those spawners. Coming out of alley, he somehow gets that kill, too, to snap for a second. Almost picking it up, leaves that player one shot, but Sorel will bounce out. Because of it, now he's earned that center spot. And maybe a chance to cap the hill. No competitors to stop him, though he's lost a teammate over on A, so rotation coming in. We'll see what he can make of this exchange here. His whole team now up. Got Diagram with a kill to open things up as well. Drop wall down, so should keep him safe as he earns this cap. Of course, losing a couple teammates as we say it, though.
Terrell makes his way over towards the tire side, ends up going down to one shot, but he is going to be hunted down over towards the middle portion of the map. Suppressed holding down bottom C at the moment as we have a CB setup in the hands of Exit. 3 players spawning towards Cafe. They have to gravitate through A for unsigned talent, and they're going to try to work on that B control. Easier said than done because they're being cut off. Suppress having a player in front of him, ends up getting the easy cleanup onto Sorrel, and Avenue comes out taking out Suspector with the trade.
Oh my.
And Suppressed will go down.
Getting very aggressive on driveway there. He had the thrust, but he burnt it. Was still challenging because of it. He paid the price. Rob going to walk away with a kill on the diaphragm. That's an opening for Rockets here, and you can see Sorrel wants a piece of it, but spots 2. He'll have to bounce out immediately. Rockets going to end up going to Exit, and Sorrel going to get some help from Avenue to pick up one. Can they use their numbers here? Look at this. Avenue on the feet, but Suppress going to pick up one with Rockets, and a second. 2. Suppress here to even the odds, but Piggy going to answer back and give them a chance to rotate out to A. You can see they're starting to even out the score line here, too. If they cap A, they can keep the lead or earn the lead, potentially.
Yeah, Exit having a 143 to 131 lead, but Unsigned Talent doing a great job of out-rotating. The moment they go after one position, Unsigned Talent are immediately in another one, keeping them on a rotation. But finally, Exit getting the slays that they need, having a CB hold. Suppress going in for the challenge onto the player over towards Heaven, having another one in the PD danger side, which is going to be Avenue, his twin brother, taking him down. Suspector with the Bulldog in hands, making sure that A is cleared out, so they can make something happen here over toward the PD side of the map.
Suspector going to watch his head here. That's the thing, you're not safe if you're crouching behind those plants, right? It's just slightly too short. If somebody gets a jump angle, especially off the balcony that we saw earlier, they can still pick you off. It's a nice little rotation here out of Suspector as he does try to stay up, man, getting tagged. He's got Kratos on that right-hand side perimeter, but does want to push on to B. Thankfully, no hit markers to reveal this, man. He's still in trouble. Nice pickup out of Rob, though. That's the opening, man. He's going to barrel straight down center. Maybe not the right timing to do it. He dies for it. And all while it happens, Suppress going to turn another. I thought for a second Unsigned Talent might have been able to turn 2 here, but Exit going to earn back B.
Donnie sealing away Bravo quickly as 2 down with Unsigned Talent. There goes the Purple Street spawners once again, but the nades flying in out of Diagram, taking out Suppress. They are twin brothers. I'm not sure there's a little screen peeking there. He knew exactly where he was. Avenue going over toward the B Street side, getting in the challenge onto Arcade, not playing any games whatsoever as Kratos goes down. But it looks like 3 down go Unsigned Talent, and Suspector once again playing that railing. But there's somebody right behind them with the Sentinel beam, cooking them quick.
Yeah, man, moving quick for sure. They got the Rockets, though, to make sure they deal with what's left of Unsigned Talent. Rob gonna get another kill to his name here. Piggy there with the trade. All 3 remaining members, so they're gonna push up into B. And Rob running into multiple. He'll die for it. 200 points and counting here. So Unsigned Talent locking down the map in the end zone. Less than 50 points to close it. Exit. They need an answer, and currently they are getting dropped like flies. You can see another one caught out in the alley. Not much you can do from cuts here. They need an answer. They need it quick here, Tony. Diagram takes 1. Suspector with a trade. And all while it happens, we got a 2-man push up through B stairs. But look at Avenue as he tries to milk the fight.
Love the B stairs flank coming in out of Avenue, but it's so hard to fight out of that position. You're literally looking straight up. So if you get into an individual gunfight, most of the time you're going to end up losing it. But sometimes you can catch the jump on your opponent. Sadly, not then, as Suppressed stealing away Alpha quickly. And it looks like Bravo's going to quickly go into hands of Unsigned Talent, but the double cap being held here by Exit plus Rob. And now we're seeing the collapse coming over towards the C side. Beautifully played by Suspector, who puts down most of the damage on that one. Suppress is actually going to be challenged onto front A.
Damn.
And finally, Avenue takes him out. 3 down go Unsigned Talent. Rob takes down the 4 thanks to the beautiful double kill and the killing spree. And Exit are starting to take control.
Potentially. We got Sorrel with another trade. That was a huge double out of Rob, though, just to try to keep the map in their favor. Of course, the battle still continues here. Sorrel going to bounce into A. Snaps on the one that's Kratos, now dead. He'll drop. Avenue on the chase for a kill here just to keep the favors on their side. Unfortunately, they can't quite do it. Very quickly, Diagram going to bounce into A, though he does take it. That's 2:15 and counting, but the fight for Rockets so damn crucial here. Diagram caught in the reload, can't win it. And those Rockets, I believe, will go to Kratos. So Exit with this one push They could completely turn things around unless Avenue takes a double like he does.
And let me tell you, we shout out Kratos. Doing it all, having 18 assists and winning that fight over for Rockets. Beautifully played by Kratos, and all of Exit as suppressed, making his way onto Alpha, putting the Stalker rifle to work immediately, stealing away the AB setup, but quickly unsigned talent, trying to rotate toward the B side control, but you can't do it by yourself. There's 3 eyes trained on him. Quickly, Diagram goes down. The reset is most likely going to come in, and Exit are looking to take game number 1.
So quick and decisive off of exit. They don't even run for the reset. They immediately flip their attention to A and just collapse on that split spawner. Make sure he does not capture A, and they don't get top map control because of it. Now they're flailing here. Unsigned talent. They need to find a way in. 240. Counting is suppress the movement to stay alive. Here he takes Diagram. And that's a massive trade to keep things on their side for the final seconds as Exit pull out the comeback and the win in game 1 to 50-2. 15. I thought that was over, but man, did they find a way to pull things out.
And beautifully played by Exit. Unsigned talent were trying to make their way over towards a base because you can't put any any stronghold time if somebody's already starting on a base unless you have a trip cap. And they got the slays they need. Very rarely do you see a team actually win a game of strongholds while being 3 down. But literally, they were watching the choke points perfectly as anybody tried to rotate over towards B or the A side of the map. They ended up trading out kills. They go 3 down, but they bought just enough time for them to put the 250th point. Beautifully played by Exit, who go up 1-0 in the series.
Thankfully for the minute delay, we can still kind of see some of it on the Twitch stream, Tony. But man, suppressing the end of the game, popping off with that Stalker, but also just the teamwork, the synergy in the end too, to earn back B, and then to recognize that split spawner over to A, immediately turn their attention, double team the player, make sure he dies, know that the rest of the team is over in C, and you see Suppressed cut through the center of the map and just start pressuring them. And the way that he stayed alive and played his life and managed to pick up a trade before he dies, it made things so difficult for Unsigned Talent. They couldn't quite find the resources to get back to the top of the map in time to stop the snowball. So man, what a way to clutch up and close things out at an exit. Like you said, they pulled things together. They found the kills, they found the control, and they had that timing too to ensure they locked it out.
Yeah, Exit plus Rob are now 1 round away from making it into the winners finals. And like I said, guaranteed a top 3 placing and a piece of the prize pool. But if I'm Unsigned Talent, I think this is a great test for them. They know how talented they are, and they know they have a potential to be that top 16, top 12 team, and maybe even fight for a top 8 placing on a really good day. But in order to get there, you have to be able to beat the likes of Exit, who are not fully loaded. Arctic is their official 4th, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been any team change whatsoever. Rob is just a temporary 4th. So this is your time to shine. This is your time to get a big win against a big name like Exit. So I want to see them answer back bigly in game number 2, hopefully force that game number 3 and steal away the series.
I mean, if we jump back to the last series, this is actually an upgrade for Unsigned Talent compared to their last series, right? Esports Arena Blue took them down like 250-51 on Recharge Strongholds. Strongholds, from what we've seen, we haven't seen too much of this team. Strongholds has been kind of a weak game type for them so far, but when it came to Slayer, when it came to Oddball, they bounced back immediately. They played their game very well. So Unsigned Talent, maybe you give them the right combination of maps and game types and things change. So Slayer should be up next. We had Stronghold Streets. It's going to be Live Fire Slayer up next. We saw Live Fire ball out of this team up against ESA Blue, and man, did they know how to control the map and take the objective. Can they do it when it comes to Slayer, right? You got the snipe, you got Heat Wave, you've got a drop wall, a repulsor. There's so much on the map to make plays with.
And to kind of touch on your point, like you said, in round number 3, they lost to Strongholds, 1 Slayer, and then 1 Oddball. It just so happens that this is round number 4, and the next 2 game types are a Slayer and an Oddball. You have a Slayer on Live Fire, then we'll be going into an Oddball on Recharge. Right. So, if a little bit of history repeats itself, maybe they will come out with the win. But I will say, we are talking about XSET, which let me tell you, I've quickly become an XSET fan. Since they've added Suppressed, I think that added a whole new firepower to the squad. I started to see it to the tournament leading up to Anaheim, where they looked refreshed and almost looked renewed. And then at Anaheim, they really put off some upsets and put people on notice. So this is a strong squad, and dare I say, maybe a tick above Esports Arena Blue.
Maybe. We'll have to see. The big worry is, and this is exactly what I was going to say, Tony, is Suspector is on this damn team. This is one of Suspector's best maps, and we're seeing it to start the game. The man picked up the snipe, already picked up 2 kills. So my big key to success for this blue team, for Unsigned Talent, is you got to shut down Suspector, and you got to do it quick, because he's already making plays to start the game.
Your keys to success is to shut down the player with the highest KD in the Pro Series. I mean, good luck doing that, man. Suspector still having that sniper rifle in hand. So 4 bullets make that 3 because he plants 1 onto the brains of Eric Avenue. Has another one in his sights. The bodies are going to come in. Goes in for the challenge, but Diagram does cover all of his bases, putting him down, but still an 8-4 lead in favor of XSET and Rob.
Great confidence at a Diagram, too, to continue hitting shots despite getting tagged up by the snipe. Like, Suspector played that perfectly. He waited patiently. He let the man fly into the bullet. Just couldn't quite clean it up because Diagram had so much confidence in the latter half of that fight. That confidence is going to be so important, especially in the early moments in this game. That's a pancake for Suppressed. He'll melt another. Kratos will take the kill, but man, are they feeling the pain off these power weapons in the start here. And this is something they didn't have to deal with in the last series, right? Aquarius Slayer, you don't get the same combo of weapons with a snipe on the map. Everything changes.
Ooh. Beautifully played by Suppressed, but he is finally going to go down. That's going to be a double kill going in favor of XSET, but it looks like Unsigned Talent answer right back and getting the full squad wipe on to XSET plus Rob. Overshield is coming up, and look at that play. Avenue, you notice how Avenue slide over towards that A side corner. What that did was completely block the A spawns and force the B side spawners. Now that's going to grab him. Overshield that allows him to apply pressure over towards the spawners. Beautifully played by Avenue. Unsigned Talent. If they keep playing like this, I wouldn't be surprised if they could eat away at this lead, Alex.
Well, the difficulty here that you're seeing, though, is that the rotation that XSET made to get to C, though, to get high ground to try to fight back, though, as it happens. Nice little round of trades here coming out of Unsigned Talent as they try to get the best of this. Now it's 16. There's still a slight deficit here. Might be losing more here. Kratos going to take full advantage of that fight. He's got Rob with him for maybe a bit of a sneaky rotation up through B side, or through, the OS. We'll see if they do it. Kratos already does take Sorrel. Still some high ground control here. That's a BR over on C. I thought that was a snipe for a sec, but not going to fend them off. Instead, 2 dead on the feed as XSET continue to pull away here.
I know for a fact Suspector is confident in this series because he actually DM'd me mid-series when I asked him who is Ikshana, and his exact words was he used to be known as Rob Exhale, a good friend of his who just switched his name recently and is going to be competing this season. So anybody who's looking for a fourth, look no further than Ikshana, formerly known as Rob Exhales, because he's the real deal.
So Ikshana, maybe we should actually start calling him by his real name here, especially if he makes plays. Suppressed is doing just that. That's a double for him. He'll hold on to snipe and the map as long as he keeps the tower here. We got OS spawning up shortly. But so it's not Rob the Turtle, like you said, Tony. It's Rob Exhale. So completely different player, but maybe equally cracked. So far, so good here for XSET Game 2.
Sniper rifle in the hands of young Donnie, which is Suppressed, no doubt about that. 3 down go his teammates, though, so he's going to be the final player alive sitting over towards tower, waiting for his teammates to spawn. And as that's happening, I mean, whenever you're looking for a sniper player, normally he's going to be on the tower, so the nades start to rain down. Suppress goes down as well. Robin Suspector spawning over towards the B side, but Sorrel having the strong side with the sniper. Gets the shot onto Rob. Exhales. Breathe, young man. You can't anymore. Avenue now going to be advancing forward onto the tower side, earns himself an assist. And man, Unsigned Talent are playing well, but they're still down by 5 kills.
Yeah, Unsigned Talent going for some wild confidence plays here, though. You see the slide out of Sorrel to try to whip by and hit a no-scope. Now up to Piggy. Piggy going to make use of the heat wave. Does drop Suspector. Remaining 2 players over on C side. Piggy trying to find the angle of attack. Looks like he'll take the angle above. He'll get right back up to center map. Sorrel going to take a kill. Does have his reticle placed out for the player up top. Instead, going to go for the 2 easy ones down below. That's 2 dead. Suspector, Suppress going to drop. That'll flip the map, too. They're now spawning A.
That they are. Beautifully played by Unsigned Talent once again. Getting the spawn is exactly where they want it to be and already putting the pressure from across the map here on top mid. You're seeing Diagram sliding towards back B. Piggy ends up getting himself a double kill and earns a killing spree as well. 3 down, go exit, and now Unsigned Talent have taken a 2-kill lead.
Unsigned Talent managed to do this in the previous series against ESA Blue. They proved that in Slayer they could hang. They could turn the series around. And so far, they're doing just that as Piggy drops another. Gonna try to bounce out here. Teammate in position, though. Diagram dropping in from above, getting the save with the back smack. Because of it, they now have 39. They got top map 2. We got Snipe spawning up. We got OS coming up as well. So controlling C here going to be so massive, and Piggy needs to stay up.
And it's funny because it was Piggy in the last series that popped off in the Team Slayer, and that's exactly what we're seeing Piggy do, as I think he's still on the same killing spree, holding onto the heat wave, putting it to work immediately, but a bit of damage onto himself is going to cause Suspector to come out with the kill. Somehow Unsigned Talent still end up with the overshield, and now it's up to Sorrel to secure the game with the sniper rifle in hands.
Massive for Unsigned Talent here. They slipped away with all the resources, and they're hitting bodies with every single shot is connecting here. That is Sorrel's. He just snaps left and right. Finally does pick up a single kill, but was looking like the start of something beautiful. What is definite, though, is that XZ are under a ton of pressure. Tony, my God. Kratos going to drop as well. That's another player going down for a 46 here to 41, and Unsigned Talent just not letting them breathe off spawn.
Piggy EX getting a big kill onto Rob off the screen. Sorrel making moves with the Mangler, forcing players to back down exactly where they want them to be, but 2 down, go Unsigned Talent, and Exeter starting to make a run. Luckily, the 40th kill was being put on the board here for Unsigned Talent. Piggy still having the heat wave in the hands, quickly going to trade it out for a sniper as he gives it towards one of his teammates and putting the sniper to work. There's 2 players on the garage side. He ends up getting the kill. The second one is going to go down as well. Unsigned Talent tie up the series, and we are going to a game number 3.
You got to love the confidence at an Unsigned Talent in that second game, Tony. This game starts with Suspector like hitting montage clips, right? He flies in for the snipe, gets a first kill, picks up a second player, just snapping left and right. I think they got the OS off the start too, so much confidence coming in off of XZ. Unsigned Talent, you think that they would falter up against all that momentum. Instead, you see some of the craziest, most confident plays out of these boys, right? Hitting slides, diving straight down these hallways, keeping it close, I guess, for melee trades. But the biggest thing is, I think, like, even if they're getting tagged, brought down to one shot, they're not missing. They're not missing that crucial headshot. They're not missing, trade opportunities in situations that I think other players might falter. So somehow they find a way, they turn it around, and man, in the end, did they control spawns and weapons too, right? We had Piggy with the heat wave. We had Sorrel with the snipe, just constantly tagging bodies, keeping them guessing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, them hitting those crucial shots and winning those pivotal gunfights were definitely a big play. But what kind of really got me was, you kind of snuck it in there, was their spawn control. That's what really surprised me from Unsigned Talent, because after getting those slays, you notice how they were maneuvering themselves exactly where they need to be to block off certain spawn points on the map to literally force them down. I remember one play where I believe it was Avenue who literally full sprinted over towards the A side corner, completely blocking the A side of the map. They had tower control, and you notice that everybody quickly just kind of set their sights over towards that B and green side spawners and immediately put down damage. Same thing happened before where slays go down. There was somebody already on the B side. They had the tower control, and you saw, I believe it was Diagram, immediately go towards top mid and already in scope towards those A side spawners. When you get the slays, it's all about what you do with those slays and how you punish your opponents for going 3 and multiple down, and Unsigned Talent doing it against some of the best of the best.
Right. Not afraid to be stylish in the process too, right? Taking some of those kind of 50-50 situations where, if you're not confident, if you're not sure you're going to get that kill, then you might throw your life away for it. Kind of a risky play, but they come out on top despite it. Like we saw Sorrel, he hits the He's got his sight on center map. He hits the no-scope headshot and then curb slides, flies through C and tries to land the no-scope on the player coming up the ramp just because he's got one bullet left in the snipe. He's like, okay, I might as well, burn it in style, maybe, help my team at the same time. But little plays like that, they kept him on the map and ensured that they had momentum coming into our final match in the series, which lovely series layout we've got on screen here too. Tony, it should be an oddball recharge up next. Oddball went well for unsigned talent in the previous series. We saw it on Live Fire. They managed to lock things down in a 2-0, but this is XSET we're talking about. This is a different team, different caliber, a team with LAN experience. Of course, it's not their full four, but I think it's enough of them here to expect these boys to come back with a force.
Yeah, whenever we go to a map that has a sniper rifle such as the shock rifle, it really kind of makes me look towards the Spectre as far as a teammate that's on the XSET roster, because we've seen what he can do with the shock rifle in hands. He's an absolute menace on the map, and he's really hard to deal with. Obviously, Suppress being a pretty strong Slayer, and Kratos kind of really rounding out that team together. I remember in Streets, actually, Kratos was actually one. I think he had like 8 kills, but had 18 assists, and then wins a crucial gunfight for the rocket launcher, another power weapon on Streets. So if they're able to slay out when it matters most and get that shock rifle in the hands of Suspector, I have no doubt that they can win oddball recharge. Plenty of teams can step up when it matters on Slayer, but what's really hard to do is be the strong team on objective. And trust me, XSET is a very strong team.
They definitely are. And I'm wondering if unsigned talent can kind of hang in the efficiency side of things when it comes to not only holding a setup, but how you create setups and how you kind of transition from favorable ball hold to favorable hold. Like there are certain situations where, you have an opportunity to rotate the ball and you need to take that opportunity quickly. And if you're not fast enough, you're going to die with your pants down and the ball's going to get dropped in like a compromised position. And there's no opportunity for your team to then collect it, create a setup, right? So some good teams, they can find that one little window of timing where their enemy team goes down, let's say 2 dead, they get that opening, they collect the ball, bring it to that favorable spot, or that one moment where they recognize the opening to rotate the ball, pass it over to another teammate in a better position to create a hold. So little things like that, little efficiencies that give them that scrappy time and ensure that they don't get themselves caught in situations where they get around to slays, but the ball's like nowhere to be found. It's played off the map or it's just not in position to get good time off it. So we'll see. That efficiency is something you expect to see from a team like XSET, but unsigned talent, they don't quite have the reps in. So it might be a tough angle. We'll see.
I'm going to go against you on this one, and normally I don't. I'm going to go against you and say that I think unsigned talent are well prepared going to this oddball for the same exact reasons that you just brought up. What do we want to do with the oddball? You want to rotate it towards the spawners. You want to rotate it towards your teammate spawning. You want to rotate away from the enemy team spawners like you were kind of alluding to.
Sure.
And what did I just compliment them doing on Live Fire? Controlling the spawn. So you know what?
Okay.
For the same exact reasons.
With no ball, though. They didn't have a ball to juggle while they did it.
Very good point, but still, their awareness of where the enemy team was spawning and where they were spawning and willing to play unselfish and play for each other, that tells me that as long as they have that mindset to bring that ball over towards your spawners, bring it away from enemy team spawning, and as you're slaying, also be aware of XSET are spawning, I think maybe they are well prepared for this game number 3, but again, easier said than done against it when you have to shoot, think, rotate, and do all of those things against a strong squad like XSET.
Yeah, the last thing you want is to not be sure what to do and then to hesitate and not do anything quickly enough and then get caught and die because of it. That's kind of the thing with Halo is like sometimes, maybe even what would be like objectively the wrong decision might work out for you because you did it so confidently, kind of, right? There's always that like serendipity in Halo is like if you're shooting well enough, maybe that one play through bottom mid, you got to pick it wisely, but sometimes that moment can kind of work out if you do so confidently rather than, hesitating on something that could be a good play and losing valuable timing from it. Either way, in the end of the day, Tony, I want to see a close game. I want to see a match that goes to round 3, that goes the distance. So I hope that unsigned talent, like you said, you think they're poised to do well. They're well prepared. Let's see it. Let's see it happen in this game. I'm sure we'll be jumping in shortly. Of course, we're getting the lobby ready, making sure all the players are good to go. As soon as they are, we're going to jump in, close out this series. Of course, best of 3, winner side semis. The winner moves on to winners finals. The loser down to the lower bracket. And based off of what we know of the lower bracket, Tony, it's kind of a red ocean, right? There's a lot of sharks down there.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for this matchup, like you said, the winner of this making it to the winners bracket finals. On the other side of the bracket, you actually have Fnatic, who just beat out Corrupt, featuring Amarist, which Fnatic, which is put to be expected in a 2-0 fashion. But Timber Esports actually beat out PK, which is absolutely insane. Timber Esports, Nasty Bullet, Pelu God, Noble, and Magical taking out the #1 ranked team, Pittsburgh Knights, in Latin America. Nasty Bullet and friends being a Latin American squad themselves. So big win coming out of Nasty Bullet and friends. And mind you, Pelu used to play for PK, but I believe, to my knowledge, I believe he's a Colombian player. And in the Pro Series and Latin American side, you can only have Mexican players on the squad. So I believe Pelu was forced out of that squad in favor of Nugget, even though he was on the original Pittsburgh Knights.
Well, Tony, how convenient that you talk about Timber Sports and all the success they've seen so far in this tournament, because we're currently watching them on screen in their matchup up against Fnatic. Of course, this is partway through. I believe this is game 2 in this series. Or actually, no, it should be game 1. This series is just getting started. As we wait for the final match in the series we were currently viewing, we might as well get some Halo action on screen here, of course, on board with Pelu. Like you said, Pelu moving from PK over to Timber Sports, and looking like our Timber Esports, looking like a good decision, right? They've so far they've beaten PK today.
Well, Timber Esports now going up against Fnatic, who, let me tell you, they were a nasty squad to begin with. And I feel like ever since they got signed, they got like this whole new swagger about them. And I feel like they've started playing even better. I got the chance to actually sit down with Septify, and let me tell you, he has a great mind for Halo. He definitely understands the game on an advanced level, and he has the shot to match a really tough player to deal with.
Fnatic, I think when they're playing hot, they can surprise us, right? They've had some underwhelming performances in the past, but they've also had some, brilliant, or moments of brilliance, I guess, especially up against C9 over in Anaheim, right? On land, they brought C9 to game 5, almost managed to clutch up and win a series against the best team. Hard to argue that they're the best team currently in the game. So Fnatic, I think when they're firing on all cylinders, when they're playing confidently, they can be damn near unstoppable. Though as I say it, they're being stopped in a big way in this game so far. Tony, it's 125 and counting on the scoreline here. Envor going to do what he can just to delete a couple numbers. He'll take a trade. Septify does drop 1, and maybe Fnatic have an opportunity to get some time, but they are under pressure from Timber Esports here.
And this is one of the things that I'm so excited to see come into Kansas City. I want to see all of these players matching up against each other, and that includes different regions such as Latin America, going up against some of our top NA talent. We have Pelu matching with Nasty Bullet, Noble, and Magical, who literally just beat the undefeated PK in the Latin American Pro Series, which is incredible. And now they're really putting it on Fnatic with a 133-32 lead. Just0 ends up getting a triple kill, though. Love what I'm seeing on screen. Almost able to get the overkill. But man, Timber Esports looking very good in game number 1.
If only he didn't need to reload. That could have been something beautiful. Either way, the triple, massive for giving his team an opportunity. An opportunity that didn't last too long. Unfortunately, B and C still capped. 140 and counting here. Rotation and a Nasty Bullet as he's looking for an angle of attack. Is this man on a mouse and keyboard, though, Tony? The way he's moving. The reticle, very quick. And precise as well, making me think he might have a mouse, which I welcome in infinite competition. Tony, we don't see enough of it.
We definitely don't. I think there is actually a place for mouse and keyboard players to come here into Halo. I mean, watching crosses, utilizing that movement can be absolutely insane. You may not win all of your individual gunfights, but if you could play a different brand of Halo that doesn't involve you getting into those individual gunfights, you can definitely find some success. Septify advancing forward, definitely a successful player in his own right, taking down Nasty Bullet, and then Pelu gets the double kill. As I was just informed, Pelu actually moved to Mexico from Colombia so that he can compete in these Latin American tournaments. Welcome to the big leagues, Pelu.
And what a way to, welcome, or I guess introduce yourself then, to beat both PK and Fnatic back to back. That would be a hell of a spotlight, a precedent to set here. Of course, they still got work to do. And so far, Jazero not going to make it easy for them. He does take a double. They'll take A. All while that's happening, Jazero looking for more. He takes a late kill from the grave thanks to that disruptor pistol. And is it enough to break through to B? Looks like it is.
Septify advancing forward over towards Bravo, putting down some good shots, but Nasty Bullet shot is a little bit better. Dare I say nasty, but so is Jazero, Joey Hoey, taking and clearing out Bravo and now working for a double cap here. It looks like Fnatic are not done yet. As I say that, Pelu coming in with the rockets and laying down the law.
No matter how well you shoot with the BR, nothing can stop a rocket in the face, that's for sure. Pelu going to take 2 because of it. B and C now cap. Pelu going to snap onto another. Super CC now down. They got easy access over to A. And because of that, they now flip the spawns and map control as well. Look at this setup. Got Noble right-hand side, 2 teammates over on left. They could pinch him into C. Looks like they are trying to break through to B side. And Pelu going to take his time as he takes 1 through center. And now to break down B for a 1v1. Jazero takes it. And very thankful for Fnatic that Jazero actually walks away with a win there. There might be a chance to break out of this.
Yeah, Jazero really the saving grace here. And as far as for the Fnatic roster right now, currently 19 and 12, winning all of his individual gunfights and even getting some multi-kills to keep his team in it. Utilizing the Stalker Rifle, gets another perfect kill. Like I said, he's the reason why they're still in it. But man, Timber Esports are quickly approaching that 200-point mark. Things are getting a bit dangerous.
Jazero definitely putting the numbers, though, man, making plays. He's still moving and grooving here. There's one player opposite side B. Might be a nuisance, unless, of course, you got a stalker and a couple nades to deal with him. He'll back out, though. Angle coming in from B stairs, and a quick melee at a Nasty Bullet to delete him. The double at a Super CC, though, to answer back. Man's got the shotty for the triple, somehow finds it. Both players flailing with melees there, but only one walks away, and I guess it's Super CC.
Super CC sitting over toward the top subway side, raining down nades over with the spike. Rockets are coming up. There's a player over towards top A that's really forcing him back. And now he's receiving some pressure here, not even able to utilize the Bulldog to get out of that situation. Noble winning his gunfight as well as 3 down go Fnatic. Timber Esports are making moves.
They're making moves to hold on to the lead that they have, though. That lead not quite as large as it once was, though, right? You can see Fnatic kind of creeping up a bit. As I say it, though, trip cap on board for Timber Esports. Jazero going to delete 2, though, very quickly. He'll jump into C as he does it. Magico somehow takes the trade. Noble going to drop Septify as well, so Timber Esports not letting Fnatic claw back in this game. They do have 121. They do have a shotgun on the hands of Envor, but is it enough at this point, right? 227. Fnatic need to play perfect to bounce back here.
Envor making sure the C side is clear with the Bulldog. There's somebody that does end up sliding in the front door. It's going to be Magical, making magic happen as Septify forced to rotate out towards the Bravo side. 230 points in counting here for Timber Esports, but they can't get capping just yet. They have to close things out as Septify making it as hard as possible, getting the stick. Jazero defending the B side with the thrust back, taking down Pelu, and 3 down. Go Timber Esports.
Jazero has been popping off. Tony, look at that scoreboard. The man making massive plays with 27 on the board here. Only 4 assists to his name, so you know he's doing a lot of work here, just cleaning up kills. And that's important work for this team to bounce back in this game. Jazero going to barrel down center once again. You got Super CC coming with the flank. Jazero not worried about it. He'll fly in for the kill. Septify takes it. They'll bring it to 150. What a situation there at a Septify as he catches a player with his pants down too. That's Magico now dead, and a temporary trip cap too. So all of a sudden, Timber Sports, despite being 20 points away from victory, they got to fight back a little bit here.
Love the nades coming out of Septify to try to clear out A, but Noble ends up taking him out towards the planter side. Pelu clearing out Envor from across the map with a beautiful perfect as he now puts pressure onto the oddball spawn. Rockets now in the hands of Jazero. 3 down go Timber Esports. They get away with B, but Jazero having a chance to slay out quick and steal it back, but he's quickly going to hit the black screen as Timber Esports approaching the 240-point mark.
Timber Esports getting very close to victory here, but things are looking rough the longer the game goes on. That's a double for Septify. Septify looking for more. He knows there's a player over on Cafe. He'll pre-nade in, stay alive as he takes over A. Jazero there to help as well. Timber under pressure. They got to find a way to rotate away and get back to a hill just to stop the time. You can see they're getting to C to slow the bleeding. And you got to love the micromanagement here at Aceptify as he controls the map. Gets back to high ground here, too. He's got to get rid of this player in A. He'll do it and bounce out, too. So Fnatic's starting to clutch up here, Tony.
That they are trip cap in the favor of Fnatic, but A going to quickly go in the hands of Timber Esports, who've just gone 3 down. So now Fnatic Esports going to be going back in and stealing away Alpha as Timber still 4 down. I'm not sure where the spawners are coming now. So there we see back subway. One player already spawning, a split spawn coming in from the PD side. That player actually spawning nearly by himself. Septify taking down Belu. Now Septify going in for the challenge, but not able to get the second one. As 3 down go Fnatic. Bit of a god spawn coming in for Timber Esports, but even that wasn't enough to stop Fnatic from stealing away game number 1.
Man, the clutch factor out of this team, the efficiency, the spawn control to lock down every section of the map, right? Everybody started popping off and making plays at the end. You had that two-pronged attack at Aceptify and Jazeera. They get the double in A, remaining spawners up in Cafe. There's so much pressure coming out of A. They have no choice but to rotate back to C to try to stop the bleeding. And then Septify, you got to love his positioning to block mid-map. He's got an angle on tires, but he's waiting for somebody to get to A. The moment they do, he's like sitting on that box right behind the hallway, hits a quick curb slide off the box to get to the heaven position for an angle. It's the way that they rotate to lock down some of these captures, but then at the same time, they'll rotate to open spawns and then turn around, snap, and hold their advantage. That was just game 1 in that series, but remember, we still have to finish the other series we were previously casting, Tony. So this is game 3 in a separate series, unsigned talent, Xset. They're still going head-to-head winner semis.
We heard you guys don't like breaks, so we're going to hop into the action. We're seeing both of the winners bracket semifinals to decide who's going to make it into the winners bracket finals. Piggy holding on to Camouflage, waiting for the right time to strike, puts down some shots, but takes some shots back, quickly going to back down because staying alive with Camo is more important than getting 1 or even 2 kills.
So hopefully he continues to stay alive. Piggy does take 1, going to snap onto a second 2. That player going to try to back off. That's a good thing for Piggy. Gives him more time to stay up here, too. He's got Diagram Avenue opposite side map. A ball hold over in pipes. And I like this. They have a lockdown on top A. So great angles to suppress the enemy. And all of those enemies now spawning up in C to try to break through. Piggy wants this trade at the very least. Thankfully, Sorrel will take it.
They try to suppress the enemy, but you can't suppress the suppressed, who comes out on top in that gunfight and is already advancing forward, putting the mangler shots into the back of that ball player as nades are starting to fly. Shots are starting to go down. One shot go multiple players onto unsigned talent. Suppress ends up finally taking out the first pick. Gonna be his twin brother Avenue. Now going in for the second one. Kratos and Rob gets kills. 4 down, go unsigned talent. And we're finally gonna see some Xset with their first points on the board.
Some nasty peaks at a suppress there, though, Tony. Just bobbing and weaving on the outside of the ledge. The way he just bounced back and forth to stay alive and do damage, draw attention, made it so easy for his teammates to clean up the kill. Because of it, they got a ball hold. Going to try to get to 20 seconds here, though. Pressure hot and heavy over at A. Piggy going to do what he can from center map here just to make things scrappy. He gets the camo, too. So maybe he could put together a little more with this.
Nade flies out for Biggie Say and ends up taking down Suspector, but takes some heavy nades, and Kratos comes in for the cleanup kill. Piggy not able to get away with the shock rifle, but they have to dedicate all their resources towards that push. 3 down go Exit, and looks like Rob was the final players in the fall as well, adding more Mangler shots to Avenue's total, having almost 50 bullets in the Mangler right now. This man's about to make some plays.
That's too much ammo in the Mangler. Shouldn't even be allowed, Tony. Somebody's got to delete this man and do it quick. As I say it, 2 already dies. Suspector gonna get kills. Finally, that player will drop. The entire team on Unside Talent gonna go down, and here's the opening that Xset needed to finally get a ball hold on their side. They'll take it to Attic, and while they do, it looks like Sorrel has been waiting up above to make sure there's no hole.
Love the discipline out of Sorrel to throw those nades over towards Gold Stairs. I'm surprised the nades didn't get the kill, but luckily he's able to take that ball away from them. Biggie goes in for the challenge, trades out kills. Suspector now trying to fly towards the ball carrier, puts down the damage, has to get close range, and it looks like that's exactly what Unsigned Talent wanted as Exit going 3 down once again. Unsigned Talent playing lights out. They're already up 1-0 in the round, and they're 10 seconds away from taking game number 3 against Exit.
From the whole game. You're right, right? This is round 2. Just a couple seconds left to go here as they take the final seconds and close the round and the game. Unsigned Talent, they did it against ESA Blue. They'll do it against XSET as well, just upsetting left and right. Tony, that's 2 series back-to-back and tickets punched to winners finals. I wouldn't have expected it. I thought we were jumping into the beginning of that game, Tony. Not going to lie. I didn't realize they were on match point.
Wow. Unsigned Talent. Doing it big in game number 3, stamping their ticket into the winners bracket finals, and that must feel really good for Avenue. I mean, mind you, again, Unsigned Talent had suppressed on that squad alongside Abattoir, and I believe it was Hotshot Ghost at one point, and Suppress gets posted onto Exit. That whole Unsigned Talent team gets signed, and Avenue's left on the outside looking in. So he says, you know what? I'm going to start a brand new Unsigned Talent team. I'm going to go in through the trenches, put in the work, and prove that we deserve to be signed as well. But now they get a big win against Exit plus Rob, making it into the winners finals. We're coming back into our Fnatic versus Timber Esports series.
I mean, it's just Halo action left and right, no matter where you look here, right? We're not going to stop the energy. We're going to keep it going. Right now, we know one side of winners finals, right? We know that Unsigned Talent, they punched their ticket. They're on winners finals. They're waiting for their competitor. Their competitor is about to be decided in this series. Fnatic now up 1-0 off of that crazy Strongholds game. We witnessed that comeback, Tony. Of course, now it's a Slayer. We're already halfway through, and a very close one at that, too.
And Pelu once again going off in the kill feed, currently 12-7, making Columbia proud right now. They still have a mountain to climb here. They have to take down Fnatic twice in a row if they want to make it into the winners finals. 29-28 lead in favor of Fnatic, and we have Pelu, the man of the hour, on screen, clearing out the A side, but now they need to advance forward and make sure they slay out towards mid and steal away that C side of the map, because I still feel like that is the stronger position on this map.
And we'll see if that pays off. You can see the entirety of Fnatic holding on to that side of the map to try to lock it down with angles here. Of course, nice little 2-man push. Nasty Bullet does take 2 kills because of it. You got Magical there to pinch as well. Nice little flank coming out from bottom mid, though. That's Jazero coming back to ruin their day once again. 2 now dead. 34-31 here. Heatwave back in their hands in a B-side spawn. Look at the pinch here. If Jazero stays up, his teammates can help. And this could be another full round of slays. It is. That's 3 dead. Nasty Bullet with a trade, but he's got to run and hide. Or get more kills.
Jazero not able to get the pick with the heat wave, but luckily Septify coming in for the cleanup. Has himself a mangle at the moment and feels pressure coming in from a weak side flank on bottom mid. He goes and checks it all the way up from top mid. Fnatic still holding C-side. Jazero going down to 1 shot, backing down, but the bait and switch coming in perfect out of his team, who are now going to try to close out active camo, but Nasty Bullet and Noble getting back-to-back kills. Envoy going to fall as well. 3 down. Jazero makes the flank happen, but it's too little too late. His teammates go down, and so does he. Timber Esports pull off the full squad wipe.
That was beautiful out of Nasty Bullet and Timber Esports to stay alive on camo there. He shot the nades to get the first kill, somehow stayed up and drew attention of the team. While that happened, Noble had time to come and get a back smack. So just a beautiful display of survival and teamwork, though despite it, somehow the camo is up and nobody's on top of it. So I thought for sure they won the exchange. It is 41-42, though, just a 1-kill game. So the push for camo going to happen yet again here. On board with Pelu. Pelu going to do dirty damage here into Super CC for the kill, gets the camo. And now they've got some resources to work with. That's a snipe and a camo for Pelu. And a beautiful headshot on the Jazero. Things are just getting started.
And the chain of events that caused this, it was a beautiful pre-nade coming out of Pelu that nets himself a camo, is able to get the sniper rifle and immediately put it to work, and they've just gone 3 down to Fnatic Esports off of the 1 nade from Pelu, but finally Pelu is going to be taken down. That sniper does change hands, and it looks like Fnatic are down by 2, but we've seen them down before. We've seen them make an incredible comeback in game number 1, but it looks like it's not going to happen as Magical pulls out the double kill.
After that first game, Timber Esports is not about to let another one slip away. They're locking this out, just 2 kills left to do it. Of course, they still got to work for it. You can see they're all bottom map. Pelu with a nice sneaky jump, doesn't hit it. And because he did it, does he go for it again? He'll take a round 2 to get the jump up the tower. They're calling it out. They were waiting for the jump, though, and ready for it. Nasty Bullet does take a trade. Well, it happens, so 49-46. So 1 kill just left to close this game, and Timber going to play it patiently.
1 more kill needed for Timber Esports. They're advancing forward onto Sandbags. 1 player drops down toward the key door, ends up dropping down right into the nade of Pelu, who goes 17-12. We're going into a game number 3, making Colombia proud. Does Pelu God? I'll be honest with you, Alex. I'm even more excited for Kansas City than I already was, and mainly because of this Latin American region getting stronger and stronger. Again, PK were undefeated throughout the Pro Series. Now, Pelu, moving from Colombia to Mexico, joining the squad, beating them out in the round before this one. And then also I'm finding out Johan and Guardian moving from Colombia to Mexico as well to form their own squad, have made Latin America even stronger. And mind you, they can qualify for Kansas City and really put the hurting on some of our partner teams and some of our top 8 teams. This is going to be so fun to watch.
That's such a brilliant point that you brought up. The LATAM community is just one big question mark for competitive Halo as far as like worldwide standing at the moment, right? None of them made it to Raleigh. Unfortunately, they couldn't be there for various reasons. But because of that, we don't quite know how their grind has ended up, right? Where they sit, where they stack up to the competition in Europe and NA, etc. So I can't wait to see how that plays out. And what a great precedent to set, having teams like PK, Timber Esports here on Esports Arena and taking names, trading blows with the likes of Fnatic in this series as well. Tony, this is a tied series. It's a best of 3. Timber Esports, they got a chance. They got to close it out. Oddball recharge. Of course, when it comes to objective, though, we saw Fnatic just completely reverse things and clutch up in strongholds. There's always the worry that could happen again in oddball. So I wonder, can Timber Esports hold on to this momentum and keep control?
Well, we're going to find out. We're going into a game number 3, and man, this would be a crazy win for Timber Esports to take down one of our partner squads in Fnatic, who, mind you, have been red hot for quite some time. Going into Anaheim, they were one of the only teams to actually send Cloud9 to a game number 5, and we're literally, 6 kills away from knocking them into the elimination bracket, which so far hasn't even been done since Raleigh, which would, that would have been crazy. So Fnatic have been red hot. They've been riding on Cloud9, so to speak. And Timber Esports send them into a game number 3, and they're 1 game away from knocking them into the elimination bracket. Halo's back, big. And Halo's back, and I'm pretty sure you said it, Shai. Did you say 2022 was the year for Halo after 2020 and 2021? But it's the year for Halo.
every year is the year of Halo, Tony. I don't know where you've been. Doesn't matter what year it is, right? We're going to make it the year, right? We're going to bring the energy, and the players are going to bring the show. That's for sure. The talent, the competition, it's definitely there. And we're seeing it. You've got different storylines coming into this. You've got your Latin community. You got Timber Esports, who didn't get a chance to shine over in Raleigh. They've been looking for that opportunity. They've had their heads down grinding online in the meantime to earn that opportunity. And we're starting to see the fruits of their labor. And then you got a team like Fnatic, which is signed by one of the top orgs in the world. They're one of the 9 partner teams. So the expectations are so high for a roster like this, and they're struggling on a team that you wouldn't expect them to at the same time. So Fnatic, can they kind of continue to play at the caliber that the world, I guess, is, or the pressure is kind of expecting them to do so? Or is this a chance for LATAM to prove that they're just built different, they're a little better? It's going to happen here in Game 3.
Well, Fnatic already starting off with a 10-7 lead, but it is oddball, so that lead gets quickly dissipated. Thanks to Timber Esports with Super CC evades, having the camouflage and the shock rifle in hand, even gonna grapple the ball towards himself, but doesn't have any teammates around him. They've just gone 2 down courtesy of Timber Esports.
17 points to count here for Fnatic. They do have an early hold. Nice cheeky angle out of Nasty Bullet, though. Going to do what he can just to deal damage as he tries to break into pipes here. Can he take this kill? Doesn't quite manage to do it. Tricky strafe there out of Jazero does counter him. He does drop, though. Envor going to die in a trade. So now the ball just kind of left out in position. Nobody can grab it. And all while that happens, Septify going to wait for his plan of attack here. Looks like A is the push if he can stay up.
Mangler coming out hot for Septify, with not able to get the kill onto that one. Super CC having a chance to control the control room, but the Mangler's coming into play. The sticky grenade doesn't blow up in time as Nasty Bullet puts a nasty bullet onto his head. Jazero comes in for the cleanup, 25-13 lead in favor of Fnatic, who just put Timber Esports 2 down, which should net them some more points with the oddball.
Oh, somehow Jazero doesn't actually get that kill. His teammate picks it up. So nice little swing there out of Magico to make things difficult. We'll see if Timber Esports can continue to answer. They do take 2. Can't quite bounce out with the camo, though. Envor does drop it. Jazero gets a kill as well, so those 2 dead. Gonna maybe give Fnatic some time to bounce out with the ball here. Still got work to do, though. Envor gonna take a trade once again here. Nasty Bullet with 2 on the feed, though. That might have been the opening that Timber needed. Of course, the trade's still going to continue. Jazero in a great position.
Pelu was the player to step up here for Timber Esports, and Jazero was the player who was leading slaying out of Fnatic. So I'm going to keep my eyes out on both of them on their respective team. It's going to be up to them to will their team forward, at least when it comes to the slays, as Noble throwing an excellent denial nade over toward the C side, ends up earning himself an assist, takes down Envor on the C side of the map, and then goes in for the challenge onto Jazero. What a double kill. I thought this was a body disrespect coming in as Super CC almost became the triple kill. He was one shot. There was a chance for the triple to come into play.
Would have been so nasty if he spun around, hit that 180 headshot for the triple. My God, I would have flipped out. Either way, the opening was given to Timber off of it, and I think that was Nasty Bullet with another kill there. He does die, thanks to Septify. Fnatic very quickly going to turn this setup, or potentially turn it into one of their own. Nice little defense out of Timber, though, as they fight back here. Pelu going to take 1. Noble once again going to drop another. Still got Super CC up, despite the war zone. And it looks like Fnatic will break away with the hold.
Yeah, Fnatic was fully set up on the A side of the map, but Timber Esports did a great job of putting them 3 down and breaking that setup. Wow. But Super CC was the final player alive, anchoring the Whirlpool, and as the spawners came in, Fnatic clear out Timber Esports once again. However, while all this is happening, there's no good ball time being put on the board, so Timber Esports still holding on to a bit of a lead.
Definitely a bit of a scrappy Slayer match at this point, right? No strong round of slays on one side or the other, just kind of trades left and right, down to a final player up who's got to defend the ball by himself. Next thing you know, another battle takes place. As I say it, though, it looks like Timber are finding ways to earn time. They got 40 and counting here. Camo in the body of Envor, though. Envor could make a play. He doesn't have numbers to do it, though. Thankfully, Jazero does even the odds. So now Envor going to push up. They'll take the ball player as well. Nice little display of mechanics here, but the ball still rotated and dropped out to center. So Timber, great efficiency.
Envor, camouflage in hands, dropping down towards the bottom control room side of the map, ends up getting himself a beautiful melee onto Noble, as Fnatic once again getting into their A side setup, and Envor putting in the work. One of the first players I seen use the drop meta to full effect was Envor, and man, showing us that he knows how to use that Mangler. Noble gets a big kill to start things off. 3 down, quickly go Fnatic as a full squad wipe going in favor of Timber Esports, who have a long rotation just to get the ball in hands. Can they take advantage of the slays?
They got to do so quickly. It looks like they won't be able to get to it. Instead, Jazero now in a good position. Or sorry, this is Pelu. I take it back. He's in a good spot. We'll see what he can do to win this fight, because of course everyone now spawned. They need the best of the slays. Pelu, what a move to get out of that fight, with the repulsor just barely stays alive. Because of it, he can get back into the fray. Noble with a kill as well in the feed. Ball now down bottom attic here. Septify going to take Magico. Rotation coming in at a Pelu, though. Is he here in time to take kills? currently in trouble. The second use of repulsor to stay alive. This man is a difficult target.
Yeah, not only did Pelu stay alive with that repulsor to actually get himself up from long haul creatively up to the attic, but there was a nade literally right under him that would have put him down to begin with. He does it once again as nades are starting to fly to come in with the cleanup, but he's avoiding most of the damage and creatively moving from one area to another. Finally, Pelu will be taken down. Noble also creatively using the equipment, grappling up into the gold side of the map, but sadly going to come out with the trade, which is not going to let them any ball time as Fnatic still holding on to their setup, not quite having the lead just yet, but if they keep playing like this, soon that lead will come.
But they don't have time to get the lead, though. Tony, we got 13 seconds left on the clock here. Crunch time for this team as Pelu picks up another. They're going to get ball time just to get a cushion, and then they'll drop it and play for the timer. Look at this. They got to set up around the ball here. Last 5 seconds to close it out. Fnatic, they got to get their hands on it. They do, but they'll die in the process here as the time is ticking down to the final second. Ball carrier killed, and that is enough for Timber Esports to sneak away with round one. Man, the pressure out of them to put it together. Can they lock out a second?
Timber Esports having a perfect understanding of the mechanics of the new oddball settings with a round-based system. They noticed that the time was against the clock on Fnatic. They had about maybe a 20-second lead. So what do? They drop a ball in a baitable position between all three of the players and just bait the ball and play a little bit of Slayer 2.0 and allow the time to do the work. Now we're seeing Fnatic immediately put Timber Esports 3 down and try to work onto a setup, but shut down immediately is Super CC trying to rotate the ball, just zero losing the shock rifle, and once again Timber Esports answering back.
And nice work out of Timber Esports, right? They went 3 dead off the opening at a huge deficit. The final player alive just milked his life in pipes. Fnatic tried to make a quick rotation with ball, but they weren't fast enough, so Noble got that kill on Super CC before he rotated out. They couldn't get a hold off of it because of it. Timber Esports avoided what could have been quite a deficit, though. That deficit might still take place because there's now a ball hold on A side here. You can see they got quite a setup, too. Septify going to drop him on the box there. Just limited options. And with their numbers up, it's going to be tough for Timber Esports to break through here.
Envor advancing forward towards the control room side bridge, gets some cheeky shots in, but it looks like he's going to be hunted down. Pelu doing a great job of listening to the call-outs coming out from his teammates and covering his teammates back as 3 down go Fnatic once again. The boys in blue are starting to advance the ball forward. The 4th player alive for not very long. He's going to go down as well as the spawners coming in from C side, and Timber Esports are all ready for it and applying the pressure immediately. Nice. Magical earning himself a killing spree. Magical to go down immediately thanks to just zero, and Septify somehow alive.
And Magical doing what he can just to disrupt the push at a Fnatic, make it very difficult for them to break a setup. Unfortunately, he could not stay up. Envor gets a kill instead. Septify now going to stay up as well. Use of the mechanics here too to get a shock in his hands. Can he get a kill with it? Of course he can. He'll drop one. Almost snapping onto a second there, too. But just the fact that he got the kill, stayed alive, has now created a setup for Fnatic in back pipes.
The grapple, always key to grabbing the shock rifle. It's in such a vulnerable position that you want to grab the grapple and bring it back over to yourself as fast as possible. Septify now having the shock rifle in hands, having the game in hands right now. If he can hold down this gold side of the map, they can steal this round away and force a round number 3 in this game number 3. Magical getting the first kill to break the setup onto Super CC, who was watching the Whirlpool side perimeter. Septify blowing up a couple of nades. Somebody trying to sneak it towards the gold door. It looks like that's going to be Noble taking down Envor. Septify luckily stealing him away. He does have a grapple, but it looks like he's not able to get away with his life. Magical stealing the shock rifle and grapple away.
Tell me he gets a kill with this too. Oh, of course he will. Magical going to jump back into the angle. Quickly deleted, though. Fnatic not going to let this man make any more montage plays here. They'll take the shock back in their hands. Can they take a hold, too? You can tell Fnatic now snapped into action off of losing that first round. They do not want to go down without a fight here. They'll take a trade in the hallway. That does give them an opportunity to rotate ball, hopefully to safety here. Pelu dropping there from Super CC. That's a massive kill. And now Timber Esports, they've kind of been set back on their numbers. They got to be so careful on this push. If they don't win this push, they won't have any more opportunities to do so again.
Magical advancing forward right into the Mangler shot of Super CC, taking him down. They have to stay alive and get these slaves if they're going to break the setup, because it looks like Fnatic are less than 10 seconds away from coming out with the win. Noble gets the slam to 0, but that's not going to be enough. He's going to go down once again. Pelu going to join him, and that's going to be it. Fnatic stealing round number 2 in a dominant fashion. We're going to round number 3. In game number 3, there is no more chances for either one of these squads. Somebody is going down to the elimination bracket, and the other is going to the winners finals.
I was showing off this slide today on Twitter, actually. Tony, you see that opening slide right here at a Super CC to get right into the fight and contest the camo. He had to angle himself to ensure that he got downward momentum off that little lip on the edge of that ledge to ensure that he bounced out because of it. Of course, it didn't lead to a ball hold, though. Instead, Timber Esports, they're going to walk away with the ball to start this game. Fnatic played that round 2 like a completely different team, though. So if they carry that type of efficiency into this third round, things could be very difficult for Timber Esports. They'll have to clutch up.
Well, you're the one showing off that starting strat, so I guess they can blame you. The reason why they just went 4 down as Super CC going to join them once again. Luckily, Fnatic answers back, puts 3 out of 4 members of Timber Esports down. Timber Esports having a momentary lead, but it's really not much an oddball. It's really about how those seconds turning into minutes with a good setup and a good round of slays.
And a good round of slays might be coming in from Timber Esports. They actually are. That's a massive kill. Without dropping, Timber going to hold on to yet another setup here on the C. Noble now with a sightline through top control. Looks like he will bounce out to C plat. Magico with a pickup onto Envor. That's going to stunt their resources, make it very difficult for Fnatic to break through. As long as they can take trades in the situation, they're good. Somehow Septify flies in, takes one. You got Nasty Bullet to take the trade, though, and Pelu with another. So more ball time in favor of Timber.
Mangler in the hands of Nasty Bullet, doing a great job of holding the control side. 2 shots. The Mangler quickly switches out to the battle rifle, but not able to get the kill. Now Pelu trying to defend the C side. Mangler shots going in. That means Pelu's going down. Jazira actually finishing the kill with the Mangler, getting the perfect 3 shot as active camo is coming up, and Septify in perfect position. It's a 41-10 lead in favor of Timber Esports, but Fnatic and Septify the difference maker.
Septify with the playmaking opportunity of a lifetime, and he doesn't hit the shot. That's not good to see. He'll leave that call out for a teammate. Instead, he'll hit Magico, starting to finally connect. But as soon as he does, he's shut down by Pelu. That ball going to be back in the hands of Timber. Can Envor do something to offset them quickly? Yes, he can. He'll take Nasty Bullet. Looks like he's still looking for more here. As long as he locks down C, this is a huge perimeter to cut things off. You can see Jazero does have the ball over in long haul. Looks like he's rotated it back to Attic as well. And right now, Envor just playing the goalie from C side.
Big slay on Envor onto Noble as Fnatic still holding on to their setup. The shots go in for Envor. Septify going in for the bait and switch. But Septify goes down to 1 shot. Tries to grapple back. Pulls the whoop-de-dope. Or rope-de-dope. I don't even know what the heck that was. Literally spins in a circle to try to stay alive. Gets himself a shock rifle. Putting shots onto the control room. And this might be too much for Timber Esports to bounce back from. They needed the slays, and sadly, they did not come.
They did not. What did happen was a hold for Fnatic and a shock still in the hands of Septify. This man's been making plays, and they need to continue to shut him down if they want a chance to break through the defenses here. Septify still going to hold the angle, playing it carefully. Nasty Bullet does get a big pickup, so ball does drop. They still got sightlines on it. They still got high ground as well, and Septify getting so close to taking face with this shock. Unfortunately, running out of time to do so. Big answer at a Timber. That's a setup for them. And they got to stay up here to hold on to it. You can see Jazero just pestering them. Noble takes it. And a moment to breathe here for Timber. Some time in their side.
81-50 lead in favor of Fnatic. The Timber Esports that are putting points on the board. The question is for how long. They need a secondary round of slays. Looks like Noble able to take down Septify. That's going to be a big kill. Envor tries to slide and get the invis. Looks like he's able to do so. Slaps in the chest like Iron Man. And more importantly, able to stay alive. clearing out Whirlpool, checking all corners. Zero and Super CC getting back-to-back kills. A third one going to fall here for Timber Esports as Fnatic are making plays. They get themselves a ball and 15 seconds away from coming out with the game and the series.
Timber got to make one quick, decisive play as a unit if they want to break through. They got 5 seconds to do it, though. They got to be quick, and they're not going to make it in time. There's no way you get through the defenses of Envor and team as they lock out the third round and the third game in our series. Tony, that's Fnatic walking away with this series and punching their ticket to winner's side grand final, our winner's side finals.
Wow.
Sheesh.
That was an exciting series, but 2 amazing semifinals to lead us into the winners finals. Big ups to Timber Esports once again. Pelu coming over from Colombia, joining his Mexican teammates to compete in the Super and maybe make their way into Kansas City. Not able to take down Fnatic, but giving us one hell of a show. It was Fnatic, the team of the hour, to come out on top, earning their ticket into the winners finals. And now the question is, will they make it to the grand finals? They're literally one series away from doing so.
Fnatic were really forced to bring their A game in that series, though, which I think is the beautiful thing, Tony. They were brought to the back foot. They lost that first round. They had to step up, and they had to do so quickly, which tells me that Timber Esports aren't done in this tournament. They might have dropped to the lower bracket, but I do expect to see them again. We got the likes of PK. We got ESA Blue in this tournament still, so much talent, and still the winners finals to come up next as well. Can't wait to see it. Yay, so how you feeling about this previous match? One hell of a tournament so far.
I'm feeling great, especially about the 2 winner semifinals we just saw. Excuse me. First of all, we can give Tony and Shawe a bit of a breather there. Hats off to both of you gentlemen going through both of those series. Lots of discussion, lots of interesting analysis, both of you. So always great to listen to you both and take a well-deserved breather here before we get into more action in just a little bit. So let's take a look kind of holistically at the bracket here. We'll touch on both of these series first, and then I want to update everybody on the state of what's going on in the losers bracket as well. So, of course, we started with Xset plus Rob facing off against Unsigned Talent in a big victory there for Unsigned Talent. Maybe making a message there to Xset, maybe we're the team you want to sign. I don't know. But 2-1 win there for Unsigned Talent with a nice showing there against Xset. And especially, we talked about it during my last segment about Xset really controlling the sandbox, running over that earlier series, taking that strong 2-0 and just building that earlier momentum and carrying it through both of those 2 games. And they weren't able to do the same thing here against Unsigned Talent. Of course, Unsigned Talent forcing it to 3 games, finishing strong to take the win there. So well done for them. And they move on into winners finals. On the other side of that bracket, of course, we just saw the finish there of Fnatic and Timber Esports. And this was a series that felt like we might see the other big name squad go down. Of course, Timber Esports, that is the former Fire and Ice roster. If you guys followed Microsoft Sundays during the Halo 5 generation there, over those last 6 months, this was a roster we got to know very, very well. We got to see a lot of action from them, and it seemed like as Halo 5 was coming to its end, as we were preparing for the release of Halo Infinite, this roster was getting better and better, having more strong results, getting up towards the top of the standings, and they had a really good showing there. Of course, Fnatic able to clean things up in that last game and take the win on Oddball, especially after going down a round. A good recovery there from Fnatic, but Timber Esports really a strong showing against a solid Fnatic team there, and they will have their work cut out for them in the losers bracket, but that's a good showing. So winners finals will be Unsigned Talent and Fnatic. And again, do want to update you guys on the state of the losers bracket. ESA Blue took a win 2-0 against Bear Claw Gaming. They will now face off against Timber Esports coming off of that loss to Fnatic, so that will be a very tight matchup there. And then, of course, on the other side, PK and Corrupt are playing right now. The winner of that will face off against Xset, and then things get really interesting as we get to the tail end of the bracket. So that's where everything stands right now. Now, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it continues, folks. No better way to kick off the season here for Series E Halo Infinite, so don't go far. We'll be back in a few.
One shot, now the future for sure. Pressures coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one art, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
Hello there, and welcome back to Esports Arena, our Series E weekly tournament. Every Monday, every Wednesday, we've got Halo competition. Of course, today, open tournament, a grand on the line, and winners finals in session as well. Tony and I, of course, we've been casting the action all day or all evening. Now it's time for the big matches, Tony. This is the big leagues right here. We've got Fnatic on one side. We've got Unsigned Talent on the other, and some interesting storylines on both sides getting to this point, right? You've got your partnered team Fnatic. You've got Unsigned Talent who have upset multiple big teams to make it to this spot.
Yeah, I'm really proud of Unsigned Talent. I mean, going after a team like Exit plus Rob, obviously not their full roster, and having a good friend of Rob Exhales joining them, but still a big win against a big organization as Unsigned Talent are going to try to prove themselves as a true competitor in our league and hopefully get signed themselves. Now they have another test against Fnatic, one of our partnered rosters that we have. One of the latest, actually, I'm sorry, the latest roster to be signed as far as the partner. They were the 9th and final partner signed team, and they have the most approved, again, in Anaheim, sending Cloud9 to a game 5, really kind of making their presence known right after getting signed by the team Fnatic.
Right. And just because they're a partner team, signed team, doesn't mean that they're just kind of walking away with the wins for free. They've had to go through the gauntlet to be at this point, right? They had a very close series with Timber Esports. Timber Esports, of course, earlier taking down PK. So some challenging matchups in this bracket to get there, whereas Unsigned Talent, they had to go through the gauntlet as well, maybe even in a bigger way, right? Taking out ESA Blue, taking out Xset as well. Xset we know as a pro team. Of course, it wasn't their entire roster, right? Down one player, but despite it, they find ways to clutch up and bounce back both in Slayer and in Oddball. This Unsigned Talent team tends to excel. This time, things are a little bit different, though, in the series layout. Tony, we've got CTF, Bizarre. Haven't seen any CTF today so far, I don't think. So this is a welcome change. And then we got Slayer, Recharge, Oddball, Live Fire to close it out. So we'll see how this one goes. Of course, Fnatic, you expect them to be very strong. Fnatic were powerful on this map against C9 as well back in Anaheim, so I'm sure that will translate. But once we get to Slayer, once we get to Oddball, based off of what we've seen with Unsigned Talent, things are a lot of question marks, I think, at play.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we're seeing Capture the Flag on screen here for on stream. It's not the first time these guys are playing. They played it in round number 2 on this exact map, but it's the first time that we're seeing it. And with both of these rosters wanting to up the tempo and get really aggressive, Capture the Flag on Bizarre is a map where you have to slow things down, get your slays first, and solidify second round of slays before you can advance that flag past the 50% portion of the map.
Definitely need that round of slays. You definitely got to put in work as a team to get those openings, and it all starts with plays out of Sorel. Unfortunately, he does drop, and 2 go down with him. Because of that, it looks like Fnatic might be the ones to break down the doors here. On board with Jazero. Got his teammates with him. Spawners up in the base. And we'll see if they can take this fight.
I always seem to have a battle when I have an empty rocket in my hand. Do I drop it so this way I don't have to worry about accidentally switching to it, or do I have a weapon that I can YY with because it looks cool and is important to do? So Ralph throwing some dynamo grenades here on screen, advancing forward to the opposing player's cafe and immediately getting to engage a beautiful shot, actually jumping before strafing, which usually kind of throws off that aim assist and actually makes you miss a couple of shots, but he was simply ready for that gunfight, and the first flag going to be pulled off of the stand.
They did get the pull, but will it get far? You've got Piggy on board here, though. Piggy does have a shotgun, and he can keep the pressure up. Quickly delete Septify. Looks like flag will be returned, but the pressure definitely still on here. Super CC does get the trade. In the meantime, we've got Avenue just flying into Alley, looking for the pickup on the kill. He'll take Jazero. OS about to spawn here, so no wait time as he flies in for the double, and that will keep their numbers down. You can see Super CC can't escape as well, and because of an Unsigned Talent, maybe with an advantage for the OS, unless Septify makes a play. And he will not.
Septify tried to make a play with the Mangler to clear out the Overshield, but sadly not able to do so. And here come Unsigned Talent. Overshield and power weapons in hands. Sorel even having a thrust, which you might have to use as the nades are starting to fly. Damage being put down. Tries to use the thrust to avoid the nade, but that's a Heat Seeker quickly going down. And Fnatic now, their turn to turn that defense into a bit of offense.
Fnatic with a huge opportunity here. Look at this, 2 dead on the feet as well. Spawner's up, but they're under pressure. They're going to drop the CC with a kill, but Avenue with a massive return there to take the trade and keep the defense up. That also removes their timing, their opportunity to push up here. All of a sudden, they can retake center map. Oh, well, it happens, though. You've got Jazero ready to very quickly stop them in their tracks. Piggy does take a trade. Little rotation here out of Super CC, but they are back on the attack again.
And that Mangler once again coming into play with both sides of the teams, or both sides of the map having one. You're definitely going to see the team that can use it better can usually translate that into a new power weapon such as the Bulldog or the Rockets to really start to take control of the game. Off screen, set the fight, taking down Diagram. And it looks like Envoy getting a big kill as well. 3 out of 4 members down for Unsigned Talent, but the same for Fnatic, so a bit of a 1v1 situation. And Super CC having the Rockets, which is the ultimate equalizer. Somebody sliding in. Piggy running right into the boom booms.
Super CC with a ton of responsibility, and so far it was so good until, unfortunately, the nade comes in from Sorrel. The return comes in from Unsigned Talent. They're so quick to once again fight back. I think because of that, there's a rocket launcher down in the bar as well, though it looks like those rockets were picked up. Fnatic's still doing damage here. Piggy's still on the defensive. And can he find an opportunity to break out? The grapple might be the chance he's looking for. He'll take Jazero because of it. And Fnatic right back to center here. Can they win these fights, though? All of a sudden, Unsigned Talent starting to bounce back here. That's 2 dead because of it.
And Piggy grappling immediately over towards the bridge side and really getting to the face of their opponents as one spawner comes in from the thrust, and Piggy having that individual gunfight. But Envoy is a tough customer to try to go up against. He's going to win the gunfight. Set the fight, taking down Diagram off the screen, and Fnatic clearing out their base before they're able to advance forward.
Yeah, Super CC just looking for somebody sneaking around back there. Nobody's there, though. Over in the locker is an opponent, though, and he'll delete him immediately. My God, perfect shots out of Super CC. He'll bounce out. Still got pressure on the double doors here, and CC, what a line of defense. Takes their attention. Septify cleans them up. They've earned back center. They got a nice little spread on the map here, too. Rocket side control at a Septify. A sneak attack planned at a Super CC. If he times this right, this could be huge.
Super CC taking some heavy damage, forced to back down and try to play his life. Luckily, Envoy has his crossfire, but it looks like as he's trying to climb up, he's going to be hunted down. Sorrel awarded the kill for that one, putting his 13th on the board. Sitting on the cafe, 2 down, go Fnatic. Sorrel sees his opportunity to drop down, gets caught going down to 1 shot, but still able to advance forward, and now has himself a Bulldog.
Good opportunity here for Sorrel. If he can just control this alley side, gotta be so careful. He'll slide in, doesn't quite connect. And because of it, that's a shotgun now in the hands of Fnatic. They can lock down Rockets with it. You got Jazero still playing defense in the base. Diagram does break through, and that might draw their attention. You can see he's on the flag. So Super CC very quick to get the angle here. Gonna ensure that flag does not go too far. This is a massive distraction from Diagram, though. Look at this. If he does pick up a kill, unfortunately he does not. But because he pulled them right back into their base, that does give Unsigned Talent maybe a little bit of freedom and time to get back to center. Of course, as I say it, it doesn't seem to matter. Super CC mopping these boys up, and he's still not done. My God.
Super CC clearing out house right as the Rockets and the Overshield are coming up, swaps out his Bulldog for the Rockets, and now is getting to work. I believe it's Envoy that was able to get away with the Overshield himself. Now Super CC putting down the damage, but Envoy and Septify both going down, and now Super CC having to slow the game down with the Rockets. He has the grapple. What is his next move?
Get a rocket kill, that's for sure. Does manage to delete that one player pretty easily. Because of it, maybe a little bit of an opening here for Fnatic. He's got to stay up, though. Man, just bobbing and weaving here. Comes back to center. Got his teammates also getting melted out center. And they can't quite seem to find the opening to pull the flag, though. He will cut off a spawner in alley, but Piggy going to shoot a little better there and earn his way through. And because of it, Sorrel and team, they can break out the center once again. Big defensive kills. And now it's their time to switch it to the offense.
Nades going down Super CC advancing forward, ends up running into a denial grenade himself. So now he's gonna be forced to back down. Does end up getting a couple of cheeky shots into Avenue, but Avenue pulls off the double kill despite being one shot, immediately going after the flag. Numbers in favor of Unsigned Talent. That flag is already on the move. Fnatic is coming up, but Jazero off the spot ends up going down. Avenue has to climb up to a vulnerable position to get the flag, but looks like he's able to get it through the double doors.
Huge.
And relays it over towards Sorrel, the final player alive of Unsigned Talent. Tries to get it forward, goes down to one shot, gets it into the base, but Sorrel goes down.
Sorrel goes down, but the flag still in a great position. Can they get the defense? Nade comes in, does get the kill. CC now dead. 2 members of Fnatic here to defend it, though. They're going to fly in, try to get the pull at the very least to create a dilemma for this team, but they're dropping like flies. So Fnatic, last second, is going to get the return, a double kill, and they still have at least a player in that base to keep up the pressure. You can see it's Septify going to hold on there. Septify does die, though, so instead Fnatic will take center map and a nice sneaky position for CC. Oh, I love this timing. A sneak attack with an OS is even better.
Fnatic doing a great job of slaying out and getting the return on that flag, and now Super CC able to get away with the overshield. Doesn't have any of it left, but with 2 down for Unsigned Talent, Super CC thought it was his time to move, but Sorrel had a different plan in mind.
You got to be so efficient with the little openings that you get in Bizarre CTF. If you're slightly off on a flag run, you fumble it at any point or time or like kind of mistime it, you get deleted instantly. I mean, we saw the Heartbreaker with Unsigned Talent there just seconds ago. They seemed so, it just seemed so inevitable that they would tap the flag, but Fnatic, they'll find a way to pounce on that one little mistake and make sure you don't get far. Speaking of mistakes, might be one for an Unsigned Talent. They're all currently down, and they're going to have to overextend to stop this flag as it goes out.
Septify holding down this bridge side of the map, ends up earning himself a Mangler. Avenue, though, has the rockets, takes down Envoy. Septify getting a big kill as the flag is still over toward the middle of the map. Septify, now the last player alive, goes in for the flag and trying to advance it towards the double doors. But with the dynamo grenades and nades started to fly, Septify will finally be hunted down, but can Unsigned Talent get the return?
Septify played his life admirably, though. The man just stayed alive, right? He was so difficult to kill. It wasn't enough, though, right? Unsigned Talent, they still got to the flag. They still got the return. So resetting things once again here for Fnatic, as Envor will take control of the alley. No shotgun up to grab, so immediately he's going to snap back up the top rockets, take the high ground. Super CC pushing up through alley here. And how do they make the play? It's interesting to see that they continue to kind of collapse down through the front of the base. I find what tends to be successful in this map, and I mean, I'm just the onlooker looking in, but to sneak through the alley and go for pulls through the elbow instead, it just seems like assaulting the double doors is the game plan for these teams.
I'm more interested in who let these chickens loose in Bizarre. It's a very dangerous area. Avenue advancing forward with the Bulldog, was almost running the Bulldog like a flag, maybe practicing for what's about to happen here as Avenue does get behind enemy lines. He has Diagram over on the palm tree side, but not for long as Diagram ends up going down. And Avenue now waiting for the right moment to strike. Sorrel takes down Septify, but Sorrel going down to one shot. Starts to put some shots onto opposing lockers. Not able to get the kill, but the assist going to be just as good. Shots onto the rockets, and it looks like that flag might be pulled if that player is still alive, but it looks like he's not.
So Avenue was in a tricky spot, right? Because he's sitting there with shotgun. He wants to get the flag, but if he picks up the flag, they're going to know he's there. They might kill him. So instead, if he's sitting there and he's not doing anything, then he's not helping his team, and they're down a number, and they're not going to be able to break through. So he decides to come back to center map, I guess, to help out. It doesn't work at all, though. They don't do anything with that play, right? He ends up dying. Fnatic ends up taking advantage. Now Fnatic have the flag. They'll take it out through center map. You've got Jazero still up to try to cut off an overextender, but as long as they get through center map here, they are in the clear. They still got some work to do.
Septify goes down to one shot. He will be shut down. Sorrel and Diagram going down as well. So 2 down for each of the teams. Super CC throwing the nade, but the Dynamos too strong, slowing him down. Not able to get the flag forward. So that flag still in a baitable position. Sorrel trying to get an angle on it, but the cross is being watched. And finally, the flag will be returned here for Unsigned Talent right as the rockets are coming up, Alex.
right as the round ends too, Tony. Final 5 seconds in this game before we jump into overtime. And this is just how it goes with Bizarre CTF, right? We've seen a lot of back and forth in this game, a lot of close shaves, Unsigned Talent almost capping a flag, Fnatic with 2 good opportunities, but despite it, no points. And because of it, it's all down to a final cap here in overtime.
And with this close shave, something tells me that someone's going to get nicked on this one. Sorrel and Piggy advancing forward through the palm trees. Looks like that overshield is going to be open, so Unsigned Talent playing a bit faster on this opening break. Avenue takes down Super CC, and it looks like 3 out of 4 members going down for Fnatic and Sorrel, not wasting any time whatsoever.
Couldn't have had a better starting strat, and they're going to try to keep it up here as he turns. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. Hard to know what he wanted there, as if maybe he got a call out, knew the player was behind him, so instead of grabbing flag, he turned around to get the melee. But, I mean, despite it, didn't quite work out, and that slowed their roll. And now Unsigned Talent don't quite have the resources to walk away with a clean pull here, and instead they're going to die for it. Now, also, you got Fnatic pulling the flag on the opposite side, so a bit of a nightmare scenario forming here for Unsigned Talent if they don't put a stop to it quick.
That was a big kill out of Diagram Dell to try to slow down the enemy team in Fnatic, and Sorrel sliding in onto the return. So we're back into a stalemate here in overtime. Less than 4 minutes on the clock for either one of these teams to put one on the board. And after that, if nobody does so, I don't know what's going to happen, Alex.
Might have to replay it for one flag, Tony. We'll see. Of course, we still got a bit of time to find our winner here. Just need one concerted effort and some good accuracy with the shotgun, and they might be able to break through. And unfortunately, does not get the kill. Instead, Fnatic going to break through, straight up through alley here. And this is what I was talking about. One flank and one pull through alley could be all they need. So this might be the opening. Of course, he is about to be seen. And how does he play it? He needs to guarantee this kill.
The nade goes in first, but not able to get the kill as that player one shot just somehow able to stay alive. The spike grenade not doing the job, and Avenue flying in, able to get the return. Overshield is going to be coming up, and with the grapple in hands, Avenue might be able to steal that away. Lines it up, but he's going to get intercepted. Luckily, the Slay is going to go in. Envoy takes down Diagram, but all 4 members of Unsigned Talent go down, and Envoy still having a bit over half of the overshield left. This is not looking good for Unsigned Talent. They're going to have to come off a spawn, Slay out, and get the return, and they're already getting nades dumped on them.
Oh, this is so beautifully timed, too, for Fnatic, and so unfavorable for Unsigned Talent, right? As the 4 players die, Septify was in the perfect position to grab the flag immediately, so there was no lag time getting to that run. Because of it, they got to lock down spawns essentially for free, and what is it, Septify rotated that flag all the way through, capped it in, and earned themselves a win in overtime. But what a beautiful play there, right? They win the battle for OS. They get 4 dead. Septify already where he needs to be to grab flag, and because of it, it's just a matter of locking down spawners in the alley. Sheesh.
Septify and Fnatic taking game number 1 and control in this series. They are now 1 win away from advancing forward into the grand finals and having that advantage of only having to win 1 best-of-5 series to become your champions. There's $1,000 on the line today and every single week on Mondays with our open bracket here. Because you know in Halo, we love ourselves an open bracket. Unsigned Talent going to have to dig deep in this Game 2 Slayer to tie up the series. But, I mean, do I sound like a broken record? Because I'm pretty sure I've said that twice before now. And now we're saying it again here in the Winners Finals.
And the previous 2 times that you said it about Unsigned Talent, they clutched up. They won the Slayer, they won the ball, they won the series. So this is just consistent with the pattern we've seen. So I'm not ready to count out Unsigned Talent just yet. It's heartbreaking to lose Bizarre CTF in the way that they did. That's also just kind of how the cookie crumbles with that map, though, as well, right? It's like you're hammered at the gates, you know, back and forth. Nobody's getting a flag out until somebody gets the opportunity. And then it feels like it's guaranteed at that point. So we'll see. Unsigned Talent, they can definitely bounce back. Slayer is the place to do it. It's going to be on Recharge. Recharge has, like we've said, kind of the healthiest sandbox in Halo Infinite. There's so much to work with to make plays, so can't wait to see how they put it together. Have we been GAing the sword, by the way, Tony? I think that's what teams have been doing, right? Because we haven't seen it. I don't think I've seen it yet. That's a big part of the picture, and I think they're just kind of deciding not to pick it up.
Yeah, a lot of teams have GA'd the sword automatically. Some still were fighting on whether to GA the Mangler or not. I love how you said Recharge is the healthiest sandbox, when I feel like the Mangler and the sword are probably the most unhealthy weapons that we have in competitive Halo. We have them both on this map here as 3 down quickly go Fnatic. Zero gonna be the final player alive, and Unsigned Talent doing what Unsigned Talent do, and that's run things when it comes to Game 2 Slayers.
For the record, Tony, when I say healthy sandbox, I mean just simply the wealth of options available. There is so much on this map, which, in my opinion, is quite healthy for it. But yeah, are these weapons healthy for competition? I don't know. That's a conversation to be had outside of ESA. In the meantime, I'm just, I just want to see some pretty kills with them, which is exactly what we're going to get. Sorel already drops 1. That means a shock is in the hands of Unsigned Talent, by the way.
That it is, and Sorel earns himself an assist as he starts to advance forward onto the long haul side. Not sure if he knows the player crouching out a bit. And like you said, Diagram putting the sword to work. So there's no gentleman in this winners finals right now. They'll do anything to come out with the win. It's 2 down, go Unsigned Talent. Avenue gets the trade, but looks like he's going to go down as well. And it looks like Fnatic are starting to fight back.
Thankfully, he got a trade in that situation, because that was just a very frightening, synchronized attack by 2 players there, both one-shot, about to delete him. Big pickups on the assist, though, right? 2 assists back-to-back right there with the shock rifle. Helps his teammates pick up kills. And now Septify needs to bounce out of this, help his teammates a little more. Slides in, cleans up Avenue. Opportunity with the shock once again, just needs to line up a shot here. 1 player down bottom map, he'll tag him up, looks up top, control, snaps on the body, leaves him 1 shot. But you can see Unsigned Talent under so much pressure here.
Nades are starting to fly here for Septify. One of the most dangerous players with a shock rifle in hand. He has a high IQ and a mean shot to match. Gets the perfect kill. The first one, the second one's going to fall as well. That's going to be a killing spree when he drops the triple. Now going in for the overkill. Septify is absolutely disgusting and is running this game.
And he's still running after the enemy, too. Going to chase down Sorel. New spawners up in pipes here, and he takes a double. On the Diagram, also, the man was just seemingly unstoppable. They'll finally put him down, but the damage is done at this point here. Fnatic right now currently with a slight lead. Oh my God, what a series of plays we just witnessed.
JJ up right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of him. Currently 9-3, but looks like it's Jazero who was able to get away with the sword and having the camouflage as well. So another dangerous combination coming in. A one-shot player tries to fly at him, and it looks like Jazero goes down one shot himself, but grapples right back up. Was not prepared for that one, as it's a 22-17 lead in favor of Fnatic, and they're already putting pressure on the spawn. Septify taking down Sorel. Jazero putting down shots and pinging exactly where Unsigned Talent is coming from, and the gold side of the map is not where they want to be spawning, because that's Nade Heaven, and the pressure still coming in.
Look at this pinch at a Fnatic, collapsing on all sides here, using their numbers to their advantage. Of course, as it happens, somehow Sorel, I think, picked up 2. Sword going to come in to ensure he doesn't get any more, though. That's a double for Jazero. Spawners up. You can see them pushing through long haul. Might regret it, though. Jazero still hunting with the sword. He does get a spree. In a couple trades, you're going to bounce left and right, but Unsigned Talent, they are starting to lose their footing at this point here, now down 11 as they continue to die.
3 down, go Unsigned Talent. Fnatic doing a fantastic job of continuing to make Unsigned Talent as uncomfortable as possible. They now have a double-digit lead. Don't seem to be slowing down whatsoever. They're approaching the 40 kill mark. Unsigned Talent need to make something happen. Stopping them from getting the camouflage might it be exactly what Unsigned Talent needs to do. Mangler's coming and the assist goes down. Sorel gets the kill. Sorel ends up getting a double kill. So now Unsigned Talent, camouflage, Mangler, momentum in their favor. Let's see what they do with it.
Unsigned Talent have been in this position twice in this tournament so far, and oh my God, that was so beautiful. He combat evolved the sword, dropped the Mangler for a teammate, grabs, catches the sword, and now he's looking for a flank with the sword and the camo. This was the moment. This point in the game was the moment that Unsigned Talent caught up and overtook the previous 2 teams. And is this the moment that they overtake Fnatic? They got to play perfect. Looking for a second with the sword. He cannot reach it. He'll bounce out. Piggy's still going. How's he alive? Finally, he gets killed. Too many nades will do it, but Piggy was making plays. and they shut him down as quickly as they could to ensure they hold the lead.
That he was, when he was one shot on that long haul cubby. You notice how he throws the plasma grenade right at the ground at his feet. He thought he had a frag. If he had a frag, that would have bounced and landed right on the C-plat long haul window, and he would have been able to use that as an exit route. But once he noticed that was a plasma, you saw the confusion in his face. He was not happy with that one. He ends up going down, not able to escape with the sword, and that might be lights out here for Unsigned Talent. They go 3 down once again, and Fnatic hitting on the 44 kill mark. They're now 6 away from taking the game and the series.
A moment of brilliance at an Unsigned Talent, but it just wasn't enough. Fnatic, they found a way to claw through it. They're still going. You've got Septify with the 47th kill, looking to put the Mangler to good use once again. The man's still one shot. He's still being aggressive because he knows he can take the fight. That would have been a red bar, but Jazero, he doesn't care. 49th kill, the 50th about to come in. It's just a matter of time. Will they chase him down? They will, for a 50 to 40, what is it, 35 close. Fnatic, they ran away with game 2 and ran away with the series because of it.
Wow. Fnatic showing why they were signed late in the season, but man, was it a valuable contract being handed to these boys. They take Cloud9 to game number 5 in Anaheim, showing it, really putting us all on notice. They've now made their way into the grand finals here in this $1,000 weekly open tournament, and now they're just one series away from coming out on top and taking the lion's share of that $1,000. Meanwhile, Unsigned Talent going to be not still guaranteed top 3 and are going to be one series away from making it to the grand finals and possibly getting the rematch against this Fnatic squad.
What a display in that game, in that series, though, Tony, right? Like, we saw Fnatic start so strong, so coordinated, huge advantage. And then Unsigned Talent, they finally get their little opening they were looking for. Piggy's starting to pop off. He's got the sword. He's got the camo. You saw that beautiful display, too, where he launches the sword to himself, gives the Mangler to the teammate, right? So they got all the equipment, but they couldn't quite find a way to answer against ESA Blue, against XSET. They managed to make it work. They managed to find a way to clutch up. Fnatic, they're just built different, though. They didn't let it happen. They held on to the lead. Because of it, like you said, winner's side, grand finals. That's a best-of-5 series, so they got a lot of cushion to work with to take this tournament. But the beauty of this tournament is there's so much talent in that lower side bracket. And talent we are currently witnessing, because we're not stopping, Tony. We're bouncing from game to game. This is XSET plus Rob up against PK in the overtime, by the way, of a CTF on Bazaar game 1. So we're jumping in right into the action here, Tony.
Some of the talent is signed, some of it not unsigned talent dropping into the losers finals, but we're looking to find out who's going to be joining them. And we have 2 signed rosters here, one by Exit and one by your Pittsburgh Knights. PK Drift putting down the damage over towards the Dynamo grenade side of the map. He's going to catch a nade and a bullet right to the brain. It's 4 down. Go PK. They get the overshield as Exit, and now they're collapsing on the spawners, forcing the split spawns, getting the slays. Things are looking good if you're a fan of Exit and Rob.
Exit definitely putting it together. Look at that. Kratos chases down Atso. Atso now down. You've got a bit of an overextension from one blue player in the opposite base. One coming in for the return as well. Kratos got to move quick to stop this player on the he'll get the touch. Can he get the kill? Not quite done it just yet. Tapping button's gonna fly and outplay. Somehow he takes 2, and that's so massive because he's given PK a chance to get the return on the flag. No idea how Tapping did it, but that flag looking shocked as these boys are dropping to the hands of PK left and right here.
Kratos chucking some nades and despite being one shot, tries to stay alive, ends up earning himself an assist, but all 3 of his teammates go down in a flash. The flag is being pulled. He's the final line of defense. The shots go in, looking pretty as they'd be. Atso's gonna go down, but he still has more to play. Tapping Buttons getting a clutch kill onto Suspector. Those are going to be the 2 main slayers on the team. Suspector from Exit and Tapping Buttons for PK.
I can't believe PK found a way to bounce back in that situation. It looked like it was kind of over and dusted at that point. Somehow they could not kill Tapping Buttons because of it. This match goes on. Less than a minute 30 in this game as well. So if somebody wants to make an impact, they got to do it soon, or we're jumping into a reset here, Tony. We'll see. A minute left to make that happen. Bottom mid here with the AR. We've got Kratos who can't quite stay up. Multiple going to drop out center. And once again, we're just fighting for control. This is the final OS. I think this is the final chance here.
Even the assault rifle, not enough to keep Kratos alive. The suppress going to join him on the black screen. Gambino getting himself an assist, dropping down to catch an angle onto the cafe. And his other player in Dynamo Grenade seemingly everywhere. His exit is finally Gambino ends up going down. Drift takes down Kratos overshield in the hands of Suspector, and clearly he knows what to do with it. The man's making plays and still has some extra shields to go.
So much artillery too, though. He throws so many nades up there, still getting caught in the fight in the double doors. Can he take it? He will. 2 dead right now. Suspector needs to live. Can't quite do it though. Kratos gonna rotate through. 20 seconds left to grab that flag, to create a sudden death, to do something, to get a play here, but not looking like it will happen unless Suppress makes a god play. Suppress takes Gambino. He'll pick up the Mangler. But can he get back to the flag? He's got less than 10 seconds to touch it. He's not in position to do it. Instead, he'll die. So nobody's getting the flag, and that will be curtains for this game. Tony, we're going to have to reset this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just game number 1, and with it tied up right here, even overtime, not enough to put put this to rest. I believe what we're actually going to do is go into a second round of Bizarre CTF and almost have another overtime scenario. Yeah. We'll put 12 minutes back on the clock, but the first flag cap will simply take it all. Again, it's the best of 3 series. These are 2 top-tier talents. PK, the #1 team coming out of Latin America, was previously undefeated in some of these online tournaments. However, there was a team that ended up taking them down, a fellow Latin American team, captained by Nasty Bullet, to knock them into the elimination bracket to begin with. Them and Exit going toe-to-toe here in this series.
Speaking of that, Tony, do you have the bracket on hand? I'd be curious to see who's still alive on loser's side, right? Because PK got knocked into lower bracket by Timber Esports. Timber Esports, they were knocked into lower bracket a little bit later by Fnatic. Are Timber Esports still there? Is ESA Blue still in the tournament as well, right? There's a lot of talent behind the scenes that we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, well, Timber Esports did end up being knocked out to elimination bracket here in the quarters, just like PK are, and they got 2-0'd by Esports Arena Blue, having the home field advantage. Esports Arena Blue now waiting for the winner of this roster right here, of this matchup right here, Except plus Rob and PK. So will our 2 Latin American juggernauts go out at the same time in the same part of the bracket, or will PK reign supreme and end up with a higher seeding as normally they do over Timber Esports? After that, Esports Arena Blue, facing the winner of this, will then make it into the losers finals, the winner of that, to play up against unsigned talent for the right to make it into your grand finals.
So minus Timber Esports, all that's left of the juggernauts here, right? You got Fnatic waiting in the top. You got the lower finals here with unsigned talent going to wait to face off against who gets through the gauntlet here. Speaking of who's made it through the gauntlet, though, ESA Blue, we saw them earlier, right? They went down to unsigned talent back in like winners round 3. So they've had to go through several teams in lower bracket to get to where they are. But of course, what matters most is the reset here on Bizarre CTF and who can take this series. Tony, I assume it's just 1 flag, but 12 minutes, really technically, 17 minutes if you count another overtime. But we'll see if we get there.
That we will. Tapping buttons, already advancing forward, having to thrust back, ends up getting the kill onto the Spectre thanks to a little bit of help from his teammates. 2 down, quickly go Exit plus Rob, and the palm tree side of the map being blocked off, so that means the spawners should be coming over the Rocket Alley, so that's going to be Exit's job to try to rotate over towards the opposing pillars and try to stop this 50% portion of the map pull, as Atso gets the kill, gets himself an assist, but not able to advance that flag any forward. 3 down, go Exit though. Drift now having 1 more player in front of him who's working on the return. He's not going to be able to get the pull, and we're going to have a bit of a reset here.
Interesting. You see Drift just give it up in advance there. He knows it's not going to happen. He's not likely going to get to that flag in time to pick it up. So instead, he opts for the power position of Rockets, where he's got the angle to help his team and delete these players, ensure that they earn center maps. So actually a pretty heads-up play at a Drift. His teammates then filled in the gaps, and they've got back center because of it. They're back on the attack again. And can they finally get the pull they're looking for off of this opening? We'll have to see, because it looks like the trades are still ringing out here. Tapping's still alive.
Gambino makes his way over towards the bridge. Atso, his teammate, is taken down. So now they're going to try to make something happen. Tapping Buns the next to fall here for PK. Beautiful kill by Gambino, but he's going to be cleaned up as well. Rob clearing out the cafe. Now looking to convert some defense into offense as they're trying to deal with the overshield player +1 onto the locker side. Rob having a bit of a predicament on his hands.
We'll see what Rob can do to bounce out of this so far. Still in a good spot. Still has a great angle. Just needs to make sure they don't control the locker, and it looks like they won't. Deleting that one player might give Xset an opportunity to push up a little more aggressively here. You can see they're starting to do that. Tapping it a drop. And with that opening suppressed, might be the one to push the doors here. Looking for another. Will take it. Still got to watch out for that one player up top, Rockets, and we'll see if that player can live, because the fight for Rockets is going to be so crucial here.
Dynamo grenades flying out for Suppress. He ends up walking right onto that spike grenade, stubbing his toe a bit as he ends up taking down Drift. Goes down to one shot. Has a teammate trying to beat shield for him, but Atso gets the kill. Not able to get the double kill. Suppress really starting to go off. There's a player on the truck. If he can clean them up, he can advance forward. Not able to do so. Atso putting him in a Genjutsu and ultimately down for Pittsburgh Knights.
No idea how he won that fight on Suppress, though, right? Suppress trying to play tricky, goes for the top angle with the clamber, then peeks out right side, but still can't clean it up. So, like you said, the Genjutsu, that must have been the play. The man definitely putting it together. And because of it, little opening here that's quickly snuffed out by Xset. One player still up, though, and of course, it's Tapping Buttons. He's going to take the flag. Got his teammate with him left-hand side to hopefully help with the escort, but a split spawner out through locker going to make this tough. I dig the attempt out of Tapping. It's just not quite enough.
That it is not, and it looks like Rob was the final player, able to do a great job of slaying out and stopping the flag, but eventually Drift cleans him up. Kratos is going to be the final player live here for Exit, as Kratos is going to go down as well. That's a full squad wipe for Exit. Nobody in position to stop this flag from moving forward. Your Pittsburgh Knights are taking game number 1.
Are they, or is this a full game, Tony? Because it looks like they're playing it like it's a full game. So this may very well be a full reset. No, I mean, you're good. Usually that's not quite the case. Depends on time. Depends on, what these teams agreed to. And PK, I mean, despite it, they do take the flag. They do take the advantage. And they're not going to stop with the momentum they've gained. So maybe if they keep on this track record, they'll get 5 flags in. Who knows? We'll see. Spawner's still up in lockers to slow them down, though. So going to be a tough uphill battle.
Well, if the players have agreed to run a full reset, I mean, hey, we're going to let them run it out here. PK does end up going 3 down, though, so Exit seemingly answering back. The nades are starting to fly, though, as Atso taking down Suspector. That's going to be a big kill for him, but he's going down to 1 shot. I don't know how he's going to get away with his life. Somehow gets the shots. I don't know how Kratos didn't hear the plasma pistol charging literally right next to him, but that was a big play by Atso. Either way, the return comes in. Suppressed goes down, and PK once again getting into the offensive position as 3 out of 4 members go down for Exit, and they're ready to pull another flag. Are your Knights?
Man, Tony, that was rough. Atso was blinking like no shields, less than 1 shot, and he 4-shotted Kratos before he reacted and turned I don't know, man. Oh my God, it's still happening. You can't let these boys on PK survive. You'll get a triple if you chow him. You don't want to chow Tapping in this situation. Instead, just maybe give the man the flag. He's going to rotate the flag instead. They'll try to overextend. And Tapping with a chance to still put numbers on the board here.
Tapping Buttons putting down the damage. He's going to go down, and so does Gambino. Drift goes in for the challenge, taking down Kratos, and throws an excellent nade before going down. Beautifully played. Suppress goes down to 1 shot. He's going to advance forward here. Waiting for that flag to be pulled here by Exit. Multiple players coming in from the Rocket Alley. 1 player goes down to 1 shot. It's going to be Gambino. Suppressed already throwing the nades, and it looks like Exit are able to come out with the pull.
I don't know who agreed to a full reset on this game, Tony, but they might start regretting it if Exit manages to somehow get this cap here. He's sliding through bottom mid. We've got Suppress still working this. He's got the shotgun, too, to make it even more difficult for PK. They do get it to the double doors. Doesn't quite get behind the door. Somebody there to collect it, though, and all the weapons on the back of that player. So when that player does die, it's quite a bane here. It's Kratos with it. He will get the flag in, tie things up, and still has the Rockets to work with as well. So, Tony, we got 5 minutes, but this game might be going on quite a bit longer with what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, I mean, who is party leader right now? I mean, did PK put the first flag cap on the board, or did Exit just simply not end the game? Should they have won the first flag cap? I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out from ops to try to figure out exactly what's going on, because should it be a full reset? Should it not? Either way, we're going to play it as such. We're tied up at one apiece until I get further information from the admins.
Well, at this point, the issue is that PK has let this happen at this point. I mean, like you said, I don't know who's controlling the lobby, but now that another flag has gone in, you can't, like, it's going to be hard to justify full resetting. So, Tony, I think we're here for the long game, and I don't think PK minds too much because they've been playing pretty damn nicely despite this.
That they have. Either way, 4 minutes and 17 seconds on the clock. We are tied up at one apiece. Drift gets a big kill onto Rob and already starting to drop the nades. And there's 2 players for Exit currently shutting him down. Overshield is coming up. And let me tell you, this could be the difference maker in the game. And I believe PK are in position to get the pull. I see blues around it. I see 3 out of 4 members down for red. Exit's backs are against the wall once again.
Backs against the wall, but they're still spawning here back base. They got to slay him one more time. You can see the pressure coming in from multiple angles. Not much Rob can do there. Drift back on board with him as he is snapping on that one player back base. Does get his shields back. Look at this. 4 members of PK. They're all up in the base. They're guaranteed to get this flag. It's just a matter of whether or not XSET can overextend and stop this one from going in. But look at this. You got one player hiding in the locker above. You got Rob with a pivotal kill here. That one player was Kratos. Kratos now popping out to get the defensive slay and a flagpole on the opposite side. So don't tell me XSET completely turned this around in their favor.
That they might have just done. I mean, they already got the reacher suppressed, already having this flag and hasn't been touched. It's approaching the double doors. Tapping Buns able to take down Kratos and done suppressed as well. So that's going to be a double kill coming out of Tapping Buns before falling. But the return hasn't come in yet. Drift going to actually curve his way to the black screen. Gambino goes right after the suspector, and Kratos gets the relay.
Oh my God. The melee's in the doorway here. The flag's still in session, though. XSET doing everything they can to throw their numbers at it, make sure it stays in play. Drift going to make sure when he comes in, he's got the big guns. Going to carry the rockets in here. Tapping there on the return. Tapping doesn't quite get it. It's all up to Drift. Drift dies, though, and the flag still in range of the cap. They'll plant that in with 2 minutes 30 left on the board. Now PK are in trouble. They let that one get away from them.
PK, the first team to put a cap on the board, but Exit answering back with back-to-back caps as the relentless pressure coming in out of PK, and Kratos shutting it down. They actually had Exit 2 down and were ready to make another pull, but Kratos getting 2 crucial kills, now going to earn himself an overshield. Exit are playing lights out.
Oh, they definitely are, but Gambino, that's a big stop right there. Tapping with a kill as well. OS still in play. Gambino picks it up. He has it now. We got Drift on board here who can... That's an easy kill, hopefully. He's definitely playing his life, making it difficult despite it. That's 2 dead. One more up in the alley here. He's going to get knocked down below. Kratos does pick up a kill on Adso, but there's still enough resources to pull the flag here. Is this enough for PK, though? They've been in this situation a couple times. They've been stopped a couple times as well. XSET so good at playing defensively here. It's just not quite working out for PK.
Kratos makes sure he grabs himself a thrust before he gets into the action. Runs into a bit of a dynamo grenade, getting max value out of that one. Kratos not able to stay alive. Drift going to be awarded the kill for that one. Suspector controlling things from the cafe side. Meanwhile, Rob is pushing up on the palm trees. Exit have successfully pushed PK back, and we are reset with only a minute on the clock for regulation.
This is brutal for PK. They got to play perfect here. Every situation, every opening has been so scrappy, right? Like a single-man push right there with Gambino. He's caught out in the open, dies because of it. Now Adso, no choice but to just play elusive, try to stay up, but he can't do it. And because he's dead now, that's huge timing loss for PK to break down the doors. At this point, XSET, it's their game to win. All they have to do is keep the defense up in the final 30 seconds. So just hunt these players down. And that's exactly what they're doing. Suppress with 1, Suppress looking for 2, leaves it for a teammate, but at this point, it is all but chalked for PK.
Well, luckily for PK, we are within 1 flag pull, so there is an opportunity for sudden death where Exit can pull the flag and not force a sudden death. So if PK are able to pull the flag, maybe they could make something happen. But not only would they have to pull the flag, but to also have to have the return thanks to suppressed heads-up play. Too quickly go down for PK, and Kratos ratting it out in the base just long enough for Exet to steal away game number 1.
Some of the biggest takeaways, I think, with that game, though, Tony, PK had a massive opportunity when they pulled that flag. They got the slays. They're running it through. The next step would be to get that final round of slays on the overextenders so that they get the flag through center map. But you saw what Exet did to counter their play, right? Kratos, I wonder where he spawned, right? He might have spawned in his locker, maybe somewhere out front. He was so quick to get to the enemy locker and then hide. He waited for somebody else to start the commotion, one of the overextenders, maybe on Rocket's side, to start the commotion by shooting cross map, draw attention. And that was when Kratos bounced out. You saw the moment he came out, he finally exposed himself, was the moment when the entirety of PK was compromised down in bottom mid, down in OS, trying to get the flag through. And then Exit just got quick, easy cleanup kills because of it. And they timed it so well. They timed those defensive kills with a counter pull of their own. Next thing they know, they're now running flag. They now have it in double doors, and PK is now, scrambling, trying to get to double doors to win the trades to stop that. But I guess the biggest takeaway is just like, what a beautiful counter out of Exet to keep their presence low, to hold the positions that they did, and then jump in at the right time.
Yeah, obviously Exet clutching out when it mattered most and putting those back-to-back caps to ultimately seal the game. Sadly, PK were not able to match that intensity towards the end of the game there. So we will have a 1-game advantage for Exit. They're now 1 round away from taking the win and knocking PK out of the tournament. But let me tell you, the Knights looked really strong throughout that game number 1, especially getting the first flag cap. I would not be surprised if they're able to answer back going into a Slayer, which, might have been PK's Achilles heels back in Halo 5, but they were a damn good Slayer team here in Halo Infinite.
They were always pretty damn nasty no matter where you put them, right, Tony, whether it's Slayer or otherwise. Do we have the actual – we should know the map for this, though, right? Because I think that's going to dictate quite a bit of this. I assume is it Recharge? Slayer coming up, right? Once again, you've got so Recharge Slayer. Thank you, production, for giving me that angle. Of course, the camo to work with, the shock rifle, I think going to be huge. Just going back to the Halo 5 days, there was always – a couple of the players on the map that excelled on specific weapons, right? When it came to the snipe, you put that in Tapping's hands, but also Drift, right? Drift was nasty with the sniper. I want to see what he does with the shock on this map. And then you take the camo, and then what about Atso and camo, right? Atso and camo back in Halo 5, like that's like peanut butter and jelly. They go together so well. So I can't wait to see how these boys can kind of translate their slaying ability to Infinite to Slayer here. Because for us, Tony, this is still our first opportunity witnessing these guys in this new era of Halo.
Well, we're going to find out if the smooth peanut butter of PK, the smooth and creamy PK, can take out the crunchy Exit here in game number 2 on the Slayer. They have to win the Slayer. They're going to force a game number 3 and ultimately keep their tournament hopes alive here. 3 down, quickly go Exit. So PK winning the starting strat and going to earn himself a shock rifle largely because of it.
All I can think is victory never tasted so sweet or something. I don't know, with peanut butter jelly. Oh my God, by the way. Speaking of, like we said, keys to success. Give Drift the shock and watch him make plays. The man got a triple. Don't tell me he gets more. Looking for a head here. Do they dare to challenge him? That's a spree for Drift. A second victim in his wake here as he waits for his time to strike. Oh my God, he's hitting everything. Tony, the man's disgusting. He'll slide out with an angle. What else has he got in store?
A 10-3 lead is exactly what Drift and PK have in store right now, and they're funneling the spawns over towards the gold side of the map. PK are very well aware of it, so the slays are already being put down. Tapping Buzz takes down 1, but Gambino goes down. Luckily, Drift, listening to his teammates, being an active listener, and able to get the cleanup kill. 13-5 run in favor of your Knights.
That was so close at a Drift, by the way. His opponent jump challenged him. You saw Drift for a split second try to patiently wait and go for a headshot there, which would have been crazy if he did it, but the shot beatdown just wasn't quite enough. Either way, thankfully for Exet, they shut down Drift for now, but despite that, look at the damage, 16-7. Mangler in the hands of Tapping, and Tapping to rip shields and get a kill as he flies off this side of the map there. Still quite efficient from him.
Suspector advancing forward into the whirlpool. 10 seconds until active camo's gonna pop. Suspector throwing an excellent nade, but nobody home just yet. And luckily his teammates are spawning up onto the A side. Tapping buttons off the screen, takes down Rob. Not looking good here for Exit, but if they could win these opening power-ups, they can win that camouflage. Maybe they can make something happen. Suppress going down to one shot. Suspector putting the shot into the body. They're taking down Atso. Has himself a shock rifle. Immediately puts him to work. Gets himself a double kill. And now advancing forward, trying to put the pressure back onto PK as he rips another perfect kill and looking for some more heads.
Oh, dude, it's just so wild how reliably these players connect headshots, right? It's like, okay, looks into a new angle, you know, like I just, do you expect them to just snap and take face every time without fail? They manage to do it. I'm always, I don't know, surprised by it, Tony. Of course, you know, reticle placement, setup is one thing, but just to execute confidently every time is a whole other story. And I guess that's why, you know, they're the players and we're the casters.
Shoot confidently and consistently. That's why every time I see a shot about to line up, I have an audio gasp because I feel like it's gonna happen. Like it really does it time and time again. We see that as PK almost doubling the enemy's team score. Tapping buttons trying to find an opening to get into the control room, but realizing that there's two players there. Atso and Gambino going down. So once again, tapping buttons forced to slow the game down, takes a little bit of a longer angle. And an unexpected one as PK are just grinding forward, almost ignoring tapping buttons, who are going to be able to get some cheeky shots in the back of Exit plus Rob.
Yeah, this has worked out so well for tapping buttons. Look at this as he comes through, takes Rob. Got that one final player up in the attic. That's Suspector. Suspector weak, though. Suspector looking for a kill with all the resources here. He's got to bounce out, though. Tapping has managed to bring him to a vulnerable spot in the map, but can he find him? Finally takes him. That's a spree. You gotta love the movement out of Suspector, but it wasn't quite enough. And with tapping and the angles this man has on the map, he's gonna be so damn difficult to shut down. You can see Camo's now up as well. So I love this rotation out of tapping. This is a great vantage point to support the Camo spawn.
Tapping buttons works his way over towards Camo, doesn't want to put himself in a vulnerable position, so instead gonna grapple it over to himself, but there's two players ready to hunt them down. They must have heard the grapple go off. Drift throwing the nade over towards top goal, beautifully placed, dropping down to play his life. He does have some spawners coming in on the whirlpool. That means the pressure's coming from long haul and the seaside. At PK, only 14 kills away from coming out on top, but Exit right behind them.
PK have Exit exactly where they want them, though, right? They got top A catwalk control. They got a perimeter setup here. Drift's going to join his teammates here over on control. Looks like we're going to get a full four-man push through control instead. And what the sword flying through. I think that might have been a double from that player who's still looking for more blood with it, but you cannot face this. Okay, you can face the repulsor, apparently. Suspect they're going to get up close and personal. Is it enough, though, right? 11 kill deficit. Exet have flipped the map, so ideal situation for them, but they got to play perfect.
And PK doing a great job of shutting down Kratos, literally locking him down, having a 3-11 score line. And although we've seen Kratos have low kill games, normally that's accompanied by very high assists, but in this one, not quite so. As PK still putting in the work, suppressed, luckily slowing things down by taking down Drift, but it's too little too late. They're literally in over a 10 kill deficit right now. Luckily, Kratos off the screen takes down tapping buttons, applying suppressive fire onto Atso, who goes down. Looks like Gambino gonna join him, and maybe, just maybe, there's enough time to make something happen as they're now within 9 kills.
I don't know, 10 kill deficit at 41 here. Very difficult to come back from, but Suspector does have a shock. I've seen crazier things. But maybe a comeback is possible if this man makes plays. Tapping with a kill already, though. That's huge. 42 now. Suspector still looking for something. Realizes he does not have a good position here. Man's got to bounce out. He's now one shot, though. Drift will take a kill as well, 44. So PK continuing to pull away as they take it to 45, and that just was not enough at a Suspector. Instead, it's up to Tapping to seal this one out. Oh, he will do that. My God.
Tapping buttons, throws a beautiful nade to kind of check that long haul side, and as he does that, looks down, gets the kill with the sword right as the nade blows up, giving him a double kill that happened at the exact same time. Adds a double kill of his own. The assist goes in. That's going to be the 50th kill for PK, who were just robbed of game number 2, just like PK feel robbed of game number 1. But now we're going into a game 3. It's do or die. Winner takes all and advance forward into the losers bracket semifinals and into your top 4. The loser going home a lot earlier than expected for both of these rosters.
I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because at this point, everybody's so talented in this tournament. Like, if you lose to anyone, it's not really even a surprise anymore. Like, PK, what an answer in that game. Everything worked out favorably for them. The game started. Drift went huge. He got, like 5-6 kills in a row with the Shock to start the game, which is just a massive impact. That put Xset on a huge deficit that they had to kind of try to claw back from the whole game, right? They were offset from the start of the game because of the way the Drift started. And then tapping buttons ensured that the scoreline stayed the way it did. The man went like 21-8, I think was his final kill death in the end of that game, which is just disgusting. Some of the plays that he made too, right? Like taking advantage of all the resources like the sword, the Shock, but also using the grapple, that rotation he did with the grapple to reposition himself, grapple the camo to him, even though he died right after. It's just the fact that he's deleting those resources off the map. He's making it so difficult for the enemy. If PK can keep that up, then sky's the limit in Oddball Live Fire. We'll see, Tony. This map could be a very long one, though, especially with 3 rounds.
Yeah, what really got me for PK is it just kind of shows you how strong starting strategies are for at this highest competition here. You know, the round of slays come in, they get a second round of slays, and then it's their map knowledge. It's their constant pressure. That second round slays come in. What happens? They force the spawns over towards back gold. What do they do after that? They send 4 people flying to continue to apply pressure. And eventually, Exit did a great job of clawing the way back into it, but they just dug themselves too big of a hole. It just shows how important these starting strategies are at this top level of competition. And it looks like your Pittsburgh Knights are winning the starting strat once again as they get themselves an early pull on the ball and are already pulling it away from the spawning Exit.
Right. Like you said, starting strats are so important, but I think the big difference maker is what you do with the opening that you win, right? And when you have somebody like Drift hitting headshots with the Shock, I mean, that's one way to ensure that you pull away. This time, I think it's up to the snipe and the playmaking potential you got there, or somebody like Atso just barely surviving with the OS and now forcing the entirety of Xset to think twice about challenging through this side of the map. Because of that, Atso going to hold him off just a little bit, but in the feed, Suppressed has the snipe. And Suppressed, oh my God, did he hit that? Did he just slide by and hit a snipe? The man's still going here, by the way. This could be dicey here for PK.
He got the body shot, and Kratos at the same time gets the headshot. Beautifully played by Exit, who aren't done. Slaying out left and right. Exit now putting PK's backs against the wall. And they're finally going to be able to put their first points here on the board. And now we're going to find out how PK can break his setup right off the rip. Tapping buttons at Atso, getting back-to-back kills. Going to be very good for PK. But Suppress, utilizing the Mangler to perfection, earns himself an assist. And already listening to call-outs and react instantly. Going to get himself a second one, taking out Drift. Finally, Suppressed will be shut down, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, Suppress making massive plays there. Would have been sick if he somehow managed to save the repulsor, still get the kill, and then turn and repulse that final nade out. Either way, big plays, big slays. It's not enough to get them any ball time, right? They didn't get a setup despite the SWAT-like collapse they had on A just seconds ago. PK and Gambino and Drift, I don't know what I just said, are going to get 2 kills. Drift going to get 2 more. And because of that, this setup going to extend even more on C side here. You got 45 and counting, a net side position and a tapping. Tapping actually just going to hide here. I love this play because look at what it does. They try to come up through center, and then he just pounces on them.
Full squad wipe going in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights, and it turns into another 2 down to take down Kratos and Suspector, 2 of the leaders of Team Exit, as another 3 down go Exit. They are literally spawning up and dying one at a time. Exit needs to find a way to slow things down, reset, but I mean, is it too little too late? I mean, it's a 75-8 run in favor of the boys in blue. What will Exit do?
I don't know. PK have just activated in these final 2 rounds, these games here, Tony, looking like a completely different team all of a sudden. And Xset need to regain somehow, find an opening. Maybe Suppress will be the one to do it. The man's got a heat wave. We got a sniper up center map, so got to make sure the enemy does not pick that up. Up to Suppress to delete him. He'll take tapping. His position's been revealed, though. Got to try to stay up. All while it's happening, the ball going to be rotated by Xset. Xset trying to find some sort of scrappy time in all this mess here, and hopefully they can walk away with a snipe while they do it.
Suppress, heat wave in hands, off screen. Rob ends up taking down Drift, and Suppress getting the information that he needs, knowing exactly where they are, and gets a slay onto Gambino. Kratos then finishes off the kill that Suppress was calling out and tapping buttons, and Suppress blocking out the tower side of the map. Meanwhile, I believe they're rotating the ball over towards him, which is very good here for Exit. Another big kill out of Suppressed, and Exit might be able to ride this momentum forward. They're getting slay after slay.
So many big kills at an Exit, right? But it's just not translating to time. It's also scrappy here. They just get no opportunity to set it up. They're forced to play it off. Gambino gets 2. And because of it, now PK are going to get another setup. When PK get their kills, they kill the whole team in unison, right? They have a huge numbers advantage, and they make it so that Xset cannot immediately fight back and take trades. And that's just ball time in their favor because of it. Now 90 and counting. Xset, they got to make a move. Drift with a defensive kill. 2 members up to try to bounce in and stop this ball in his tracks. And look at the milk at a PK. He got it to 99, by the way, just by milking it on the edge there. 1 second to seal out this round.
Drift going commando on that one. Suppressed doing a great job of getting the backspec. Almost tries to catch the ball before it goes off the map. Sadly, not able to do so. They do end up getting the ball off the rip despite the beautiful nades coming out of Atso, but they have to play near perfect Halo because, like you said, PK only needing 1 more second of ball time.
Not near perfect Halo, like just literally perfect. They cannot afford a mistake. That's it. That's GG right there. 1 point. One thing I'll say, Tony, I am absolutely taking notes on that ball position. I have not seen somebody tuck themselves into the corner like that before. I don't know who it was. Maybe it was like Drift, but either way, PK, that was nerdy, and it was effective too. It got them to 99.
Well, I will say a bit of a, one of the casters that actually cast Esports Arena is Clutch, and that could have been a bit of a clutch moment. If you remember back in the day, he was hanging off the edge. Suppressed did try to get the backspec and then tried to catch the ball right before it went off the map. And if he was able to do that, maybe we would have saw another West moment right there, but luckily we didn't. We did see the win come in favor of PK. Kratos now advancing that sniper and the ball forward towards a C-side setup. Now let's see what they do with it, because Suppressed is going to be the first one to fall, and that's the opening break that PK need to start to get aggressive.
Kratos needs to start taking a couple faces here. That's exactly what he'll do. He dropped down on 1, trying to get a second, goes for the ninja. He's a maniac, doesn't quite manage to get it. Would have been nasty if he did. That snipe goes down. I don't know if they grabbed it, though. Gambino flew straight on through. Might have called it out to a teammate. Instead, PK going to get a setup, that's for sure. They can hold the ball down in C-side. Now it's up to Kratos and team to try to find an opening here. Suspector with a big kill. Rotation going to come through to get to the ball, but the ball quickly played by PK, and maybe Xset have a chance to get to it.
Kratos quickly grabbing onto the ball, going right over toward that C-side setup once again. Atso does fall, trying to be a bit sneaky. He is going to be spotted out. Still, PK having numbers advantage at the moment, and they already are set up towards the overshoot, which is coming up in any moment. Drift having 2 players in front of him. We see the shots go down, so do the pings. 1 going to go down as well. That's going to be 2 down for each of the teams, but Drift, now the final player alive, gets the kill. So 1v1, it's Atso versus Suppressed, and Suppressed has the information and the nades. It looks like Drift's gonna go down, and PK have to recover here if they want to get a hold of the overshield.
Well, still such a great life at a Drift, though, right? What happened to that ball? Did he just like defend it to the point where it reset itself? I'm not sure what happened to it, because he just managed to stay alive, be a nuisance despite being the only player up. Because of it, PK, they're back where they need to be on the map to get to the OS. Atso needs to live here, and thankfully he does. Ball now going to be pulled by Tapping. Tapping looking for a rotation here. Atso, a line of defense to keep these players away from him. He'll die immediately, but Gambino going to do the damage to answer. Ball rotates over to C. Well, that happens. Tapping being so elusive, right? Well, his teammates take the attention. He gets behind the tower.
drop wall quickly going down here from Rob. Utilizes to get the angle onto Drift. Beautiful headshot goes in, but Atso hunts him down and gets the kill on that one. 32-12 lead in favor of PK as 3 down. Quickly go exit. The 4th one might fall, but it's Kratos being as tough as possible. Gets the double kill, but not able to get the triple kill. PK quickly gonna hop on that ball. One of the most objective, efficient squads that we have in our league, especially in the Latin American region where they come from.
In a battle of efficiency, PK are just winning, hands down, right? They're finding scrappy opportunities to pick up the ball. They're rotating it, being elusive, being so difficult to kill. They don't quite even have a setup, right? They're just like getting kills and keeping the ball going as they do so, but also staying close enough to the play position to still play it off. Look at this. It's happening again as they try to keep the ball back tower here. Xset going to try to find a way to break through, but now 60 points on the board for PK as they continue to be difficult to deal with. Like, these slays don't matter if you're not getting ball time. So Suppress going to continue to hunt here, but Xset, they got to find an answer.
And mind you, this is game number 3. No more chances. PK are 40 seconds away from coming out with the win and advancing forward into our top 4. Luckily, Suppressed coming out of exit makes a play happen with the heat wave, earns himself a beautiful double kill as 2 down go PK. And now we're seeing a bit of a B-side setup coming in out of exit. This is good for them. They force the spawns over toward the power-up side. If they get into a bit of too much trouble, they can play the ball, which trouble's coming, and its name is Gambino.
Gambino looking for trouble. The man takes a double. He gets a heat wave because of it. The ball now down for the reset, but Gambino, a line of defense. Oh, he hits the green gun right back at him. Nice reaction with the repulsor there. Didn't realize the man had it. Because of it, he still managed to avoid death. And look at the distraction that he's created. The ball's picked up. They're trying to find this man. He's freaking Splinter Cell. Where's he gone? I don't know. How's he alive? Finally, they kill him. Suppress going to chase him down, but what a milk. Look at this once again. Suppressed with a hot double, but 76 on the board of PK off these plays.
I just want to know what FOV Suppress plays at, because I mean, little Gambino was only standing right next to him, and somehow Suppress didn't see him for a little bit over towards the middle of the map. Finally able to hunt him down, earns himself a heat wave, and we know Suppress, he knows what to do with it, but the bait and switch going to come in, tapping buttons, earning that one, and then dropping the Mangler right onto the dome of the Uchiha. 3 down, quickly go exit, PK right back into their setup. They're now rotating the ball towards the B side of the map, trying to play it, and it looks like they're able to do so. So great job by Xset.
Xset trying to play PK's game a little bit here, keeping the ball on rotation, trying to get slays as they go, making sure they play the ball if they're compromised. Unfortunately, they don't have too many opportunities to play this game, though. They need a guaranteed setup to pull the time back in their favor. Because you can see PK are looking to close out the game here. Multiple nades going to come in. Ball played once again. They're just too difficult to deal with. Their ball efficiency has been just top tier in this game. Tony, look at the milk. No way. No way. Okay, he finally gets it. Suspected. The longer those fights go on, the more antsy you get, the more likely you are to choke, I find.
Oh, not these players, though. Suspector, this man got ice water going through the veins, man. He's icy, I promise you. The man's really clutch as he's trying to fight over this overshield, able to grab hold of it. Oh, no. There, so swaps out the repulsor for the overshield. He thought he had it, ends up repulsing that wall, which I'm pretty angry with that wall anyway. Enough. So, no, it looks like not enough. It's not enough. PK coming out on top with that one. Even the overshield not going to save exit. PK now advancing forward into the top 4. They pull off what might be the upset on Exit plus Rob, and now they've earned the right to play Esports Arena Blue to make it into the losers bracket finals and into your top 3.
What I'm curious to see, and I'm trying to get a peek at it now, Tony, is the slays comparison between these teams, right? Because it's honestly like pretty dead even. Like, you got, looking at it right now, Suspector is 13, 10 at a suppressed, Kratos with 9, 8 with Rob, and then there's a slight advantage in slays on the side of PK, but it's not that heavy. It's subjective efficiency that allowed them to pull away, right? There was so many like amazing moments, like tapping buttons when he gets that ball, and then you see Drift. I think it was Drift at the team, or no, maybe Atso picks up the OS, dives into bottom mid, gets a series of trades. Atso knows exactly what to do in that moment to rotate the ball, bring it back to back tower. By the time they finally find, tapping. By the time they find tapping, he's out of the field of play. They can't get to him. They have to commit to get to him. He throws the ball off the map. When he throws the ball off the map, then they have to turn around, get back to the reset. but the rest of PK is at the reset. You know what I mean? Like their timing is so perfect. They're just like bamboozling, I guess, the enemy team throughout, and because of it, they managed to push through and get to what, our top 4 in the tournament right now. PK, our final surviving LATAM team in this tournament, they're still here. Their next competitor, I guess, ESA Blue.
And that's exactly what this level of competition does. Not only do they have the talent and they hone that talent and hone their skills to be at the top of their game, hitting all those shots, but on top of that, they also have that chemistry that they've been playing together for quite some time. PK have had this 3/4 of this roster for 8 years now, it seems like, and even adding Gambino, it's been quite some time as well. So you had the slaying of 8 years, right? Over exaggerated, obviously, but
but even Gambino's been there for like at least a year, right? Gambino came in like during Halo 5, like I want to say over a year ago. So yeah, it's a long time coming.
Yeah, but either way, having the slaying ability, having that chemistry, but also putting in the practice to be able to small talk and be able to efficiently and effectively execute on those plans are absolutely huge. And that's exactly what PK brings to the table. They have the skill, they've put in the practice, they've put in the work that's necessary, and that's why they're undefeated in these pro series and even taking out a star-studded roster like Exit. I would also throw it over to Yeso. He's probably going to break up some of the go over some of those stats and really walk us through what happened in that PK versus Exit matchup.
We get to see a lot from the last couple series we saw on stream. I want to start back on the winner's side of the bracket with that Fnatic and unsigned talent matchup, because we got to see 2 very, very close winner semifinals leading into that series. I was really impressed with what I saw from unsigned talent in their matchup against Exet plus Rob. And despite that series going 2-0 for Fnatic, that was a very close 2 games, and I was very proud of what we saw from unsigned talent. This is a honestly really, really good team. I think they showed up strong in that matchup, and honestly, I think you could run that matchup back again theoretically in grand finals, and I wouldn't be entirely surprised. Like, it wouldn't blow me away to see it completely flip in a 2-0 in unsigned talent's favor. I think those 2 teams were very closely matched up in that series. Of course, hats off to Fnatic. They played well. They finished those games pretty cleanly to close out that series. But unsigned talent was right in the mix in that matchup, and it was really, really fun to watch. And I wouldn't be mad if we got to see that once again in grand finals. But of course, Fnatic moved on from there. They take the 2-0 and they take down unsigned talent. So now unsigned talent waiting in losers finals, and we jump down to losers quarters. Do want to update you guys. I mentioned the matchup during my prior segment. Timber Esports did match up against Esports Arena Blue. And again, if you missed it, Timber Esports is that former Fire and Ice roster. You'll recognize Noble, Magico, and the rest from their time competing on Fire Ice, now under Timber Esports. Esports Arena Blue ends up taking that series 2-0, so they're now in losers semifinals. And that brings us to the last series that we just watched that Tony was just asking me about. Exet plus Rob and PK. And PK takes the 2-1 win. And what this really brings me back to, and we talked about Timber a little earlier, is you've really got to respect these Latin American teams, especially Timber and PK. Go back to the last 6 months of Halo 5. These 2 teams were competing in any tournament they could get into, and they were getting better and better as time went on. They were challenging and taking games and series off of Sentinels, Cloud9, these, a lot of the super teams that would get put together in those Halo 5 tournaments. These guys could go up against those great teams. They could take, they could beat KCP handily in some series. So you really need to respect, and I know a lot of the conversation centers around the top North American teams because they do generally dominate the scene. Of course, we are in the middle of the Cloud9 era, but I want you guys to respect and keep your eyes on teams like Timber and like PK because not only can they compete and throw down with a lot of the best in North America, whether they're going to win more often than not, still maybe remains to be seen, but these are teams that you have to respect, and they are also just incredibly fun to watch. These players are extremely talented, really exciting to just watch in these events, and definitely watch out for them in brackets. I hope they continue to come out and compete here on Monday nights, and I hope that we feel like they earn the opportunity to come in on a Wednesday, because I really enjoy these squads and I look forward to seeing more from them. So that does now set up a matchup between Esports Arena Blue and PK in the losers semifinals. Of course, the winner moves on to play Unsigned Talent and does jump up into that top 3, but we are down to that top 4. It is Fnatic, Unsigned Talent, Esports Arena Blue, and PK, and it's going to be a very exciting run to the finish. Do, of course, want to give a special shout out to our friends over at Intel. Of course, they've been big supporters of us here at Esports Arena. They've been around Series E from the beginning. You can check out the beautiful Intel production room and all of our production staff and TOs out there putting on this wonderful show for all of you. Of course, shout out to them for all of their great work, but a big thank you, of course, to our good friends over at Intel. They've, again, been supporting us here at Esports Arena for a very long time, and especially since the very, very beginning of Series E, and we certainly appreciate all the love and support from them. So, as I mentioned, we are down to that top 4. Fnatic, Unsigned Talent, Esports Arena Blue, PK, 2 big LATAM squads getting into the top 6. That's a good showing from them, but the top 4 are all that matter right now. In our next matchup will be that Esports Arena Blue versus PK matchup. I'm looking to hear from you, Twitch chat. Who do you have winning that series? I got to go with the hometown boys. I got to root for Esports Arena Blue, but I think PK has a hell of a shot in this series, and it wouldn't entirely surprise me if they win. But let me know what you're thinking as we go to a quick break. But when we come back, loser semifinals. Don't go far.
I'm fading.
One bad headache can crash your entire game.
Excedrin relieves headaches fast.
Excedrin, game over for headaches.
It's refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top favorite splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Hello and welcome back to Series E. We've got more tournament left to finish off. This is the best part of the tournament, by the way. We've got 4 teams left in the losers bracket. Still yet to be decided. Of course, Fnatic, they're waiting. Winner's side, grand finals, they're good. But in the meantime, it's about the storyline between PK and Esports Arena Blue. They've been fighting through the gauntlet to get here, Tony. Only one moves on.
Yeah, you got Esports Arena Blue, obviously signed by us here at Esports Arena, and you have your Pittsburgh Knights, the #1 team coming out of Latin America. These two going at it is going to be quite fun, and after they just got a big win against Xset plus Rob, I'm sure they're looking to make it into the money because, I mean, it's either you make it into the top 3, get a bit of the prize pool, or you go home a little bit empty-handed, and it's Unsigned Talent, the ones waiting in the losers bracket final. So this is going to be one hell of a matchup that we have here. Like you said, we're down to nitty gritty. It's only the top 4 left.
You're right. This is the match for the money too, right? Because you got to be in the top 3 to walk away with something. Of course, I'd say what matters most for these teams is just getting that first place for the sake of it, for the spotlight. Little extra money doesn't hurt too, but if you can get that standing and prove to some of these top caliber teams like Fnatic, right? You think of a team like PK who's trying to prove the strength of the LATAM community or trying to prove their own strength as a team. Taking out a partner team like Fnatic is a massive step forward. Or a team like ESA Blue, recently sponsored, proving to the world that, you know, they can hang with the top caliber. Taking out Fnatic is the way to do it. So I'd say there's a target on Fnatic, but Fnatic, of course, they're sitting in a good spot. Of course, to get there as well, we got to get through this first matchup, and it is already in session.
That it is, and it looks like JK coming out on top, at least with the camouflage, but not able to do much with it because it's going to be burnt immediately. Eli Elite going right after Gambino, and the first double cap going in favor of Esports Arena Blue.
ESA Blue with a very small opportunity for control there. Just 4 points to their name. Very quickly going to be turned by PK. Eli Elite going to drop one while that happens. Gambino, he's going straight into B to get the quick reset. As he does it, going to spin around, get the grapple, try to hold down this side of the map. Should be helpful for them. Of course, Esports Arena Blue, I wonder how long they've been waiting for this matchup, right? They've played several games to get here, but of course had to wait a little bit. Are they cold coming into this, do you think, Tony?
Well, hopefully they were playing a little bit of matchmaking, maybe even playing against a little bit of twos against each other, get the thumbs moving. And obviously, you can't simulate this level of competition with simply matchmaking or twos, but at least you can make sure that your thumbs are warmed. As of right now, though, PK are definitely warmed up as they take an early lead, but here comes Esports Arena working on Charlie.
Right, PK working through a very challenging series up against XSET. A lot of momentum they've gained from it. Of course, going to punch that right into this one. So far with A capture, JKV going to try to stop the players in B here. He does manage to kill Gambino. Not much time to get to B instead. He'll get dropped by Drift. Eli Elite, thankfully, in B to get the capture on it. Got to win this fight, though. Tapping it a drop thanks to Eli. And if he stays up and does more, he'll take the double. But he also puts himself in position to control A and give his team the camo.
Love the plays come out of Eli Elite. He repulses one grenade back all the way towards the batteries, gets the double kill, even repulses the second one over towards bottom A. Beautifully played with the repulsor as Atso somehow still stealing away batteries. And it looks like Gambino going in for the flank onto control center, but Eli Elite once again coming in and clearing out Bravo.
PK still going to hold on to this AB setup. Gambino, not too much he can do to stop Esports Arena from capping B, though. They'll take it. Now it's up to Drift and Gambino to maybe switch this over. You can see they're going to lose A and B down to Esports Arena Blue for this. So how does Gambino play? He can play his life carefully back C, try to pick up a kill, or maybe just move now that the numbers are down. Drift takes 2, Gambino with another. So maybe an opportunity to retake the map here.
Sword now in the hands of Gambino. 2 down for each of these rosters. Gambino going down to 1 shot, and nades are starting to fly, and it looks like he is officially going to be hunted down. Eli Elite somehow ends up with the shock rifle and top gold control. So looking really good for Esports Arena Blue as they're poised to take their first lead of the game.
Whoever swings it really just depends on these weapons, right? Finally seeing that shock in action could be the recipe for success here. Of course, unless you're gold starred, you just hit all your shots. And going to chase down 1. Looking for a second here as well. Shots in. Sword in the hands of that player down beside him. I think that's Furiously. He will die, though. In the meantime, Gold Star not afraid to take the kill onto Atso. Looks like PK will win A, but at the cost of their points.
Eli Elite hunted down by that sword player. Slice and dice coming in. Gambino tries to defend C, almost gets repulsed off the map, gets the slay, but still hasn't finished off Charlie. Finally able to do so after Atso has his back, taking down Gold Star BR. 3 down go Esports Arena Blue, and once again PK have taken control.
How long can they hold it, though? Got a player coming right up from below. Oh, somehow he gets the kill. Was that Furiously with the kill? I don't know how he lived in control. Gold Star gets another. So PK not going to be able to keep control of the map here. They're going to take A and C. Flank, actually split spawners in elevator. Interesting. They must be blocking the map. And you can see that Eli Elite was prepared for it. He snaps, gets one. Gold Star in position to help pick up the pieces here. Man's got a shock to do it. Just needs a good opportunity.
Pings are going down. Gold Star BR putting in the damage. Backing down right now is Esports Arena Blue having the trip cap, and Gold Star BR going off with the shock rifle. But it looks like the cleanup's going to come in. That shock rifle should change hands. But Tapping Buns doing a great job of holding down the map. Finally, it looks like Bravo goes in the hands of PK, but they still need to work on another strongholds if they want to put points on the board.
I like this play at a Tapping, trying to cut them off from center here. Nice little pinchies for him, too, with Atso. If he gets this kill, this huge. Atso does get the win. He'll take C. CB hold. Beautiful shots into center, and now Tapping has an opportunity to get into A as well. So perfect little chance for map control here. And how long can they hold it? You've got spawners coming up through attic side. And that's an immediate high ground position given to that Esports Arena team, though thankfully for PK, they're just finding ways to lock him down. Looks like they've locked him into long haul now because of it. Tapping, gonna bounce his way back over to attic 2. Doing that opens up the elevator, but I mean, what a great little round of points they've earned.
149 to 107 lead in favor of Esports Arena Blue. Camouflage coming up in about 5 seconds here, as Tapping Buds has not been taking out for this top gold positioning and beautifully watching the cross. Looks like Gold Star BR going to be the first one to fall. Eli Elite does as well. Tapping Buds now getting away with the camouflage. Finally leaves away from top gold, but only to get the camouflage and the grapple, as now they're working on an AB setup. Is your Pittsburgh Knights. They're trying to come back in this game. Clearly, they've come to play.
This is the comeback opportunity right here. They got all the resources. Round of slays. It's going to flip the spawns over to A, but you see how quickly Tapping is prepared for it. He can keep the pressure up. Man still got the camo as well. Eli Elite furiously trying to stay up and hold on to A side here. Eli shots into attic. That's huge. They get rid of Gambino because of it. Where is Tapping, though? You know Tapping's been a nuisance here. Looks like he might be the one in elevator. Drift does die. Tapping kills furiously. Tapping with more, but Gold Star a saving grace to ensure that they don't get far. So PK, despite the little string they gained, look at what's happened now. Esports Arena, they now regain the map. PK, they got to break at a C.
2 go down for each of his teams. Tapping Buns throwing an excellent nade, but he does go down to 1 shot. Luckily, hasn't been cleaned up yet, but trying to take away Alpha. Gambino clearing out B as well on the gold side of the map. So 2 bases going down for Pittsburgh Knights quickly. They end up losing Charlie, but that's okay, because they can easily get these slays. Gambino already advancing forward and already starting to get aggressive. They can slay out. They can go for a trip cap of their own. The first one's going to go down, and that's actually going to be a double kill coming out of Gambino. Beautifully played for your Pittsburgh Knights.
Oh my God, he's going to come back and get this kill too. Tries to he's going for full aggro for the challenge. Okay, that last jump, little dangerous, but the whole life leading up to it's so beautiful, right? Picks up 2 kills, makes his life scarce. Very difficult for the enemy team to kill him because of it. He's drawing attention. He's giving his teammates opportunities. Looks like despite the opportunities, ESA, they're still finding ways to pull away. Here, Drift with a big kill. He'll take a whiplash. He does die immediately after, though. Because of it, ESA still holding on to B and C. PK, they're doing damage, but they got to break a hill.
I think that was JK that tried to make a move with the grapple and the sword. That looked really scary right there. Tapping Buns gets a big kill onto Flurry, earns himself a shock rifle, but Jan gets the cleanup, and I believe somebody was able to get away with the camouflage. So JK by himself on the control bridge. Eli Elite going right after Atso. Gambino off the screen gets a kill, but so does Flurry. He has 3 down. Go PK. They're holding on to the double cap, and they still have the lead, the Esports Arena Blue.
They finally found their opening. Eli Elite decided to flip the map, take high ground in A. Because of that, it forces their spawn over to C, over to long haul here. Gambino and team, they got to fight at a C. They need to play perfectly to do this, though. Eli Elite still scampering around bottom A here, staying alive. They will likely get the cap, but Eli, if he takes this fight, he can turn things around immediately. Just staying alive is a nuisance. Tapping takes him, though. Tapping gonna die. Gold Star with the trade. And because of it, he's right back into A. They'll lose B, but they still got high ground.
Ghost Army are working off of Alpha, able to steal away that cap. Slays are going down as well, so good damage coming out of Gold Star, and Jan seemingly coming out of nowhere to try to get the cleanup kill, but he's going to quickly back down because prioritizing his life is much more important at this point. 237 points and counting, gets the melee kill onto Drift, automatically works onto the control room side, not able to get the stick, but the damage comes in. Eli Elite gets the cleanup kill, and this is getting really bad for PK. They need to make something happen here.
Final opportunity for PK, but there's nobody home to get to either A or C, so Esports Arena Blue will close out game one with a 250 to 175 finish. Nice teamwork to close that out, though, right? The control of the map, they had that BC hold for so long, and not really the easiest hold to lock down, right? You got the enemy team spawning up an elevator, immediate access to high ground to cross them, but despite it, they continued to lock down the perimeter, and then Eli Elite finally found that opening to then rotate to elevator, block the spawn, and then flip it on them, and just the way that they managed to kind of cycle the map and control those spawns at the end sealed out the game pretty confidently, I think.
Well played by Esports Arena Blue, taking game number one, but Pittsburgh Knights have been in this scenario before, literally just a round before, where they dropped game number one to Accept plus Rob. They were able to put in back-to-back wins to steal away game number three and to advance forward here into top four. And the question is, can they do it again here against Esports Arena Blue, who have been together much longer than that squad, Accept again plus Rob, and a little bit more polished, if you will. But going into game number two, Slayer on live fire, what will we see out of your Knights?
With PK and Slayer in the previous series, we saw them pop off, right? It was recharge Slayers, though, so a bit of a change of scenery. But the way that they managed to control the weapons was just beautiful, right? The shock that we saw out of Drift, and then later tapping with the grapple and the sword, the camo, some of those plays. So, I mean, if they can translate that energy over to live fire, they definitely still got a shot. But ESA Blue, it just seems like the longer they stay in the lower bracket in the tournament, the better they get. And you got to shut these boys down quickly or they will not stop. The moment we jump into this, though, you see JK just moving so freaking quick. He's already taking tapping.
Clearly, Esports Arena Blue have activated Berserker mode. The weaker they are, the stronger they get here as Overshield is coming up. JK not only wants the sniper, but wants that extra shield as well. But damage is coming in hot, able to slap it in. It's actually going to be a camouflage here for JK. Sniper and camo, a deadly combination. Has teammates already over towards the A side of the map here, so things are looking very good for Esports Arena Blue.
JK just doing everything he can to find a moment to breathe, too. He kept getting tagged up, slowing him down just a little bit. Despite it, thankfully, he's got the teammates there to help. Nice attempt at a Gambino, but Eli going to shut that down. Tapping and a drop as well, and now 10-5, and JK with an opportunity to get a line of sight. And maybe a couple headshots for him. Still got some ammo to work with.
JK advancing forward top mid. Eli Lee doing the same thing with the heat wave. They do end up going 2 down, but PK go 3 down, so numbers still in favor of the boys in red. That's right, that's Esports Arena Blue.
And I like the positioning out of them here too. Eli just hiding right in the podium. Anybody walks by, they're in trouble. They got high ground positioning here too. Goldstar going to lock down the nest. He does get a kill. It's a trade. Big pickups out of PK, though, to try to bounce back here. Furiously still does have the top of the tower. Doesn't have it for long, though. Nice cross out of PK. They got to kill JK, though, right? JK still the man with the snipe. He does die. And the timing is perfect here, too. Camo about to spawn as PK lock that down.
That they do. Getting the slays when it matters most. They might be able to steal away this active camo, which goes in the hands of Gambino, but immediately going into a gunfight. Luckily, he's going to back down and play his life. He does have some teammates up, and looks like he's going to have a pulse up, but right into the back smack, so not the right time to utilize that that creative jump there, as Heatwave goes in the hands here of Esports Arena Blue.
Despite them having the Heatwave, they flip the map, though, right? High ground in the favor of PK. So it looks like they don't want it. Instead, they want the flank here. Drift looking for an opening. He's flying up into A here. Shots onto one. Got to be careful, though. He might be pinched making this play. At the very least, he gets a trade. Is it enough to do the damage here? You've got Gambino, thankfully, in position. Takes a last shot kill. They try to bounce out of this fight. Gold Star gets dropped by tapping. It's a nice little display of teamwork as they bait and switch their way through A.
21-20 lead now in favor of PK, or answering back here. Gambino ends up getting the big kill onto Eli. Elite, the sniper rifle is up. They're getting the slays they need, but Gambino's receiving some pressure here from the sandbag side. Almost thought he had a nade there as he tries to look down and bounce one off. Tapping Buns, luckily taking down Gold Star BR. And now they're starting to advance forward. Top mid control in the hands of PK. Beautifully played, but JK gets the initial kill onto Drift.
Halfway point in the game here, Tony. This is down to the wire, right? 25 all. Beautiful repulsor. See ya. That player going to drop off. Did he drop off the map? He must have. Or he got killed by somebody else. Either way, that's a hell of a repulse to get your opponents off you. You might want to deal with a sniper player as well, though. And they will. I think that's tapping, then dropping with sniper. PK in trouble here. Cavalry's here. They're bouncing straight through center map. Somehow Eli, okay, he does get killed. And it's been scrappy despite the display. It's still dead even.
Drift working on trying to get the camouflage. Gambino throwing beautiful nade over toward the spawning bottom tower players, watching the crossing but might have I thought he ran in front of somebody, but luckily Drift taking down Gold Star. No, he's still there. He's actually still there. Doesn't even fire his gun, steals away the heat wave, and JK finally gonna go down here as Tapping Bun somehow ends up with the sniper rifle. 3 down, go Esports Arena Blue and PK are looking to tie things up.
If Tapping has snipe, we got to see what he's up to. Somehow he's over on B side, though. Right now, Gambino trying to play his life scarce here. He's got thankfully, two teammates going to help with 2 kills on the feed. 36 now on the board. And Esports Arena at a deficit here. They're stuck on A side as well. They got to find a way to pick up a trade or force a kill. JK with a big opening. 2-man push up onto PK. I think they might have been able to get a trade out of that, but they'll bring it to 32 here. Still a 5-kill deficit. Massive kill out of Furiously. And that might open up a little room on the team to make a couple more plays here, assuming Furiously lives.
Furiously does go down to 1 shot, but his teammates do have his back. Beautifully watched cross as Gambino is walking his way over towards the garage side of the map. Has a teammate with them. Adso when Tapping Buns getting back-to-back kill. Eli Elite is going to answer back, but it is PK that are the first to approach the 40-kill mark, and they're not slowing down whatsoever. Gambino getting another big kill to quickly go down. Esports Arena Blue and PK have him on the ropes.
We've seen this twice now, Tony. When it comes to Slayer, PK, they just seem to know what to do, at least in Infinite, right? Maybe it was a bit of a bane back in Halo 5, but in Infinite, PK, they just seem unstoppable. 43 at this point. ESA Blue backs against the wall once again. They'll take it to 44. Snipe about this spawn here. And if Furiously and team want any opportunity to pull this scoreline back, they got to win these weapons. They got to win the OS or the camo, the snipe. And Furiously looking for fights everywhere on the map. He'll repulse one off. The fact that he did that is huge, though. Maybe an opportunity here for ESA. Though, unfortunately, because they died, they're now at 46. And ESA with very limited opportunities to bounce back.
What the timing on that was so incredible by Furiously. As that player jumps up for camo, he repulses him back, denies it, but he eventually goes down. Some damage been done. Atso gets the kill. Gambino puts the 50th on the board. PK once again sending us to a game number 3.
PK just seemed to have that X factor in Slayer, Tony, and I wonder if they managed to carry it through in this series as well. They managed to come back against Xset in the previous series in Slayer, and they locked it down in the 3rd game. They were like a different team in the final 2 games in this series, and it's starting to look similar in this one. We'll see. Of course, this time we're ending with an Aquarius CTF. Haven't seen this one all day yet, Tony, so should be an interesting one for sure, but very well played from PK. I think the snipe is really the biggest difference maker that we saw in that. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, we saw Capture the Flag on Bazaar a couple of times.
Yeah.
But this is the first time we're actually seeing Capture the Flag on Aquarius, which out of the 2 maps, I would definitely say Aquarius is much more favored in my opinion, and probably by the community as a whole here. So game number 3, ending on a Capture the Flag. First to 5 flag caps take the win. 12 minutes on the clock. Camouflage spawns towards the middle of the map. Each one of these teams having access to a thrust. There is a heat wave over towards that bottom P side, which can take, which should obviously play a big part in the map. but man, it's really about those dynamo grenades that can really do damage, doing a high amount of damage, slowing down your opponent, getting that audio tick, and also coming up every 30 seconds. It seems like they're always on the map.
Because of the size of this map, there's so much you can do off the opening as well, right? Like Bazaar, yes, you can get a strong opening start on Bazaar. You might get a full round of slays, and you might get an opportunity for a pull off of it, but usually you have to slay multiple times, right? You got to stop the overextenders. You got to stop maybe the spawners that spawn in the back of the base. Aquarius is different, though. You can very quickly get to the flag, get that pull out, lock the spawns over in fridge, and just start spawn killing as you're running flag, right? You can lock down the map so much more efficiently. So we'll see. The opening strat could set the ball rolling immediately in this game if they play quickly, if they play effectively enough. And then from there, sky's the limit. Can't wait to see how it plays. The beauty is also, because it's a small map, it's so scrappy, right? You can stop the flag very quickly, too.
Yeah, you mentioned locking down those spawns over towards the fridge side. So both of these teams are really going to be fighting most of the time for that car and utility side of the map. Being on utility alone, if you can just gravitate over towards the bridge, you can block both utility and that back base spawn, which will secure yourself for spawning your opponents over towards that fridge side. So watch out for that. And then having somebody car watching the cross from anybody trying to make it out to fridge towards their flag to try to defend, or even towards P to try to overextend, is going to be crucial to either one of these teams' efforts to try to win the game.
And like we said, the opening strat going to be such an important part of that formula. So let's see how it plays out. Of course, here we are in game 3. The winner of this game will take this series and move on to losers finals. So every little moment here going to count.
Eli Elite already on the opposing side of the base. Wow. If they get the slay, it's going to be a quick pull going in favor of Esports Arena Blue. But it looks like Gambino tapping buns, getting back-to-back kills instead. So Esports Arena Blue not having the advantage that they need to get the quick pull. Eli Elite now going to be the final player alive and quickly dealt with courtesy of tapping buns. PK flipping the map right back on him.
So far, a little stagnant, right? Scrappy fights. Center map in this game. Nobody quite with an opportunity to pull away here. Maybe Floriously will be the one to do it. Instead, maybe he'll bank shot back to himself, and he'll drop that heat wave. Opportunity there for PK to pick it up, move up with it. Tapping button's going to try to lock down things. Top car in the meantime. We talked about the power of car on this map. Great spot to get to the dynamos. Great line of sight, too. And very easy opportunity to block sight lines if you control it. Of course, if you can win those scrappy fights out bottom mid, that'll help as well. But right now, Floriously just going to try to stay up.
Floriously getting the assist early here. JK and Eli Elite getting back-to-back kills of their own. And once again, Esports Arena Blue starting to advance forward. Beautifully played. That's going to be a reversal kill going for Floriously. Goes in for the double, but tapping buns, not having any part of that. But while running the flag, Eli Elite drops it, gets the slay, then continues running. Gambino gets behind the flag carrier, but is quickly met by a player over toward the opposing utility. Esports Arena Blue are close to running this in home. And it looks like they got it behind the base already.
Oh, did they get it in? They did. They managed to plant that flag in, but at what cost, though, right? The big thing is, can you stop the counter pull from coming through, right? PK, they got a numbers advantage. They're getting kills up top map because of this flag now out to utility. There is one line of defense in util, so massive kill on that flag carrier at an ESA Blue. They might have stopped PK in their tracks, stopped them in their chances from getting a counter cap, though, of course, as I say it, those 3 die. And it looks like things might change here. The flag does reset, but tapping to get to it immediately. And run. Oh, he fumbled the run. Can they get to utility? We'll see.
Tapping buttons having the top mid control. PK and Gambino once again getting the slays that they need, man. PK, a strong flag running team, but Gold Star BR ends up getting the crucial double kill. And now we're seeing tapping buttons and Gambino advance forward towards utility. Gold Star BR getting the 3rd down to Gambino, but not able to take down all 4 members of PK as that flag is making it across. We might just be tied up here. Yes, we are.
Beautiful at a PK. It was rough there in utility, but tapping made a massive play to get in there, grab the flag, and with no health left, still managed to jump and throw the flag up to that bridge to the last links to help a teammate cap it in. Of course, they lost their resources to do it, though, and once again, ESA Blue, they were so quick to counter, so quick to take advantage of their numbers to get another flag, pole, and cap to bring this to 2-1. And this time they did it so quickly, so efficiently. Getting a counter here is going to be very difficult.
Beautifully played by Esports Arena Blue, but once again, Atso getting the double kill that they need. Tapping Buds already applying pressure, and it looks like PK are right back in it. What a fast capture of flag on Aquarius. I mean, neither one of these teams are slowing down whatsoever. Often flag games in Halo Infinite will go into overtime or even go into a time, but I have a feeling this one simply will not.
I mean, if ESA Blue can continue to do what they just did there, where they got the flagpole out, they got a round of slays, and they managed to have at least 1 or 2 members on ESA Blue alive in the enemy base, if they do that, then they'll win this game handily. I mean, they're doing it again, maybe. Actually, sorry, this is PK. Take it back. This is a nice little counter attempt. But if you can have somebody in the back of the enemy base while you're pulling and running that flag, it's a nuisance for the enemy team. They got to come back to you to kill you, and they lose time and opportunity to counter. As I say it, though, this is a big counter opportunity for PK, or for ESA Blue, sorry, if they can stop this in its tracks.
Well, JK was the final line of defense there. The flag does get relayed, and Gambino waiting for the shields to come up to stamp that in. We are tied up at 2 apiece, 7 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time for either one of these teams to put some more on the board. But it's PK who are quickly getting into their offense, immediately getting the numbers advantage, and they're already flying in toward the car side. And the slate hasn't gone down just yet, but the dynamo grenades are, and that means Firstly is going down.
Nice little slingshot at a Gambino, launches himself into car, grabs the dynamos, and then is able to use them to make a big play here. Earned himself some great positioning too, though it won't last long. Goldstar will take him out. Because of it, Goldstar will take back utility. Beautiful nade out of Eli. Must have got the call out, cleans up one. Looking for a second here up top. Car as well. Shots in, drops this man. That's a thrust down on the floor too. And can Eli continue to do work? Looking for more blood, bottom ping.
One shot player towards bottom ping, trying to stay alive. Ends up making it all the way toward the courtyard and then goes towards mid. Immediately cut off by Eli Elite. Excellent high IQ play, cutting him off instantly. Goldstar BR not able to get the slay over towards the base, so Eli Elite having to slow things down. JK coming in with the heat wave, but can't take down both players. The double melee comes in. JK goes down, and so do 2 members of Esports Arena Blue.
Oh, PK with a huge opportunity here, though. The entire team dropping. He didn't see the camo on the floor, by the way. There was a camo right out front, bottom mid. Instead, Gambino got bigger problems to worry about. Going to assault the base. Drift with a big kill onto JK. Teammates in position to start to run this flag here. Spawners up on Fridge as well. They're immediately rotating back base to try to stop this flag, but tapping the line of defense the team needs. And I wonder if PK called out that camo to tapping for him to pick it up instead, because they know this man is a playmaker. Can he still put numbers up? He can't quite do it, but the damage is done. They'll plant that flag in for a 3-2.
PK taking the lead in this one, but still 5 minutes on the clock. So Esports Arena Blue, we've seen how quick they play. They can make something happen. They can put 1, maybe even 2 flags on the board in this amount of time. Adjo taking down Eli Elite, tapping Buns, going after Goldstar BR, and a full squad wipe in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights. Once again, they are really taking control here in game number 3, and there's no more chance for Esports Arena Blue. It's do or die right here, right now.
They do have some time in the clock, but man, are they feeling the pressure. Look at this. Drift with a massive kill. He stays up. Pressure immediately on spawns too. Gambino with a sneaky angle. Drops yet another. Flag going to be pulled. Going to try to get the util. Ben's getting tagged, though. And Furiously with a massive rotation out front. Managed to get right in the line of fire. Goldstar picks up another. And big defensive kills at a ESA Blue is going to slow PK down and their chance to pull a 4th flag. But ESA, they got to get out of their base. They got to find a way to start to become the attackers here.
On board now with JK of Esports Arena Blue, putting the thrust to work immediately. Not taking much damage there, so just enough for him to poke out and put some more damage on the enemy team. But there are multiple Pittsburgh Knights on the car and the P side, and JK cannot finish off the kill there. It's Gambino starting to advance forward. His active camos up, able to trade off kills. 3 down go Esports Arena Blue. Tapping Buns once again, getting his hands on the camouflage. You called him the playmaker. Let's see some plays being made.
I mean, he's doing it. PK just looking way too coordinated on this map. They've got so much efficiency. They're getting full rounds of slays, knocking them back down to Fridge spawn. And then when you're caught in a deficit, with not too many options, not too many angles. It's just so easy for the team to pinch and collapse. 3 dead once again, by the way, as I say it. We got Gold Star here, still alive, though. And because of it, he's still making plays. So tapping now dead. Big line of defense. Looking for a second here, too. Close the distance. Picks up a double with the trade. And a little moment to breathe here, maybe for ESA Blue.
Adso going commando, advancing forward through the utility. Fluriously off the screen, able to take down Drift. Adso still waiting for the right opportunity to pull the flag. Gambino does take down JK, so that's the moment that Adso decides to make his move. However, Eli Elite ends up getting a double kill on the kill feed, and a counter pull is coming in out of Esports Arena Blue.
Esports Arena had this map locked down. Atso died, too. That was the big kill to get. They kill Atso. They got free access to utility. But look at this. Gambino and Drift. And then another member of PK. They get multiple slays here to answer back. And now all of a sudden, JK in the back of the base playing defense. He's got to keep these boys and PK off of him. He'll delete one. Isn't enough, though. Atso hot pursuit here. Flag returned. They just got to get it to the pedestal. But Atso not going to make that easy to do. He gets a death stick. Drift still here to defend. Wait, did they get the pull? They did. They pulled it back. I take it back, Tony. This is a standoff. Flag opposite side.
That it is, and Drift is going to be the first player to fall here. Gambino ends up getting the melee, but that's not going to be enough to take down Eli Elite. 2 minutes on the clock in regulation, and JK now getting the first camouflage in what seems to be the entire game here, as it's almost like tapping button spawns with it at times. Furiously gets the touch on the flag to make sure that doesn't get returned as he feels the pressure starting to come here. And man, off screen, Eli Elite getting the first kill on the tapping buttons. Atso taking down Gold Star and BR. Fluriously just moving so fast. I'm getting a headache. I'm gonna need some Excedrin.
I know, right? Like, what does this man do? He wants to be near the flag so it doesn't auto reset, but you can tell he wants to be part of the action. So I think he did start to rotate. But PK, their defense a little too strong. They're going to have spawners up in the base, too, to help out. So Gambino going to continue to play defense. 2 dead in the feed as well. And the flag got returned. And because of it, PK, they take a 2-cap lead with 1 minute on the board. And they're not stopping as well. Look at this. They're still dropping. ESA Blue and their tournament life on the line here, about to be snuffed out by PK.
Oh, and Zapping Buttons opens up with the triple kill that's needed. Beautifully played here by Tapping Buttons, defending the P side and putting the nail in the coffin. The 5th flag cap comes in. PK take it in game number 3 and are advancing forward to your losers bracket finals and guaranteed them a top 3 finish at the least.
The first 2 games were close, but the third game, PK was just better. They're just better at the map, Tony. Like, I feel like ESA Blue might have to go back and rewatch that VOD and maybe, look for some mistakes, some openings, some ways to kind of change the game plan there, because PK just absolute map locked down for the majority of the game, right? They had just this perfect kind of top map control. You had tapping, like you said it was like he spawned with the camo. He always seemed to have it. He would get it off his spawn, lock down top mid. You'd have like a U from top mid up through utility and access to the flag, and then spawners up in fridge, and they're just getting pelted. Whether they go up Pink Street, whether they go back to their base, they're getting shot left and right, and it just felt like they were being suffocated for a good, 2/3 of the game, even towards the very end where we had the flag standoff. PK, they found a way to kind of break through, right? You could see how antsy Furiously was. He didn't know if he wanted to stay there, if he wanted to get in the fight, but just the level of coordination, the ice at a PK, it carries them to lose his finals.
Well, PK definitely earned that win right there. And man, it's unsigned talent who have been waiting patiently for their right to play the winner of this one, and it is going to be your Pittsburgh Knights. The winner of this next matchup is making it into the grand finals to go up against Fnatic. That's going to be an insane matchup. And mind you, Fnatic, I think Fnatic actually be in both of these rosters at this point, so they must be feeling comfortable in the grand finals coming out throughout the winners bracket.
They must be comfy because they've won against both of them. But at the same time, you've got 2 hungry competitors who want a reason for a rematch, right? Who want to come back and win this one that matters more. So we'll see. So how do you feel about what you've seen so far? Of course, 3 teams left in this tournament. Losers, finals, grands. That's all we've got. But PK, what a display in that series. Welcome back to Series E. It is a late Monday evening at this point, 1 a.m. for myself, and I believe, Tony, for you as well. So big ups to Esports Arena, big ups to the players who are still competing, still giving us a show, and a big thank you to everyone in the chat who's sticking with us. You've stuck with us for the majority of the tournament, but now it's time to close it out, right? Now it's time for the biggest, most important matchups, the losers finals, the grand finals. Everyone still in the tournament. They're in the money. They get something. They get some cash in their pockets for this. But, of course, what matters most is that grand prize. So first, losers finals. Tony, we've got two teams that have both been defeated by Fnatic. They both want that rematch. that's going to be PK and unsigned talent.
And I think I'm going to correct myself because I was actually wrong. Unsigned
PK
talent.
You're right.
Unsigned talent. Actually, I'm not sure if they actually lost. No, unsigned talent lost to Fnatic, and PK lost to Timber Esports. So I was a little bit off on that one. That was on me. Either way, both of them wanted to make it into the grand finals. That's what we're all here for. We're here for that #1 spot. Top 3 is nice, but that #1 spot is what both of these teams are fighting for. Unsigned talent going up against your Pittsburgh Knights.
At this point, PK are looking like a tough team to beat, right? We haven't seen much of them. We saw them lose to Timber Esports. Not sure how that series went down. Of course, unfortunately, that team is no longer in the tournament, but PK in place of them, my God, what a storyline we witnessed with them, right? They took out Xset. They took out ESA Blue. They're now up against Unsigned Talent. Unsigned Talent, of course, Unsigned Talent also took out Xset and ESA Blue. So this seems like the fated duel. It seems like, the battle that was kind of meant to happen here. If PK can beat Unsigned Talent, then that's a massive question mark coming into grand finals because we don't really know the limits of PK at this point. Maybe they can hang with Fnatic. Of course, if Unsigned Talent, on the other hand, win it, then we get a rematch, pretty hot rematch.
Yeah, either way, I'm going to be excited for this one. Again, your #1 Latin American team against your #1, maybe unsigned talent, unsigned team right now.
Sure, maybe.
Looking to make a name for themselves and looking to get signed by somebody out there. It's going to be a really exciting one. We have PK, obviously a very fast squad, and we see what they can do as far as objective efficiency, but also, man, they've really opened things up when it comes to Slayer and go on these really hot runs. And we've seen the same thing about unsigned talent as well. They've been a big Slayer team and also have done really good in Oddball, which seems to be their bread and butter. Hopefully for unsigned talent, we see an Oddball in the series.
One thing's for sure, we're always going to get a Slayer, and we're always going to get it dead smack in the middle of the series. And so far with our journey with PK, Slayer is where they turn up and they just go ham. So that's kind of the worrisome thing is it's like, it doesn't matter how the series kind of starts. It matters, right? Like if you get that first game, it's important, but you got to find a way to hang with PK and Slayer because when they win Slayer, they set this momentum, this energy that it just seems like other teams can't seem to come back from once it gets rolling, right? PK, the first game, you get this closely kind of contested game. Slayer comes in, PK turns up, and then by the time you get to game 3, they're a different team, and you're outclassed. That's how it's been, at least in the past 2 series, right? Aquarius Flag wasn't close. The final match, what was it, Oddball up against Xset? It wasn't close. So if this happens again, and they go down in that Slayer, watch out. PK, they seem to find a way to clutch up.
But one can also argue that we kind of saw the same thing for unsigned talent in the upper bracket as well. They did the same thing against Xset plus Rob, and the same thing against ESA Blue, where they ran into that Slayer. They won the Slayer, gained all their momentum, and they happened to go into an Oddball game 3, and they pulled off the exact same thing. So kind of two somewhat similar teams, obviously on two opposite sides of the globe, but going to be really excited to watch these two go at each other.
Actually, a really good point. This needs to happen. This match needs to happen quickly. Of course, as soon as it's ready to go, we're going to jump in. We're going to show you the game. I'm not entirely sure of our layout. Tony, if you have it, that insight would be lovely. But, of course, losers finals. Well, we have it on screen instead. Even better. Of course, Oddball on Streets, Slayer on Bazaar, and Stronghold on Livefire. So this is a different twist, right? Because so far in the tournament, we've seen plenty of Strongholds to start our series. And Strongholds, I think, is historically, for both teams, for Unsigned Talent and for PK, has been kind of difficult, like weaker for them. But Oddball has been like a strong suit for these teams. Oddball on Streets is a map game type we haven't seen yet today either. So I think we're open for some surprises here.
Well, like we said before, Unsigned Talent, definitely a strong Oddball team. PK obviously showed they're a strong Slayer. So is Unsigned Talent, but in the Slayer, I kind of give the edge to PK for some reason. I feel like they've been a lot cleaner when it comes to the Slayers on game 2. And all the Unsigned Talent have come out with the wins. They've been tested multiple times, a little bit harder than PK. And then when it goes to Strongholds Livefire, I'm going to once again give the edge off to PK. So I would not be surprised if we see a game number 3, but I'm going to predict a 2-1 in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights. I'm sorry, unsigned talent. I might get some nasty DMs after this. I'm sorry. I'm just reading out what the papers tell me.
I mean, so what you're saying is PK, they've been playing so damn hot that unsigned talent, you don't think they could put them out at this point. They might just be unstoppable. And you know what? It's hard for me to not agree with you, Tony, mainly because we've been here for PK or with PK and their journey with Halo 5 for years now, right? We've seen their come up. We've seen how consistent they are. They are, without a doubt, like I want to say top 2, top 3 team historically for us in ESA. They always find a way to get the grand finals. So it's hard to doubt them against unsigned talent because we just haven't seen as much of this team together. Honestly, I think unsigned talent has been one of the biggest surprises for us today, Tony. They've taken out teams that we thought, on paper wouldn't have lost to them.
Yeah, I was really surprised we actually saw them beat Xset plus Rob. I mean, to beat Xset and Rob at the same time, absolutely incredible coming from unsigned talent. Good. And then, yes, I agree with you. They're definitely the underdogs. They definitely pulled off some big upsets, and we're going to see if they can pull off a big one on this because I still have PK a bit of the better team on paper. Starting things off is unsigned talent specialty, or at least what seems to be in this tournament. Oddball on streets. You have the Rockets that spawn in the middle that everybody's going to be fighting for. Don't forget about the Bulldog, and don't forget about that Stalker rifle as well. Starting on board with Sorrel with the big kill on Gambino.
Also, that ain't oddball. This is strongholds on streets, and fine. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll take it. Either way, It's about, I don't know. This is what we got, and I guarantee it'll be an explosive start, especially with the Rockets in the hands of Sorrel. Or what? Wait, what the heck? Was he just standing there? Or is he, you know what? This might not be the, okay, it might actually be oddball streets, and that might not even be the game one, Tony. We'll see.
Yeah, we definitely saw somebody leave the lobby. We definitely saw somebody in timeout just hiding in the corner right there. Clearly, somebody put him in punishment or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did say oddball streets is going to be what we're looking at. But either way, I don't care what it is. Give me strongholds. Give me oddball. Give me capture the flag on street. Just give me something on the streets right here for game number 1, and let these two teams duke it out.
I was thinking, imagine like one flag CTF, like attack and defend. It probably wouldn't be good because the map is designed in this. It's so there's so many like corridors and like ways to easily cut sightlines, and it's such a small map too. But I don't know, man. Just trying to find creative ways to work with the map pool that we got. Either way, I'll take streets in any flavor, like you said. Oddball, strongholds, that works. I think we'll get oddball. Slayer Bazaar is going to be an interesting one once we get there as well, right? Just the way that the map tends to work with spawn control, also controlling center map, having the rockets, the grapple, all that utility. We'll see. Of course, we got a road to climb before we get there.
And that's one thing about Halo Infinite that I'm loving the fact that we have, at least as far as the competitive settings go, and the game as a whole. I think we have a really good infrastructure to build off of here. I think the maps are really good on the game. I think the social is really fun. I'm running around with an assault rifle like I'm crazy in social. And then in competitive settings, we don't have kind of like when we started with Halo 5 competitive, where we had like full radar and those same assault rifles in play. No, we have really good competent settings. So Halo Infinite's in a really good run, and most likely we're going to get new maps and new game modes, and it's going to be really fun going into season 2 and season 3 and beyond. I'm really excited for the future of Halo Infinite.
I think it's just Forge hitting, right? Like, having more content, amazing, right? Because the maps, the 343 design, they're going to look better, ideally, and hopefully play, really well also. But Forge changes this game completely. The content is limitless. Leave it up to the people to make maps it doesn't matter for like what you want to play. If you want to play Grapple Starts, there's going to be a Forge map. If you want to play Classic Halo, there's going to be a Forge map. If you want to play Halo 5, you could have Halo 5 settings, maps designed around it or whatever. Just the convenience is limitless. So Halo will truly be infinite, I think, Tony, once we get Forge. We'll see. Either way, I can't, I'm happy to be here on the road getting there, right? What a journey it's been so far to see some of the competitions we've had already and the level of like the caliber of players that we've had already to finally get to this point. It just, it's the beginning of quite a storyline, and it's good to have ESA finally here to build that story out too.
Yeah, the journey has been incredible. Obviously, big shout out to Esports Arena. We've actually had the chance to cast a few events, even land events. That I got to meet you at Raleigh. That was the first time I got to meet you. That was incredible. Then we got to work together at Anaheim as well. We've got a little bit of main stage debut for both of us for HTS, so that was really fun. It's been an incredible journey, and I don't think it's gonna stop here, especially not in game number 1 on the streets, where we finally have a matchup here, and it looks like they are playing Stronghold. So you know what?
Okay, fair enough.
They're flipping the script. They're totally flipping the script on us.
I'll take his Strongholds as long as I don't have to keep milking. I am happy to just get some damn gameplay on screen. Let's see what Piggy can do, because the man's already got a kill on the Gambino. He's looking for 2 here. Gonna get shut down, but done the damage enough for Avenue to get in and cap the Stronghold.
Avenue working his way into Alpha, ends up stealing it away, and a trip cap going in favor of Unsigned Talent, a 50-24 lead, and it looks like Charlie will go in the hands of PK. As I say that, though, they not only get the slays, but Unsigned Talent get the reset, and Unsigned Talent are making a run. Clearly, they've kept warm while waiting for the losers bracket to commence.
It's almost as if they're being handed kills, though. Some of those situations, right? One player just jumping down into a double beatdown opportunity there, so just an unfortunate start in you know, no matter how you look at it for PK. Though maybe that could change very quickly. Drift looking for 1, taking maybe a second. What is this movement? He does die. Avenue will take it, but I mean, a series of trades will go out thanks to Drift's play. And because of it, finally, PK have found their footing here and a couple points for it.
Tapping Buds now starting to advance forward despite being one shot, having the Stalker rifle in hands, but his teammates are quickly starting to drop like flies. Atso and Drift end up hitting the black screen. Looks like Tapping Buds will join them as 3 down go PK and Unsigned Talent, taking advantage, holding on to another double cap. Don't have A quite yet, but I'm sure eventually after a second round of slays, they'll start to gravitate to try to put another triple cap on the board.
See what Drift can do with his opportunity, though. And in a bit of a rough spot here, B-Stairs trying to lock him down. I like the fact that he full commits to it, though. Going to get the cutoff on the angle and avoid potentially taking a fight over an alley. Now in C, too. So he can get some progress to the capture. He's got his teammates in B to help with the crossover in A. So this position actually very helpful for the team. We'll see if he turns it into a flank here as well, if he can time it right. Rocket's going to be up in 20 seconds as well. So controlling the center map and earning these slays like Drift is doing is going to be so massive for his team for many reasons.
Big double kill out of Drift, putting his 11th kill on the board. That nade having a bit of a mind of its own. The second one looking a lot better than the first. Rockets are being pinged. You know that PK want to get their hands on it as they put the momentary trip cap in. Drift going to try to dodge shots both from his teammates and the enemy team, but having the Bulldog, this is looking very good for PK to mount a comeback.
Damn, what a life at a Drift, and so unfortunate that that's how it ends there. The man gets stuck on a clamber, couldn't quite get up into the alley. He died, but he lived long enough for his team to get away with a rocket launcher. I'm just not sure. There it is. And it does help with the kill there, too. Gambino going to get 1. Going to try to stay up. Not sure if he still has a rocket in the chamber, but they got a BC hold off of it. And can they keep it in session? Tapping with a pivotal opening kill. Control on B side as well. Unsigned Talent, they need to find an opening here. They're running out of options.
Atso and Gambino getting back-to-back kills, tapping buttons, cleaning house. Piggy EX, the final player alive, stealing away Charlie, but out-rotating them does Pittsburgh Knights by taking away Alpha, so a double cap still in effect. And PK very close to stealing away the comeback, but here comes Diagram and Unsigned Talent.
It's a big little flank, or big little flank. Just a big opportunity that Diagram took advantage of, unless tapping is there to be the line of defense. There's Diagram back A. He'll die for this, though. Nice little 2v1 from Gambino. This gives tapping an opportunity to rotate over to B. He's got Drift there to help as well. And now tapping a line of defense on it. So PK snapping into action mid-game here, despite the hot start out of Unsigned Talent. All of a sudden, they got map control.
Bulldog in the hands of tapping buttons, doing a great job of controlling the B. Stair side, somebody coming in out of nowhere in tires, and that was going to be the 4th player alive, which was Piggy trying to make something happen here as PK really starting to gain control. There's actually 2 players onto the purple street. One goes down. Drift tries to get the double kill, not able to do so. Now there's one player still on the purple streak. Diagram answers back by getting the cleanup kill, and Unsigned Talent might be using this newfound momentum to steal back control of the game.
Controlling B is a great anchor point to do it. You get access to both A and C pretty comfortably. They got the rockets as well. Great opportunity here, but Drift gonna drop 2 immediately, and maybe their opportunity to get anything going with rockets. Piggy gonna try to stay alive and get a cap, but can't do both at the same time. Thanks to the plays out of Drift, who's still staying up here. Still got the rockets. Shoots one into heaven. Gets a cross-map shot kill from the Gray for it. And because of it, once again, Unsigned Talent, they're just kind of stuck on the back foot here.
Well, luckily, Unsigned Talent are able to steal away A, which out of A and C, I think A would definitely be the one you want to go for, having that elevation, but 2 members do go down out of Unsigned Talent. Atso taking out Diagram Avenue, trying to put down as much damage as possible, but Atso ends up pulling out the double kill, and once again, Piggy, the final player alive here, an Unsigned Talent, as they try to spawn up and reset, but PK have already passed the 200-point mark. Can Unsigned Talent come back in this one?
It's going to be tough to do. They got to get one concerted effort, one round of slays through a push here, and they do have 2. But is it enough? You're 218 and counting. Unsigned Talent, they got to act quick. Tapping, nice little trade up. He didn't get stick somehow. Gets a perfect kill onto Avenue as he goes by. I think he managed to grab the shotgun too. Actually, it's a commando. Either way, look at this, 221. They will stop it at B, but Tapping still alive, and as long as he is, look at the pressure. Atso with 2 as well, and he's ready for splits on the PD.
Drop wall goes down. Not going to get much use out of that because that was a full squad wipe for Unsigned Talent. 227 points in counting for your Pittsburgh Knights. Tapping buttons finally finding Biggie Sane. Ends up earning himself a killing spree. Somehow Unsigned Talent still away B, but PK simply going to out-rotate him, and now an HC hold for the boys in blue. How would they hold on to both A and C at the same time? Oh, that's right. Here's going to slay out.
Instead, they'll just die here. Look, they'll take B as they take C. This out rotation is going to ensure they keep getting points. They're going to get double the points, too. Somehow they won their fights at C, so the win looking all but inevitable. They will stop A and C at the same time, but it doesn't matter. PK, they'll take advantage. And despite this strong start from Unsigned Talent, they did not creep past 118, right? They started, I think it was, the first third of the game, they had momentum, and that was it, the moment PK got control.
PK are now 1 win away from making it into the grand finals. PK haven't matched up against Fnatic just yet, so it would be quite an interesting matchup if they're able to make it through. Unsigned Talent, though, no pushover just yet. We've seen them multiple times fall in game number 1 and answer back in game number 2 and then steal it away in game 3. We saw it twice in the upper bracket. Will we see them do it again against your Knights?
It's a good question. Series layout has changed now. Also, Strongholds, of course, now done and dusted. Aquarius Slayer for game 2. Oddball Recharge. Aqua Slayer, we've seen on the side of Unsigned Talent, we've seen them pop off and dominate on this map, but they haven't fought PK on this map as well, right? PK as a Slayer team have been just godlike today out of nowhere. So I'm wondering if they can hang here. Of course, this is Unsigned Talent's final opportunity to do so. They got a lot to control as well. They got to lock down the thrusts, got to lock down the camo top map, the heat wave, the dynamos. We'll see what they can do.
And obviously, Capture the Flag and Slayer are 2 different game types, but I will say PK on this map did look very comfortable over in the losers bracket semifinals, and I'm sure they can carry that out. They have that spawn awareness, they have that skill, and they play very unselfish Halo. So, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights taking game number 1. I think they run away in 2-0 fashion in game 2. I gave Unsigned Talent a chance in game number 1 because I saw how good they were at Oddball.
Sure.
They agreed to actually move that into Stronghold. So I'm going to say PK win this 2-0.
I mean, I like to disagree with you just for the sake of it, just for the banter of it. But, Tony, I can't do it in this situation. The first game was so dominant, right? Like, they locked down the entire map. It was lopsided, the win. So I just don't see why I would vote against them for Slayer Aquarius at this rate. I mean, Tapping and team looking so unstoppable. I'm very curious to see how things play out in grand finals, right? Because this Fnatic team, this is a team that we've been watching in Halo 5 for ages now, right? This is a matchup we would expect to see in grand finals back in H5 Esports Arena. And even back in Halo 5, this was an incredibly close matchup that could have gone either way. So I'm expecting a very close best-of-5 series after this. Unless Unsigned Talent can hit us with a surprise last second. They got to find a way.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out just yet. I would say the PK might be the favorites to come out on top, but Unsigned Talent are no strangers to being the underdogs in a matchup. And we're going to see what they can do and how they can respond. And Sorrel immediately going after tapping buttons and getting camouflaged and getting a double kill. It might be exactly what Unsigned Talent need to come out top. It's a 3-0 lead in favor of the boys in red.
Like you said, we can't count them out. One good opening could be all that's necessary to create a little snowball in their favor. I mean, look at this out of Sorrel. They're going to delete tapping buttons. Another one going to drop. That's 3 dead. The final one alive over on Fridge, and he's going to be chased down by Avenue to then die shortly after. 7-1 to start the game. He couldn't have asked for a better start here at an Unsigned Talent. Can they keep the snowball going? Apparently they can.
Heat wave coming into play, melting that snowball immediately. Diagram starting to advance forward, has a player onto the Fridge side. Dynamo grenades coming in, seeming out of nowhere. That was Piggy saying, earned the assist, does Diagram, and still an 11-3 lead in favor of Unsigned Talent. Man, I guess we should not have counted them out just yet, but here come your Pittsburgh Knights starting to answer back.
Like you said, it's a strong start at Unsigned Talent, but doesn't mean that PK can't bounce back just as quickly. 7-13 here, 6-kill deficit. A round of slice is all they need to just create the exact same snowball right back at him. Atso needs to stay up here. Nice little bank nade off the floor and deletes Piggy because of it and earns himself a double. Somehow Sorrel not looking both ways before he crossed the street there. The man getting shot in the back. And another kill off Atso too. So that one survival that he had there just earned him 3 separate kills.
Atso advancing forward onto the car side. Dynamo grenade starting to fly here. Tapping buttons again. Bino working a nice little 1-2 combo onto the P side. As 3 down go Unsigned Talent, and PK have officially taken the lead, and they're already pinging the spawn as a split spawn comes in. Wow. Gambino earns himself an overkill on the kill feed. We got to hop on board with him as Piggy somehow getting what counted as a ninja on the kill feed. So kill feed going crazy right now.
Kill feed going crazy because they're just trading left and right as well. But like PK just managed to find a way to immediately swing the game in their favor, though. We had the overkill from Gambino. We got Drift now popping off here. Tapping buttons tagging out utility, and now they're just getting pounced on a utility. Got 2 of them trapped back here, but thankfully they'll work together to delete Drift. And can they slow the roll of PK? PK have been so quick to collapse.
Ooh, double kill coming out of Sorrel, going down to 1 shot and somehow was not taken out. Does have some help, and Piggy's saying, looks like they're gonna bounce back, putting a beautiful support fire onto his teammates. I love the teamwork coming in out of Unsigned Talent. They may be down by 3, but they started off hot, and something tells me they can bounce back. Let's see what PK have in store.
They have to bounce back. These boys got no choice. Tournament life on the line. And PK looking to shut them down right here, right now. Atso with an angle over to Blue. Can't quite get the kill, though. Avenue going to come in as a saving grace. He gets dropped, though. PK still with a slight advantage here. Sorrel coming in from behind here. Maybe has an opportunity if he stays up. Teammate there to clean up a kill. And it's just scrappy trades left and right here as they inch forward.
Ooh, Avenue coming in with the heat wave, but it's going to take some heavy damage. Tapping buttons, shutting him down immediately, and most likely to grab onto that heat wave as Atso throwing some denial nades coming in. Tapping buttons immediately going to put that heat wave to work, and Gambino grinding forward, cleans up the 1 shot and gets the hell out of dodge. But Avenue shutting him down. Sorrel going to take down Atso. Avenue throws down the nade to make the player 1 shot, and hopefully Sorrel can get the cleanup because Unsigned Talent need to make something happen. They are 1 game away from ultimately being knocked out of the series.
It's just a domino effect in this game, though, right? You get a close encounter. Actually, did multiple just die? I take it back. I think 3 might have just died there on Unsigned Talent. That's the one moment you're waiting for, right? It's like this domino effect if you get trade after trade after trade until finally you get a nice, like, concerted effort. You get multiple dead, and because of it, they know where to collapse and clean them up on spawns. That did equal 2 more kills as well, so now 38-31. PK with a healthy lead. It's something they look to hold on to, bringing it to 39. Gonna trap one over on Dynamos. Nice shots at a Drift, but not nice enough. Looks like that player will live.
That's opening the heat wave to work, but Piggy finding the cleanup kill on, only down by 6 kills, but they need to make something happen right here, right now, and getting a double kill in the favor of tapping buttons is not what Unsigned Talent wanted to see. Drift tries to get away with his life, but Sorrel shuts him down. Avenue gets the kill with the commando, but ends up going down, and only 6 more kills needed for PK. Can Unsigned Talent come back in this one? Oh, God.
I don't know. Etzel got a double. He's going to clean up another. There goes Diagram. Now 46. 4 kills to close it. Make it 3 now. Unsigned Talent, they're bleeding their resources. They're dropping so quickly. And look at Gambino just being elusive all while it happens. Such a difficult kill. All members of Unsigned Talent up in their base. 2 left to close it here. Gambino with a flank. And Gambino looking to lock down the game. Tapping with a kill. 49 here. 1 more to end this. And there it is. Tapping will shut it out. PK will shut down Unsigned Talent in 2 games back-to-back. And now they're in grand finals. Tony, now we got a whole new storyline.
That we do. It's going to be Fnatic going up against your Pittsburgh Knights in what could be one best of 5 if Fnatic come out on top of PK having the opportunity to reset the bracket and maybe giving us a very long night here. It's going to get exciting. We know who our grand finalist is. Guarantee top 2, guarantee some money, but I know both of these squads, they're both not going to be happy unless they walk away with your number 1 spot.
Right, here to prove that they're the best team. You've got Fnatic, signed team, looking to get reps, looking to prove that it's, it's at that caliber, that kind of expectation, I think, that comes with being a 9, one of the 9 signed teams. And then you got PK, just the most prominent, I think it's fair to say, the currently, I guess, next to maybe Fire and Ice, the most prominent LATAM team that's holding that top position, that are looking to show the world that they can hang with the best players in NA. I mean, what an opportunity to do so right here at ESA. So that's what we'll be seeing in grand finals. Of course, should be a best of 5 series. Going to be a hell of a series, Tony. Could be a long one. Of course, it's already 1:30 in the morning, but prepare yourself. This might go the distance, and I'm here for it. Can't wait to see where it goes.
Yeah, we've seen these esports arena tournaments plenty of times before. We've seen all of these players go at each other. But back in Halo 5, now we back in Halo Infinite. We are better than ever. This is going to be a exciting grand finals, but don't you guys go anywhere. We're going to go into a short intermission break. When we come back, we're going to have these 2 juggernauts go at it.
We're going to do it in 3, 2, 1.
It is finally time for our matchup, our last match of the day, our grand finals. 2 teams left in this tournament. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm looking for big plays. I'm looking for memorable moments. Tony, we've got PK, who are just on one. They've been playing hot. They've fought through, like we said, the gauntlet that was loser's bracket, taking all the top teams down. And then we've got Fnatic, the final bastion. This team, at this point, they've been waiting for quite a bit in grand finals for this moment to come up. I've seen them in the chat kind of peeking in left and right, wondering when they would get their time. Turns out their time is now, and hopefully they're warm because PK, they mean business.
Yeah, now Fnatic having that advantage, only having to win one best-of-5 series, the first one we're seeing here in this tournament, versus PK coming out of the elimination bracket, which would have to reset the bracket and ultimately win 2 best-of-5 series to become your champions. And that's right, I did say best-of-5, so the first team to put up 3 wins in a singular series will take it. We're going to find out if Fnatic can come out on top, or will PK pull off the upset.
I'm here for it, Tony. Best of 5 series. It could go all the way. It could go to a reset. We'll have to find out. Of course, Aquarius CTF, Slayer Streets, Strongholds Live Fire, Oddball Recharge, and Slayer on Bazaar. Should be a hell of a matchup. A matchup we've seen before back in Halo 5. I want to say we've seen this exact matchup several times in, different iterations, I guess, of it. But, Fnatic, of course, you got Super CC. You've got, I'm going to blank on their whole team. You got Septify. You've got Envor. Who rounds that out?
Of course, just Zero. They can't forget Zero.
Of course, just Zero. Always forgetting somebody. PK, on the other hand, this is a team that's stuck together for so long. They had Pelu previously. They got Gambino now to round out this roster. Everyone on here deadly. They've been making massive plays. This is their final opportunity. Let's see what they got up against Fnatic, our winner side grand finalist.
Both of these teams going to leave it all on the line here. Super CC going for that top mid control. Ends up getting the kill onto Gambino, who just burns the camouflage before going down. And Super CC will be hunted down himself. So PK and Fnatic going at it. Both of these teams are 2 down, and Fnatic is the first one to go 3 down.
And Envor still going to put the pressure in. He does get a kill. Atso there to quickly trade it, though. Maybe Atso with an opportunity to get a little closer to that flag. He does turn to try to put some damage in. Tapping does take a kill. Atso, notice how he's leaving that fridge side open. They tend to not go down that pink side stairs. Either they go out front or down through car, or maybe take a kill on the way. That's a big live, though. Drift and Gambino getting those kills have opened up an opportunity here to push up on the base.
Atso now making his way onto the utility side, ends up earning himself an assist. Nade starts to fly. He's going to catch a little bit of nades himself. Goes in for the individual gunfight, thrust back, but not able to stay alive as Envor clearing out house with the heat wave. But here comes Gambino and PK putting pressure on the fridge side spawners as Fnatic quickly going 2 down.
Back on board with Envor, and it's got a heat wave back pocket. Defensive position up on B. You got Jazero already pushing up through car side, so he can join him. It's about to be a brawl here in utility. Dynamo's in, heat wave as well. Not too much tapping could do about that, and because of that, maybe an opportunity here for Fnatic. Septify gets one also. We've got Envor with a couple mechanics on display. Is this enough to push through with this flag, though? You can see you already got Super CC out front looking for a return. And where's this run on the side of PK? Can they get the flag out of the base? They do have it. They got it through car.
Tapping Buttons takes down Septify. Drift tries to advance forward, but he's going to be hunted down as well. PK still having the advantage as far as numbers, but the flag is on the move. Atso able to get the return. Beautifully played by PK, but looks like the flag is being relayed. Jazir and Envor back-to-back kills. Atso gets another kill and another return seemingly going in favor of PK. Fnatic getting real aggressive in this one.
They're getting aggressive. They had a strong push, but then testament to the skill on the side of PK to, very quickly find an answer, defend it, make sure that flag didn't get too far. Now it's up to Fnatic to once again hammer on the doors here. You got Envor Septify with 2 kills in the feed. Perfect positioning, too. This is an easy opportunity to pull the flag out. They can take it to utility, assuming they don't get pelted by nade. CC in a perfect position. They don't know he's here. The man was trying to get the melee, couldn't quite do it. And because he died Looks like they did manage to get back to the flag. So what a fumble and a bit of a blunder there at a Fnatic, right? Their entire team was alive in the base, but somehow they could not find the opening they needed, whereas you got one member of PK in the opposite base, and he makes it to utility.
Ooh. Makes it into utility, but ends up going down quickly. Just Zero having the flag, almost able to make it to the blue side utility as PK quickly going 3 down. And you're seeing that flag just sitting toward the middle. Nades are starting to fly. Septify trying to slide in, but the nades forcing the back down. Luckily, Septify ends up getting the pull. The flag not only makes it towards utility, but also making it onto the car side of the map, even getting himself some dynamo grenades as Fnatic looked like they might be running in the first flag cap.
Septify was patient. He found the opportunity he needed. Now all they got to do is lock down this flag in the end zone. They got to win the fight to do it, though. No way. I don't know how Atso got that kill. It looked like he had jumped out of the angle there, but somehow PK, they worked together, and they stopped that flag in its tracks just meters away from the cap. Not only that, they got pressure on the base as well. Atso going to storm the front doors here. He gets knocked down by Envor. Big defensive kill from him, but once again, Fnatic, they're still in the back foot off of that defensive play.
That they are Envor gets the kill onto Gambino, but he's quickly going to be cleaned up. 3 down. Go Fnatic. And Natso continuously applying pressure, makes it over toward the P side. Looks like he's able to force the players to back down onto the car side of the map. However, tapping buttons quick to fall. Gambino taking out Super CC. And here comes the pressure once again coming out of your Pittsburgh Knights.
Gonna dive into 2 players there. You can see a little 2v1. Jazero, Envor gonna get the best of those exchanges. Jazero does go down in a trade, but you got Super CC still left behind to be a defensive line from the window here. So that's yet another opportunity from PK they could not quite close out, which of course can be very difficult to do in CTF. You need that perfect timing. You need that round of slays. Right now, PK in good position to maybe reset things. If they can get these kills, though, Envor Septify, they got theirs. They already made it to the flag as well, so I take it back. Maybe Fnatic is the team to make the play.
Both of these teams fighting for any kind of control to get that first flag cap in. Fnatic have gotten multiple runs, but haven't been able to bring it home just yet. Envor sliding the flag onto the utility side. Once again, this flag makes it over, but PK stopping him short. Can they get the return?
Rough spot once again, right? They get so close yet so far. Dropping that flag down utility just wasn't quite enough, and now it's PK's turn to attack once again here. Drift gonna spot a player sliding by. That Septify, he dies for it. New spawners up in Fridge. They gotta try to get up the pink, but there's tapping up on P2, who did die, but he slowed them down, and because of a Drift, now picking up a massive kill. Drift just micromanaging the situation here too. He's trying to run flag. He's trying to take 2-3 fights at the same time. The man does die. Because of it, the flag is still up in car, and it's half returned as well. Tapping, he's got to do something quick here. Gets a massive kill. Is it enough, though? That one relay with the flag was enough to bring the flag to mid-map.
Yeah, Jazero gets the flag out, but I think that was a huge kill coming out of Tapping Buzz. That definitely could have been dangerous if you're a fan of PK. Jazero off the screen does end up taking out Atso, but Gambino answers back. Tapping Buzz getting right behind enemy lines. The backstack comes in. He's going in for the double, but that player having the thrust, able to get out of enemy sights.
Tappin looking cracked as usual, though. The man puts nice shots in, stays up, holds on to utility. Of course, Envor finds a way to sneak back to the front door there. You saw him steal a kill. Jazero still up back base, so he will slow down the pressure from PK. There is still one up in utility, though, so PK still finding ways to draw attention. It'd be difficult, but now they're spawning back base. Now it's Fnatic's turn.
Ooh, Envor taking down Atso. 2 down, go. Make that 3 down, go PK, but Fnatic not in position to pull the flag. It is one more line of defense, cutting Envor off from running the flag. Big plays coming in out of Gambino. Let me tell you, if Gambino wasn't there, that would have been a flag pulled and most likely capped for Fnatic.
You can see Atso up on top. App knows he lost his teammate, so head on a swivel, trying to find a way to deny the flag counter. Well, his teammate Drift runs it up through car, so Atso in that pivotal position center map. That flag gonna go out car side. Drift gonna turn and burn Envor immediately. And that does allow him to keep the flag in play, but you can see Jazero still up top car, Super CC running the flag down bottom car. So the entirety of Fnatic, they got great positioning to ensure this flag goes in. Spawner's up on Fridge as well. And there's not much these boys can do when you got Jazero heating things up with the wave your top map.
Jazero trying to make something happen with the heat wave, but Drift winning that individual gunfight. Super CC, the final player alive for Fnatic, and somehow he's the one with camouflage in hands. Normally, the team that has the numbers control are able to control the power up, but Super CC evades most of the damage, and now getting the top car control does Chasen.
Well, I think it was all a result of that one flag they capped. They had full map control. They had all spawners where they wanted them in Fridge. And because of it, they managed to kind of, bend things to their will, to their whim, or whatever you want, however you want to shake it here, Tony. Either way, Super CC taking full advantage of this camo. That's an easy return. Front base. You got Envor CC, everyone up on top map. And because someone has dropped out, looks like they will reset the game there, though. One thing's for sure, though, Fnatic, they've started out strong. I think, if anything, if we're going to restart this, we should be restarting at 1-0. I think. We'll see.
Yeah, I saw a flag go in. Everything kind of moved a little bit too fast there for me to even keep up. But obviously, I saw the 1-0. It was in favor of Fnatic. I'm not sure when the drop happened or the lag happened, but either way, I would have to agree with you. I would think most likely we would see a 1-0 lead in favor of Fnatic. But we're going to wait for official word from the admins. Either way, I think both teams played really well, but Fnatic just coming out a little bit on top, but really not by much.
Like you said, yeah, not by much, right? Very close, very scrappy. It really just came down to one good, well-coordinated play by Fnatic. Fnatic, I think, had two opportunities, though. The first one, they got around to Slays. They had like 3 or 4 members up on top of flag, and they fumbled it. I think they couldn't quite figure out who would be the flag runner or kind of where to position themselves quickly enough, and they all got hit by like the same nade, and they died. They found their footing with that second opportunity, though. They had them spawning in Fridge, and they had a perfect setup around, through top map. They had the one player, I think it was maybe Jazero, just sitting with the heat wave in the corner for the new spawner, just gets the kill. So there was just nothing they could do to stop that run. If they recreate that, then it's curtains. The one thing about restarting this map, though, is just the fact that it restarts the starting strat opportunity on this game as well. So PK has another chance to, like, off the starting strat on this map, if you play it, well, you basically get like a free flag. So we'll see how things go.
So it looks like I've just gotten a word from our tournament organizers. So we're gonna play it as if there's 3 minutes on the clock with Fnatic up 1-0 in the game. So there might be we might change the time and actually only put 3 minutes on there. If it does start with a 12-minute timer, we're gonna go down as far as the bat to go down to the 9. Either way, PK will have 3 minutes in order to cap a flag.
It's a little bit of pressure for them. 1-0 deficit. 3 minutes, a lot of time for one flag, though, if you're playing well. And like I said, the reset on the starting strat, I think that, once again, it's going to set the precedent. If they have a good starting strat, that could be a cap right off the rip. So we'll see how things go, of course. But man, what a game that we witnessed so far. Just based off of what we've seen, Tony, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing goes the distance. It's been so back and forth to start, but I just wonder, down the line, who has that ice, who can clutch up when we get down to, game 3, let's say.
Yeah, both of these teams obviously evenly matched, and we're going to find out what happens here as on PK. Tapping Buns ends up getting the first kill onto Chasen, but Jazero and Septifies answer right back. Tapping Buns going down to 1 shot, tries to get away with his life, and Envor gets the smooth kill, and the flag already being pulled here for Fnatic.
What I say about the opening strat, though, I think, is the flag pulled on both sides, though. Maybe. They might have got an overextension out through pink. You can see they've broken through. They made it to P2 here. Envor, he decides to double back and play anchor because of it, putting in massive damage across the map. But yeah, like I said, both flags out. So a bit of a standoff to start the game. Wait, did he just team kill Atso too? Tapping into Tossinado front base. I think he accidentally killed Atso, but I also don't think it matters because somehow Tapping found the one opportunity he needed to play the. Okay, it's good. It's in the cap, and I've got a lot of question marks, but they got a cap off that.
Tapping Buns wanted the cap so bad he was willing to take out his own teammate for it, and it doesn't even get the cap to begin with. My gosh, as Septify now trying to make something happen here. Gambino off the screen, taking down Envoy, but Septify getting the top car control. Not able to take down tapping buttons, though. Super CC's gonna end up joining them as PK now have numbers.
Now, the weird reality here, though, Tony, is we've got less than a minute 30 on this game. 1-0 for PK according to this game, but it's 1-1 in actuality. If this goes down to time, it's going to end. What it really should be doing is going to overtime. So I'm not sure how we'll navigate that when we get there. We might not need to, though, if PK are playing nice, which they seem to be. Tapping with a beautiful run here. The man not missing a step. He's going to take the flag up through utility. He does need to get it to the last links, though. A line of defense above him, in front of him. No matter where this man looks, there's a body shooting at him. That flag going to go out, but PK, they still got numbers. And is this enough to delete the rest of Fnatic?
Another 2 down, quickly go. Fnatic, they start to fly here. Drift ends up getting the kill with the heat wave. Envoy now advancing forward onto the P side. It looks like the reset goes in, and PK put the second flag cap in. And with 30 seconds left in the game, Fnatics are the ones with their backs against the wall.
So all they needed was a reset, 3 minutes on the clock, and a new opening strat, and this happened, apparently. I don't know, these boys, they're playing different in the reset of the game. Now 15 seconds left to do something. Fnatic going to get to that flag. They can't even force a sudden death, though, so is this is a awkward situation for them. If they don't get that touch, then we don't have to worry about it. And you know what? It doesn't seem to matter because we're going to go down to the time. That's going to be a 2-1 for PK. They found their footing in the reset in the game, and man, did they not let off the pedal.
I mean, yeah. I mean, in order to force the sudden death, you actually would have to be within one flag cap, and sadly, that wasn't the case here.
Yeah.
And it looks like PK come out on top and take game number 1 in this best of 5 series. And now, gonna go to game number 2, and that's gonna be Slayer on Streets. What an interesting turn of events.
You can say that again. And yeah, like we said, so you can't force a sudden death unless you're down by 1, but because they didn't pull the flag, a sudden death wouldn't have happened even if they were down by 1. So that was kind of my, what was it, like, deciding factor, I guess, on whether or not this was a fair win. Because if they did pull the flag, then you could argue that would have been a sudden death, and that could have been, a game, and then this could have kept going, but we avoided it. Tony, the series goes on. It's a Slayer on Streets next. PK today, with what we've seen from PK, they have been disgusting on Slayer. They've somehow found ways to pop off in like every way imaginable. So this is just kind of the best possible position for them to be in. Fnatic, of course, they're still on winner's side. So they got plenty of time to bounce back, plenty of time to give us an answer. Worst case scenario, we get a reset. But even from there, it's still a best of 5. We still got time.
Yeah, either way, going into a Slayer on Streets. And as PK has showed us, they're a damn strong slaying team. I think they might be undefeated when it comes to Slayers in this entire tournament so far, at least as far as what we've saw. Obviously, Slayer Streets has a very small map, very easy to control the spawns. Obviously, you have the rocket launcher that spawns over toward the middle of the map, the Bulldog, which has almost an infinite amount of ammo with it, with the way you're able to control the game. And if you can combine that Bulldog with a thrust or the drop wall, you can really make some plays happen.
Because this map is so small, I'm curious to see what they do to lock down these spawns as well, right? You've got your traditional map control, top of the map, lock down A. If you can get the Stalker over to A, great sight line over to C. If you got them locked in C, not the greatest position to be in. Of course, that spot on the map is kind of deep, and you can kind of like hold your corners and delay the game there, but not a favorable spot. What's bigger, though, is being able to spot the split spawners spawning up behind you and collapse on those as well. And I'm liking what I see to start, though. That's for sure. Fnatic coming in hot off the opening strat. They've taken 2, leaving 2 on PK to try to answer. And thankfully, they will provide some return fire, but it's just not enough to stop Fnatic off the opening strat.
4-1 lead in favor of Fnatic right now, but we're on board with Drift coming out of PK, having shots on the players over toward the tire side, putting him down to 1 shot, earns himself an assist, goes in for the players onto the PD side, but Jazero pulls off the double kill. That actually might have been a triple kill coming out of Jazero to start things off.
Fnatic off that start, they earn top map and a 5-kill advantage. That could change quickly, though. Tapping does pick up 1. Another Grab by Gambino. Now 4-7. He's got a stalker in the back pocket, too. This should help. Drift with another kill. All of a sudden, the lead just evaporating here. Make it 6-7, about to be 7-all. And they've taken back top map as well. One player still hiding back A, and not much he can do to stop PK, so what a reversal.
Gambino trying to get into the PD, has a teammate with them with the Bulldog. Beautifully played by PK. Bringing one down to one shot, ends up putting shots on the second one, goes back to clean up Septify. Beautiful targeting coming in out of Gambino, and the second one that was over towards the PD side is going to fall as well. PK are playing wonderfully, but we're still tied up at 10 apiece. Fnatic already coming out of the subway, so the pressure on their spawns not applied just yet. They're able to make it out, but can they get the slays that they need?
Fnatic definitely reeling a bit, though, right? Despite this strong start, they were put back immediately. That could change, though. CC, great opportunity, and doesn't quite make a play off it. Honestly, I feel like if he just played his life carefully and just out-BR'd him, instead of going for the shoddy out open map, it would have been better. Instead, now Gambino has an opportunity to get a spawn kill with the Rockets. Now tapping buttons, has a stalker and a line of sight. He's got to be careful with it, though. A PK with some resources here.
PK tapping Buzz, whipping out the Bulldog, not able to get the kill on that one, though. Septify somehow cleaning out Drift. Gambino off a screen, taking down Super CC, and Septify just kind of running around in circles a bit here. Ends up landing right on top of Atso's head. The trades go in, but 3 down go Fnatic, and PK now have a 1-kill lead.
Tapping to try to win this fight long range. Not too easy to do, but if you can get that first shot, de-scope your opponent, it's going to be so hard for them to return fire. Of course, get a second player in the picture, though, and things become impossible. Nice little 2-man challenge there. 2 going to drop. 20-19. Jazero going to die as well. Center map now earned, and Gambino with a beautiful little slide to get back to alley. This is going to force the spawns over to B side as well, so you can see they're already tagging them up.
These two teams did not meet within the upper bracket, but this is the first time they're beating up. PK somehow coming out with that game number 1 and looking so good here in game 2. As now they have a 4-kill lead. Gambino seemingly unstoppable. Finally, Super CC able to take him down, but the damage has been done. Nades are starting to fly in. Atso and tapping Buds clear out one, not able to clear out the second one, and it looks like he had friends, but Atso absolutely ripping Envor apart on that one.
Atso had no business getting that kill. Tell me he gets another, doesn't quite do it, but great damage for the teammate to pick up. When you lose that kill opportunity, like he didn't quite hit the headshot, the player escaped, was replaced by somebody else, that's a situation where like almost 100% of the time you die, but somehow Atso wins the fight. And stuff like that just allows PK to hold on to the slight leads that they get. Of course, as I say it, nice little trade out of Fnatic there. That'll put the Rockets down. Back on board with Envor as well. Envor might think twice. Oh, how did he... Were they up on the window? Or down below? Either way, Envor, he clambered, canceled the clamber, came back out with a rocket.
32-30, lead in favor of your Pittsburgh Knights. Super CC over toward the top A side. Drift trying to check if anybody was on the tires. Jump up, sadly nobody there. Atso and Drift working a little 1-2 combo. Beautiful slay on the first one. 3 down, go Fnatic, and your Pittsburgh Knights are on a run.
Drift is just on top of it. The discipline. He's so quick to check important angles, clean up kills. Snaps onto one, looks for the stick onto Envor, almost hits it. Doesn't quite work, though. Envor going to break away with a kill. 39-32, though. Fnatic feeling the pain here in Slayer. We've said it a couple times. PK, they've been disgusting in Slayer today. They lead by 7. Gambino going to snap onto another. And look at the teamwork here. You've got the cover fire from the Stalker behind them. You've got Drift with the pinch and the collapse. I mean, what do you do as Fnatic when they're just moving in unison?
And Gambino really going off in this one, currently 14-7, having the highest KD on his team. We're going to switch gears over to Super CC. Actually, you know what? Let's see what Envor's up to, because Envor seemingly being shut down right now. Hopefully the Bulldog can make something happen. Septify taking down Gambino. Goes in for the double kill, but not able to do so. Tapping Buns ends up getting the kill, and Envor tries to go in for the cleanup, but he's too little, too late. Tapping Buns is already out of there.
Almost changed his mind, but recognizing he has that teammate with him, he might go for the 2-man push here. They will take back C. They got low map, though, and Rocket's about to spawn, so PK exactly where they want to be. And if they can hold down the right angles and watch for a flank, you can see the flank coming through B side. I love the prioritization here, though. Drift, tapping buttons, working together to delete the players through B. Maybe an opening here for Fnatic. You can see they're trying to fight for rockets. Top map control still for PK, though. They're still going to try to lock these angles down and keep these boys off them. Sentinel Beam won't do it, though. So I think he slipped away with rockets, though, despite the exchange.
And there's only a 3-kill lead, still in favor of PK, but this is absolutely doable. Fnatic can come back in this game, but they need to slow things down right here, right now. Atso not able to put the rockets to work just yet, but he does have some teammates. See the pings come in and telling Drift that there's somebody right behind him. The trades go in, beautifully played. I love the communication coming in, but Atso not able to finish the one shot, forced to back down.
Oh, no.
And it looks like Atso will be taken down as it's just a 1-kill game.
Such a nice rotation out of Envor to quickly clean that up. Unfortunately, he died, but like you said, 1-kill game, 47-46 here. Super CC's got top map. PK in a rough spot here. They need to find a good opening. They need to find a way to force a kill. Maybe the rotation through Cafe will do it. They somehow got that 48th kill, though. Numbers advantage. They can use this to be aggressive. Septify picks up 1. And to keep it at 1 here, Atso. He's on the prowl. Drift with a trade as well. 49 at this point. Could this be the final kill for Fnatic? They stayed up? 48 now, 49.
Envor somehow getting that nade over toward the planters, which takes down Drift. Only 1 more kill needed by PK. Super CC putting down the shots from across the map. It looks like tapping buttons, whipping out the microwave. The Sentinel Beam does it, and PK going up 2-0 in the first series, potentially 1 game away from sending us to a bracket reset.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Sentinel Beam win a 49-48 game in Slayer. That's kind of wild that you would depend. I would never depend on the Sentinel Beam in 49 anything. Tony, for the record, I could barely. Anyway, I don't know. I trust the pros to know what to do, right? PK, because of that clutch, they're 2-0 in the series right now. 1 more game, they reset the bracket in very quick fashion, right? They're playing exceptionally.
Yeah, and I guess no matter what, we have a long day or a long night on our hands, so we're guaranteed 3 games no matter what.
That's true.
If PK win 1 more game, we're going to be going into a whole other best-of-5 series. Potentially, Fnatic can pull off the reverse sweep, but they would have to win 3 games back-to-back.
Oh, my God.
And it's going to start here on Stronghold's Live Fire. So no matter what, we got plenty of Halo to go. And Alex, I'm happy to be spending this extra time with you.
Glad to be here with you, Tony. And if you haven't done it already, this might be a good time to have an Excedrin, to be honest. It's going to be a long night. If you don't already have a headache from casting for 5 hours, then, Anyway, by the way, we got a bunch of lovely sponsors in this tournament. If you guys aren't aware, they're all above our heads. Intel, Nerf, Splash, Razer, Vizio, Excedrin. Huge shout out to them for helping keep tournaments like this going and bolstering the prize pool and the players who some of them of which are sponsored and are getting a salary to play as well. Unfortunately, those players didn't make it this far. We've got some stiff competition today.
Yeah, and even you guys can compete every Monday. Every Monday nights are going to be our open nights. 32 teams are allowed to play. I guess 30 teams in addition to our sponsored teams in Esports Arena Red, Esports Arena Blue. You guys can sign up every single Monday nights for the open, and then we'll be coming back on Wednesday for the pro nights. That's a little bit different. That's going to be a little bit of a single elimination tournament, invitation only, and a little bit of a show match kind of thing. But as far as these Monday nights, these are for you guys, the community. $1,000 on the line, and you guys can also make a name for yourselves on the backs of our semi-professional league that we have here in the Series E.
I will say, though, if you're just here to watch, you enjoy watching high-level Halo, those exhibition matches on Wednesday, I mean, that's the perfect thing to watch, right? Just from a standpoint of high-caliber Halo, we're going to be getting top pro teams facing off against these ESA, sponsored teams, ESA Red and Blue, up against, potentially FaZe or potentially Optic or C9. Whether or not they can hang with these top teams, that is the question mark, but that's the beauty of the content on Wednesdays. Either way, the content in front of us, of course, Grand Finals, it continues. Game 3, now Strongholds on Live Fire. Fnatic, they are down by quite a deficit here, Tony. Like you said, at very minimum, we're going to have 3 more games in this series.
3 down, quickly go PK, and here come Fnatic stealing away the double cap. That's going to be a BC hold. Gambino trying to defend the overshield, not able to do so. It's an overshield most likely going to go in the hands of somebody on Fnatic, and all members of your Pittsburgh Knights go down. That's one way to start off a game. Trip cap, squad wipe, overshield sniper. I mean, is there any more? Is anything I'm missing?
Fnatic's like, wait a sec, we are on winner's side grand finals, right? We did beat every team already in this tournament to get to this point. There's no way PK comes up out of nowhere in losers and takes our spot. So all of a sudden, Fnatic looking like they've woken up. But how long do they stay woke, right? Snipe in the hands of Drift now.
Yeah, after having that beautiful start, they did just momentarily go 3 down, and Drift is now going to start to peel faces, taking out the first one and almost connect on the second one. So with a beautiful start from Fnatic, PK answered back, and now they have a trip cap of their own and complete control of the map.
Well, this is beautiful. Drift knows exactly what's happened here. Looks like there's still too many members alive in A, though, to make this worthwhile. But because of the positioning, they had an opportunity to force spawns outside. Drift, I think he's aware of it now, too. Get a spot one out center there. I'm not sure if he hit that snipe. Looks like he actually died. Septify won that fight. Tapping dropped Septify. That snipe might have traded hands, and it is in the hands of Tapping. Tapping's going to burn the ammo. He's going to get burned. And Fnatic looking for a moment to breathe throughout the action here. You can see they are in trouble as far as map control.
Envor goes down to one shot, is trying to distract as much as possible. Somehow actually ends up getting a kill over towards the back tower. While that happens, Super CC uses the distraction to steal away Bravo, and Alpha's going to be taken as well. So PK not quick enough to get the kills and end up losing stronghold points. And now Envor somehow still alive when he was one shot of just staring death in the face. Ends up getting overshot, another kill, and the trip cap is now being defended beautifully by Fnatic.
Nice answer back at a Fnatic. They get back the map. They get back the map in perfect timing to get the OS as well, and a favorable little backspec for Super CC. He'll turn that into a double. Exactly the kind of momentum the man was looking for. Gambino not going to go down without a fight, though. He gets a defensive kill on the B. So he's going to make Fnatic work for it to get the B here. Cleans up another beautiful reaction and snap with the nade shot. And that might give Gambino and PK a chance to get to the snipe.
I mean, that's exactly what it does. And Gambino already pushing towards the sandbag side, trying to provide some supportive fire for the rest of his team. Meanwhile, Drift immediately putting the heat wave to work, taking down just Zero and Sniper in the hands of Gambino. Body shot over, I should say, knee shotting that player over towards the Bravo side of the map.
Just the fact that he tagged him at all is honestly mind-blowing. When he gets another kill, like the fact that you could repulsor from the ground and perfectly place your reticle exactly where it needs to be to ensure you hit a shot before you fall. Like, this man knows what's up. And if you are up out front of him, you better watch out. Gambino might take a face in just a second here. He's got a teammate to help him. Bit of a posse on the push to C. OS about to spawn too. So they got quite the dilemma to work with, but they'll still find ways to take trades.
Gambino somehow still alive. Love the teamwork coming in out of your Pittsburgh Knights. They're able to steal away C, but that was a trip cap in favor of Fnatic, so PK still having to fight for that double cap control. Overshield is coming up. Drift having the heat wave, gets the kill on Deceptify. Now gonna have himself an overshield as well with another one in his sight. Super CC goes down, and PK are about to make a run.
PK with a playmaking opportunity. Gambino gonna try to stay alive, man, getting pinched by 2, and he somehow lives. And that's massive. That's going to get them to A. They'll cap A. Spawn's now up. They were up in B. Tapping snuffed that out. Gambino's outside, so they must be back tower. And you can see they're now spawning up back tower, but maybe an opportunity to pinch them as well. You've got Tapping on right. You've got Atso already on C. He's got another teammate on left-hand side as they plow straight through. 2 trades come in, but the heat wave will follow, and that's a spree for Drift as they keep Fnatic back on spawn and start to close the gap here.
Great kills coming in out of Drift and your Pittsburgh Knights. They're putting some good points on the board. Only down by about less than 20 points here as PK expecting someone to drop down towards top. And beautifully played by Drift and PK. Love the communication coming in, but Drift ends up going down. Gambino goes after Envor. Tapping Buzz in a little bit of a trouble here on the pillars. Never mind. He's exactly where he wants to be. He's slaying out.
Slaying out. They're slaying each other left and right, though. Bodies just dropping here. This is a perfect situation to... Oh, okay, he does still die from a nade. That use of the repulsor, though, is so smart, by the way. If you just sit on the floor, look up, wait for the nade, repulse it back out, get it out of B, so you give yourself a chance to cap the stronghold without leaving it. Unfortunately, it did not work out. Just too many nades. Because of it, Fnatic, they're going to hold on to their lead a little longer here. Going to try to push C as well. Opportunity to flank through CC. That was so quick. Oh. You get the stamp of approval, my dude. That was a beautiful jump. Unfortunately, you just did not live too long after, but I love it.
And I love that he hit that jump right as somebody was dropping down to go in for the melee, so completely juking out that player. And yeah, that was beautifully played. Super CC evading all the damage there. Drift taking out Envoy with a beautifully placed grenade, but I believe someone was able to get away with the overshield in the hands of somebody on Fnatic. We're going to see who's able to put it to work. And yes, they're already pushing the C side of the map.
Drift just trying to lock it down here, being a nuisance. The fact that he stayed alive, look at this. He now rotated all the way around tower, managed to clean up a kill as well. Still locking it down from C. Shots into that player out center who's forced to drop. Does he chase? Oh, he does. He wants it. Okay, I don't even know what I just witnessed. I'll be honest. Tony Gambino got the kill. Drift has the snipe, and when Drift has a snipe, he takes faces. Oh. Doesn't quite do it that time, though.
Envoy cleans out Alpha, able to steal it away. So now we're going to see Fnatic maybe try to make a run here. They still have to put 2 points on the board if they want to put points here on the scoreboard. But Envoy with the sniper, he's just as deadly as anybody out there. Ends up not able to get the kill. Tapping buttons gets the kill. 4 down go Fnatic, and PK somehow coming out on top, and they're still holding on to the double cap. Nay, I say going in for a triple.
Gambino just looking to line something up here. He'll lock down A. They do have that temporary trip cap. Pressure into A, though, and Gambino, get them out the front door. I love the use of repulsor. Gets a kill. The man now with a spree, trying to stay alive. Here comes back for the challenge. Imagine he hit that shot. Would have been nasty to clean up Envor. Envor does get the best of him. Tapping buttons here to pick up the pieces, and 2 pieces he'll take. That's an A cap as well. ABC now accounted for. Fnatic, they are frantically trying to get to C to stop this.
PK are playing lights out, and mind you guys at home, they are 1 win away from resetting the bracket. They came out of the lower half, so they will have to win 2 best-of-5 series in order to come out on top, but they might be taking the first one in a 3-0 fashion if things continue the way they are right now.
PK are just way too hot, man. They can't be stopped. 229 and counting. Fnatic just trying to find an answer, trying to find their footage, but they keep dying. They keep getting set back down to spawn. Look at this out of tapping as he deletes one. OS now up. If they stay up, they can earn this OS here, so you can see PK playing it patiently. The OS, I'd say, okay, they don't get it. Very important for Fnatic that they somehow managed to secure it despite being so close to losing this.
Envoy chasing down a player over towards bottom mid. Excellent shots going in, but that player simply refusing to go down. Finally, Atso is going to hit the black screen, but he definitely bought enough time for his teammates to make something happen. Excuse me, actually, they did make something happen. They all just went 4 down. Fnatic going on a trip cap right now and already working on the spawners. Is this the chance that Fnatic need to steal away the game?
They can still lock it down. I think they have snipe. They definitely have heat wave. They had the OS. Literally everything you could ever want to lock the game down is right here, right now, and tapping and get pancaked as well. They're dropping like flies, trip tap in session. Fnatic are back in this game, and snipe about to spawn as well. Super CC on top of it. Oh, man. The opportunities here. Just stay alive and keep the snipe in your hands, and that's important.
Super CC controlling the sandbag side map with the sniper. That player going down to 1 shot onto tower, but with 2v1 situation, Super CC having no choice but to back down and collect a bit of a different angle. They do have the lead on this one. The body shot goes in, so that means Atso goes down. 242 points in counting here for Fnatic as Gambino not able to clear away Alpha. It looks like PK gets the shots off while taking away B, but the reset is going to come in, and Fnatic steal away game number 3.
What a clutch out of Fnatic. My God, they had them down on respawn. Like, they were screwed for what? Like, I don't even know what to say about that. They clutched up, Tony. They found their round of slays that they needed. They got the whole map under their control, right? They patiently played the OS. They won that. They brought that OS over to earn the snipe, the heat wave, everything on the map, and they just locked down all the spawns there. They had I can watch it too because we got a minute delay, but man, what a game.
Yeah, Stronghold's live fire going in the hands of Fnatic. Mind you, they come out of the winner's bracket, so this is the team that have that one bracket advantage going over PK, but they're still one game away from getting the bracket reset and ultimately losing that advantage. Can they answer back here on Oddball Recharge and force a game number 5? We're gonna find out here very soon.
So many disgusting outplays in the end of that game, Tony. Super CC was like in pillars, looking over B. He's trying to get to C, but he turns around, maybe gets a call out, and just puts the reticle out, and a player's curb sliding, like, you know, mock freaking, like he's moving so quickly, and he just holds the reticle out, snaps onto the body, switches BR, gets the kill. Like a couple wild outplays to turn that around in the end. And because of it, this is a very long series. Once again, Tony, 2-1 now. Recharge Oddball. Another chance for PK to close this out, get the bracket reset, or maybe this is an opportunity for Fnatic to somehow suddenly turn on the engines and start to 3-0 sweep. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty crazy if Fnatic pull off the reverse sweep, but you still have to give the advantage to PK, who obviously have a 2-1 advantage here in the series. An oddball, going to be an oddball type of game type for both of these teams who want to up the tempo. I think, I don't know, I have a feeling that Fnatic are going to steal this one away. I don't know, just the feeling here. I like this Fnatic squad when it comes to oddball and Envoy starting off with the double kill and PK starting off 3 down.
I think with the heat they brought in that game 3, everything's different now. The air is different, you know, just the feeling of this series, the momentum from Fnatic, things have changed. And you can see that they've already got a ball hold to start the game as well. 18. They're going to throw that ball out to a baitable spot, try to get a kill as they go down, but that shot's not going to work. Jazero does pick up the shot. Can he get away with it, though? Man's in trouble. He's being hunted. And I dig the attempt, but it didn't quite work.
That would have been nasty. That was looking good. I was feeling something there out of Jazero. He does make the player one shot, and Septify is able to come in and grab himself a little bit of a double kill. Drift putting down some excellent support fire from across the map here. Long Haul goes down to one shot. A bit of an ego challenge coming in out of Drift is going to end up with him on the black screen.
29 and counting here on the side of Fnatic. They got an ideal setup with it. Despite losing that temporarily, they managed to get the best of this situation. Super CC now with a nice little perimeter position up on top A. Got the high ground to pinch multiple. Somebody's going to get needled or meleeed, I guess. It looks like he will drop an Envoy now in position to maybe get a couple pivotal trades. He picks up one.
Shock rifle in the hands of Septify, not able to get the kill as another 3 down here for Fnatic. Beautifully placed nade is going to not only net them a kill, but also earn Atso and Pittsburgh Knights the ball. More nades start to fly from the spawners onto Fnatic. Sadly, they don't connect, and PK having an A-side setup and already are starting to get the slays that ultimately they need.
That's the type of efficiency you want to see at a PK, though. That one player picking up ball, recognizing his position relative to the team, and then rotating the ball to A immediately, and his team taking those important positions around him to form that perimeter, form that setup. Of course, moments later, 2 of them died thanks to Septify, and we'll see what else Septify can do here as he hangs out over near the box. And he's just going to hold on to his angle, too. Looks like somebody will opt to challenge him. They will take that fight, too. That's big at a PK. The ball got sent out to center, but they picked it up again.
Another 3 down, go Fnatic. Jazero, the final player alive. It looks like he's going to be hunted down courtesy of tapping buttons. 49-40 lead in favor of Fnatic, but PK are already starting to get into their setup. Mango's going to come into play. Beautiful one-shot melee. Another one going over towards the seaside. Drift going to try to hunt them down, but Envoy shuts Drift down with a beautiful trade. Bodies are hitting the floor on both sides at the moment. Nobody able to put some points on the board.
Gambino just barely surviving that exchange there. Because he lived, he's managed to get some scrappy time with the ball. Teammates around him as well, tapping with a pickup. Drift with another. Sword in their hand. No GAs on this. We'll see how this comes into play, using it to lock down control, and that gives his team an opportunity to rotate the ball maybe closer to C. We'll see. I think they're worried about the threat of Long Haul. You can see that push coming in. And Drift gonna immediately delete Septify. There was no hope for that man.
And PK not only have taken the lead, but taken a dominant one at that. They already have 71 points on the board. And once again, Fnatic find themselves 3 down. And now Drift going to sit in the corner, watch anybody rotating through the control side. That'd be a little bit of a mistake. Luckily for them, they're spawned on the opposite side, gold side, so they'll be probably making their run most likely through long haul.
Pretty disgusting setup here at a PK. They lock things down. See, they get the stick as well. It's a beautiful trade. The ball did not get played, though. It still does sit C side. So Fnatic, if they do win this exchange, they could turn it into a quick setup of their own. Or just kill everything. Envoy going to get 2. Looking for more here. Super CC will snap and destroy tapping buttons. And because they managed to flip things around, now they do have the hold. They have the camo, or they had the camo. Actually, it dropped to the floor. And maybe PK can pick it up.
Ooh, Atso getting the slay onto the B-Box player, onto and Deceptify. Looks like the sword is going to go in the hands of Atso, and he finds the camouflage as well. A deadly combination for the Uchiha here. But Gambino trades off kills off a screen. The ball does end up reset. So Atso going to slow things down. They have a lead, so they definitely have the luxury of slowing things down. But Atso now in trouble, forced to back down and just jukes out that player.
He's like, get out of my face. I do not want a piece of this. The man's just trying to hunt him. Despite him being the guy with the camo and the sword, he's getting hunted down. Now he's getting tagged at multiple angles. Super CC will deal with the camo player and a big pickup for sure. But PK, so quick to rotate that ball. They somehow got around the corner. Because of it, they're down to the final 10 seconds here. Fnatic, they got to move quick. They got to get slays. Tapping does die to Envor. And this is a nice little pinch from the entire team to get up through pipes. Should be able to take the fights. They're all coming up through the same angle here, though. And can they manage to stay alive? This is the fight for the game here. They lose this, they might lose the round.
Deceptify was in a really weird position with the sword, but somehow makes it work. It's the first one. Oh, tapping buttons, a nice strafe ducking under the bullets, but it looks like he's going to be cleaned up. And Fnatic putting PK multiple down, holding on to their setup. They might just take the lead on this one, and one more round of slays, and they can take the entire round.
Very nice setup as well. And great at a Super CC to turn around, make sure he at least got the stick, he got the trade. Going to slow their roll here, give Envor an opportunity to bring the ball out to center, and as he brings it out, he's doing damage at the same time. So what a rotation out of Envor to continue to be this disruptive on the map. Deceptify going to take position in the pipes, and now we're down to the final 10 seconds, and PK, despite the advantage that they had gained, there's no way they can get back to pipes in time. The first round going to go to Fnatic in a beautiful display of teamwork.
Wow. PK were really controlling that game for quite some time, but Fnatic simply answered back, taking round number 1, and now they're 1 round away from forcing us into a game 5 in this best, which might be the last series here in your grand finals.
Assuming Fnatic can find a way to 3-0 sweep. We'll have to see. So far, so good, though. They managed to take round 1. Envor going to take his kill as well. Ball still yet to be collected. And Envor going to get collected. Man, dead. Mid-curb slide. That didn't look pretty. And my God, what a follow-up kill as well. PK, they're turning up here. Drift has a shock.
Oh, we've seen this before. PK started off hot in round number 1 with Drift with the beautiful overkill. But Fnatic would have wanted to answer back and steal away the round. Can PK hold on in this round here?
Every time Drift picks up a shock, we need to be on his POV. You can't miss these opportunities. He's still getting kills with it, by the way. No, now he dies. Now we're on his... If that ever happens again, we definitely... Because I know this man. He's a playmaker, man. Every time he's got a snipe of some kind, he'll find a way to get a kill.
And so do most of these players. You put a snipe in either one of their hands,
though,
they're all
man,
good.
like, I'm too used to it with Drift. Like, he is just... I don't know, man. He just finds a way. Anyway, you're right, though.
Well, PK find a way to put Fnatic 3 down, but Fnatic answered back, so a bit of a 1v1, tapping buttons, using the Mangler to perfection. The hold this metal comes in, Deceptify goes down. That ball being grappled over, though, by Fnatic, trying to get it into the gold room, but it is going to be stopped short. Here comes tapping buttons. Mangler versus sword. Mangler wins, go figure.
Mangler versus anything. Mangler wins, go figure. Yeah, the thing's just too damn powerful. I mean, it is satisfying to get a headshot with it, but everything else is, I don't know. Either way, sword in the hallway, Mangler in the hallway. I mean, how do you get through these defenses? PK, they got things locked down. Maybe a couple good nades will do the trick. Though, as Fnatic, they are not letting up.
Jazero gets the pick onto Drift. Sword goes out for Jazero. Nobody flying it just yet. Actually, he's going to be the one flying with the grapple. Beautifully played by Jazero, taking down tapping buttons. And now he's going to quickly pass the ball to Super CC. He has some plays to make with the sword.
If he can stay alive to make them. Grapple in, getting tagged up by multiple. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately 2 players going to delete him. CC going to get dropped as well. PK just finding the best of these trades and scrappy ball time while they do it. Look at the rotation. Take the ball, throw it out center, Envor. Thankfully, the man had the sword. He'll get the best of the double. And immediately start to take angles across the map, too. Look at this man get back into the fight. Despite not having health, he knows the timing so well. And he's always a nuisance on the map, so they have to look at him. They have to respect him. Dead.
Envor demanding respect with the sword. Clearing out the battery side of Fnatic, putting some good points on the board. Again, they're 1 round away from taking this game and forcing the game number 5, but it's PK that have the advantage in this round. As Drift getting another 2 kills with the shock rifle. Looks like we have to hop on board with him because he's about to make some magic happen.
Thank you, Observer. We found Drift with a shock. This man. Oh, see, wait, what was that? A shock kill or a nade kill? Either way, it was a shock kill. Apparently, I don't know what he hit. It might have been a body that he tagged, but the man made it work. And he'll take 1 kill, but 1 kill is all he's gonna get here. Fnatic, they are playing so quickly and so efficiently right now. PK, despite their lead, they might not be able to hold on to it too much longer.
And Jazero steals the ball and the shock rifle away, but forced to play the ball in a vulnerable position so he can get the kill onto Drift. Another 3 down. Go PK and Fnatic are immediately in their A-side setup. Mind you, the camouflage is coming in, and I believe that's Young Chasen who's able to get his hands on it. However, there's 2 players from PK already pushing the whirlpool, so Jazero, smart plays coming to try to rotate the ball out of it. However, the kills come in. Jazero goes down.
Jazero's job was done, though, right? He got away with murder to get the ball in the first place. Super CC's gotten away with the camo and maybe a couple kills off of the opening. Unfortunately, he does die. Damage done, though, a little bit from Fnatic. They got to 37. PK do collect the ball, though. They'll take it back through pipes here. Tapping buttons in trouble, though. Jazero does take him. Ball going to come back out to center, and Fnatic on the chase. You can see Drift. He's very quickly losing his chances here.
58 to 37 lead in favor of PK. Super CC trying to make something happen. Gets a quick assist and quickly gets on the ball. Less than 2 minutes on the clock here. And we're already seeing 2 players starting to gravitate over toward the control room side. Super CC having the awareness to drop the ball and already put down shots. But now that he knows that the player's on control, I'm surprised he doesn't rotate that ball over toward the goal side. But luckily his teammates doing a great job of slaying out, so that's not going to matter much.
Fnatic have finally found that hold. That ball hold they were looking for to take the lead back. I mean, look at this setup. You got the attic cross, which is so devastating. All the damage is being put in from Envor cross map to get the double. They got to get rid of him. And the best way to get rid of him is to flank to attic. But nobody on PK made that flank. So instead, they're just kind of free targets for Envor, who's being such a difficult kill. Drift's going to take 1. But as long as Envor is up in that attic, he's going to continue to shoot you. And they're going to continue to get away with time. So PK, they got to rethink their game plan quickly here.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't even know if they even have enough time to go in for that flank that you're referring to. And Super CC now going to make it as hard as possible because now he's rotating the ball onto the goal side. So it finally makes it over. And they're 10 seconds away again from forcing that game number 5. And Septify is already shooting bodies.
Septify with a little body disrespect and maybe well earned as well. Fnatic, they have bounced back in this series. And all of a sudden, we're down to the wire here, Tony. We're down to a best of 5, game 5. If Fnatic takes this to take the tournament, if PK takes this, they can reset the bracket. Things look great for PK 2 games ago, but all of a sudden, I'm starting to lean Fnatic, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, they have the momentum right now. They were definitely looking really clean in that oddball, especially that second round. That setup was absolutely deadly. Like you said, Envor sitting over towards top gold and watching anybody, not only giving the information to his team on exactly where those players were coming from, but then putting down as much damage as possible, stopping any push coming in from PK. If they could bring that level of setup here into game number 5 on Bizarre Slayer, they're going to be unstoppable, and they're going to be taking this tournament.
They might, Tony. We'll see. This is online. This is up against PK. PK still a bit of a question mark, I think, as far as, experience says. Like Fnatic, they haven't played PK too much in Halo Infinite, though on the flip side, PK don't quite have the reps in with NA as well. This is why we've got Esports Arena, so PK get those reps. But, I mean, this is the clutch factor right here. Last time I saw Fnatic play Slayer Bizarre was Anaheim, Tony. It was against C9. Game 5, Super CC had the game of his life. Somehow C9 managed to turn things around and clutch up, but if you remember the first, I think, like 30 kills of that game, Fnatic, they had the map locked down, and CC was killing literally everything. So if we see any form of recreation of that day, I think things are rough here for PK. We'll see.
And just to remind you guys at home, even though this is a game number 5, Fnatic are the only team that can actually win the tournament off of this. The only thing PK could do with this win is to force us into a whole nother best of 5 series. So we potentially have a very long night on our hands unless Fnatic puts an end to it right here, right now. First to 50 kills take the win, 12 minutes on the clock as usual. You obviously have that power that spawns towards the map, but you also have the rockets and also the grapple too. The grapple can really make some plays on Bizarre, especially when you combine it with either a Mangler or a Bulldog, which can really be deadly as a combination on Bizarre Slayer.
Combine it with, Mangler, Bulldog, the Dynamos as well. Just controlling bottom mid, honestly, on this map is surprisingly powerful. If you're always kind of around for the Dynamo spawn and you're tossing them into the tree houses with perfect timing as your team is kind of collapsing, just having that in the back pocket is such a nuisance for the enemy team. You got 2 thrusts as well, one on each side of the map. You got Manglers as well, of course, just to add more to the repertoire here. There's so much to work with, and no doubt it's going to be a brawl as well. But the way that this map tends to work is once you control the resources in center map, it's very difficult to fight back because you're spawning up in a base. You've got limited tools. You've got the thrust. Maybe you got access to the Mangler. You got to risk going to alley to get to it. So that center map control is so massive, and whoever gets it off the rip, I think, will own this game. We'll see.
We're going to find out right here, right now. Septify electing to grab onto the Mangler immediately as Super CC getting a triple kill on the feet to defend the overshield. All 4 members going down for PK, and Envor has the overshield. Septify dropping the rockets. Envor saying, no. You take those.
Septify out here trying to be a good Samaritan, right? With the gentleman dropping the rockets out. Envor's like, nah, I don't need it. I got OS. And honestly, maybe Envor should have taken the rockets. Either way, we'll see. PK trying to find a way to close the gap here, but Super CC, he's made his way back to rockets, and he put them to good use. So a double for him. An 8-5 start out of Fnatic, and a lot of pressure out of them, too. They still have center map.
And you said Super CC had the game of his life in Anaheim against Cloud9. And I mean, if you can do it against Cloud9, I mean, come on now. PK, no Cloud9. 5-3 start for Super CC. Jazero on screen with a 3-1. Trying to grapple over one side of the vent to the other, able to make it. But now he has to fend off a player who's already trying to put the pressure on him. It looks like he has a grapple of his own.
Grapple v. grapple. And in the end, Mangler wins. Of course. Either way, those players will die. 12-8 here, 4-kill advantage for Fnatic. Center map still appears to be in their favor. PK looking for an opportunity to break through. Tapping buttons does get one. And then the Dynamos come into play. Once again, we talk about how powerful they can be. Drift, that was an amazing attempt with that nade. Didn't quite work out. Jazero gets the best of him. Jazero in a good position to pick up the OS. Still some time to burn, but Septify and Super CC going to ensure that nobody on PK has an opportunity to get to this OS when they need to.
And with PK2 down, it's going to be really tough for them to make something happen here. Jazero finally finding the overshield and clicks it right in the nick of time. Turns around and is able to take down Atso. That was really close as a one-shot player over towards the palm trees. Easily dealt with a double kill out of Jazero. Earns himself a killing spree. And now here comes the Needler. Not able to get the dribble.
What a heartbreaker for PK right there. That player so close to getting the bag smack, so close to killing Jazero, but because he survived, he got 3 and maybe impacted 4 separate kills in that situation. 22 to 14 at this point. Dynamo's coming in once again. That's the bottom mid control I'm talking about. If somebody is in position in bottom mid to get those Dynamos as they spawn, they completely delete any of those positions, whether it's locker, whether it's BR or treehouse. You can't do much when the Dynamo is just licking at you.
Positioning means nothing when you have Dynamos and Mangler in your hands. Septify, having the Bulldog in your hands, that's really good for holding down any position. And Super CC once again getting away with the Rockets, and clearly he knows what to do with them. Off screen though, Envoy is going to be the first one to go down. It looks like Jazero going to join him. So how would Super CC get out of this situation?
With the Rockets, apparently. Man's red barred. Does anybody on PK dare to challenge? They do, but the Rocket still comes out, and he still gets the kill from the grave. PK do manage to get the trade. They're going to bring it to an 8-kill deficit, but PK this entire game have not managed to find a clear advantage here. Drift does get a kill on the Envor. They do have decent positioning, too. You can see they lost their anchor point there, but actually, no, all 4 up, center map. PK very slowly starting to pull this back together.
Yeah, I mean, PK are actually only down by 4 kills. Super CC not quite able to get that clamber there. But that's a tough one, I guess. Drift now in the lockers, already pinging where he expects the pressure to be coming from. But little does he know it's actually coming from the cafe side, and he's finally able to spot someone now. There's another player trying to make it towards the Rocket Alley. Somehow Septify getting the kill on that one. But as all that is happening, Atso gets the overshield.
That was beautiful out of Fnatic. That was just a perfect example of a team that's been in this situation before, and they know how to counter it. Because the entirety of PK had perfect positioning, right? They had all the power positions. They were spread out. But Fnatic found a way to split their numbers and stagger their push in such a way that they overwhelmed the enemies. Like, they isolated Drift so hard the man could not return fire, and just kind of picked them off one by one and got back the center of the map. That could have been devastating for Fnatic, but instead they just extended their lead.
Septify having the Bulldog, combining that with the thrust. This is the combination I was talking about that could be absolutely deadly. The Bulldog only usually good from close range, but that thrust can be beautiful at closing the gap on your opponent. Off a screen, Super CC was able to take down Gambino. Jazero putting down the shots and pinging left and right, giving the information to his teammates, turning back, taking out Atso, putting the damage onto Drift, and Fnatic are holding on to the lead.
Fnatic continuing to take these scrappy trades here, holding on to a 5-kill advantage. PK still in this, still have a shot. Gambino, his turn with the Dynamos. He will get a couple ticks off that, I'm sure. It doesn't look to challenge it. Instead, going to work with tapping. Nice little 2v2 here. In the pinch will come in. Tapping does die, so a big trade coming out from Fnatic just to keep some numbers on their side here. 39 in the butt of the gun from Septify. Going to drop Gambino. And look at the shots into Locker as well. Just the fact that he's suppressing him, yeah, it just gave Jazero an opportunity to clean that kill up for free. OS on their hands as well. 41 with an OS. And he lived with it too. The second risk at a PK, right? We've seen that once, now twice. The heartbreaker for these boys.
You're right. That's the second time that Jazero was able to click that overshield right as he's about to die. 44 to 38 lead. It's still possible for PK to steal this game away, but they would have to make something happen right here, right now. And it looks like Super CC lining up some beautiful nades and already getting ready for the push. Envor getting some hit markers, defending this lockers, and the Mangler going to be so beautiful when it comes to those close range quarter fights.
You see that out of CC, though, who drops from top rockets down to the nades down below, just like the keen awareness of where all these resources spawn, and managing to use them as much as possible to just hold an advantage to make things difficult for the enemy. PK going to do what they can to just try to find a way through center here. 41 to 46, 5-kill deficit. They cannot afford to die. Gambino, the man, is getting tagged up no matter where he looks. Septify takes him. That's 2 that he takes as well to bring it to 48. The final 2 kills in our tournament right here. And PK, they are trapped in the back of the base.
And looks like Envor able to get the first one. That's going to be Drift. Throws down the nade to try to do as much damage as possible, and that's going to be it. Septify gets the backsmack onto Atso, and Fnatic are your champions.
Well deserved, man. What a series, Tony. It was a show, right? They gave us a show that it went the distance. PK came out so hot with so much energy in the first two games that I thought they would take it in a 3-0. I thought they were about to reset the bracket. Fnatic, they woke up in game 3, and the moment they woke up, it was just a sign of like a never-ending string of momentum, I guess, right? They found their footing. They didn't let up. That Slayer game, I think, was the nail in the coffin in the biggest way, right? Just the way that they managed to control center map until that one moment that PK finally had them in like a pinch. They finally had a setup, but their answer to the setup was so flawless that I just felt like from that moment I knew they won. The fact that they countered their setup. Anyway, wild display. Yeah.
Very rarely do we see a reverse sweep in the grand finals, but I mean, hey, Fnatic showing why they're the team that made it through the upper bracket and had that one bracket advantage over PK. I would not be surprised if we see PK next week on Monday's Open, and who knows, they might be coming back with a vengeance. So really excited to watch that happen.
That's the thing. It's the beginning of the esports arena era for PK once again, right? We saw this team so many times back through Halo 5. They were a top team during our ESA Halo 5 competition. They would always get to these moments in grand finals. Sometimes they'd win them. Sometimes they would lose them. This was a matchup that I think we saw several times back in the H5 days. So just the beginning, right? Just the beginning for PK. I expect them to come back with a vengeance. I expect to see more of the LATAM community in these tournaments. And hopefully more new blood as well, new competitors, new talent coming into the mix, Tony. But either way, pleasure casting with you, my dude. Nice to have another tournament wrapped up, a long one at that, nearly 3 a.m. Do you have any final thoughts before we send it to Yeso?
Yeah, thank you to the guys running in the background. Obviously, the observers, producers, everybody. Push, Connie, they all do a very hard job. Yeso also hosting. Thank you guys in the chat. Thank you guys, the competitors, for making it all the way. And congratulations, Fnatic, for coming out with a big win. Alex, I love you. Send us home.
Love you too, brother. Thank you, my dude. Yeso, Tony killed it with those final thoughts. You too. Have a good night, my dude. Thanks, sir. Just take it, Tony. Go.
Chat, I'm just going to need you guys to just blast chat with love for Shyway and Why Not. They were incredible today, as they always are, but they have certainly earned a well-deserved rest. And I have to say, no better pair that I'd love to kick off the Series E season with than those two. So well done, gentlemen. Go get some rest. You guys have certainly earned it. It was fun to listen to you guys tonight. But there you have it, folks. Fnatic with the reversed sweep. They prevent the reset. They take grand finals, and they take the win to kick off the season here. Of course, Esports Arena Blue getting a top 4 finish. They do fall to PK, but still, that's a good showing to start the season. We'll have to see if they can build on that going into Wednesday night, which will be a very tough competition, but I'm certainly looking forward to that. That's going to do it for us here, folks. Great tournament to kick off the season. I'm so excited for all that this season will contain. It's going to be so much fun, and this is only the beginning. Of course, again, we will be back Wednesday afternoon, early afternoon as well, because we're packing Wednesday night with Halo and Apex. So the stream will be live, I believe, at 1:30 in the afternoon. Production will correct me if I am wrong, but 1:30 start there, and of course, Apex at its normal time at 4 o'clock, so I'm looking forward to that. And you don't even have to wait till Wednesday, because we'll have open night for Series E Apex Legends tomorrow night. It is a packed schedule this week. I'm excited about it. I hope you guys are as well. But that's going to do it for us here, folks. Shout outs to Fnatic. Congratulations to them. Well done. Big win for those boys. But we're going to close it out here. So for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, to everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for coming to hang out with us tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow.